Hello, hello. Hello, hello. What's up, guys? How are you? I am back. We are back at it, and we are going to be diving into Revelation 12 and 13 here in a little bit. Probably give it like 15, 20 minutes, and then we'll start diving into it. Um, and we'll go from there. But lots of stuff happening in the world right now. Lots of stuff happening. It's hard to pay attention to it all, but it's good to try if your brain can handle it. I know. I know it's pretty overwhelming at times, but man, it's kind of exciting. At least I think it is. Trying to track it all, but lots of stuff going on. Hi, what's up, Marcus? How are you? I'm good, man. I'm good. Thanks for asking. Repent. Interesting name there. Doing okay? Yeah. Doing good. That's good, man. Good. Yay. What's up, Blackbird? How are you? Marcus, what time? Where are you at, man? Where are you from? What time is it where you are? It is almost 11:30 where I'm at right now. Blackbird, I'm glad you can make it. Yeah. I think I said last time, which I think I'd been a couple days, but I think I said I was going to go live on Tuesday night around this time, and so here I am, watching from SoCal. What's up, Oscar? Thanks for being here. Justin in Texas here. Nice. Um, I'm doing good too, Blackbird. I'm glad you're doing well. Let us live our lives. Hello. Sheesh. Thanks, man. Ryan, I haven't seen you in so long. Hope all is well. Tabby, thanks for being here. Yeah, it's been a minute. There has been so much going on. I've been trying to pay attention to it all, and my mind is just all over the place. It is interesting. You got Benjamin Netanyahu meeting with Elon Musk talking about AI technology and the future of that, which is interesting because that's Israel, and meeting with Elon, who's not a political leader, so you can only imagine what they're talking about behind closed doors. I guess he gave him a little bit of a ride in that new uh, Tesla pickup truck that has not been released. Wonder when that's going to come out. But now he's over in the UN. And then Netanyahu met with Zelensky, and he told Vladimir Zelensky that he would assist Ukraine in humanitarian needs. So they're kind of involved in a good kind of way, I suppose. Depends on your translation of it all, but very interesting. And then it's crazy because Biden is over there in the UN reading his little script. And he's just talking about how we need to, I don't know. Biden and Zelensky both were talking about climate change and climate crisis and how we need to do better. And if you're not aware by now, you hopefully you are, but if you're not, it's important to understand that climate change is going to be their baby. It is going to be everything that they put their whole That's their whole thing. That's their whole movement. Climate change, climate change, climate change. And it makes a lot of sense when you start paying attention, because they have scientists that are smarter than you and I, and they have machines that we can't see, and they say, hey, this is a real deal. And then if you're paying attention, you understand that it's complete lies. But doesn't mean it's gonna stop. It's just interesting when you start watching that kind of stuff unfold. So Zelensky's in the middle of a war, and he meets at the UN to talk about climate change. Make that make sense for me. Yeah, it's very interesting. Did you see all the people commenting about Jesus under the live of the UN? Yeah, aloha. I did see some of that. It is neat because it's encouraging. It's encouraging to know that there's other people out there, and I also. The way my mind works is I really hope that all of those people who say Jesus and all this and that, I hope they are all saved, because my mind is just, I worry for people's salvations, which is why I always challenge you guys to challenge your friends, the people who you know for sure, that if challenge them, because these people, it says not everyone who says Lord, Lord, right? Alyssa, good evening. Elon has done more for Hawaii than our own government. Back, yeah. That's an easy bar to beat, because our government really didn't do anything. Barbara June, wow, you are really cynical. Thank you. They're trying to block tweets from a Christian group in Jerusalem, is why Elon met with them. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. That's interesting. I'll have to look into that. Blackbird, thanks for sharing. Yeah, Deidre, I take it all with a grain of salt. We are all crazy for Jesus. That's right. Hopefully we are. I wish more people were, because that would be wonderful. Can you imagine if we actually did what we were supposed to, how much different our world would look if we adhered to the Word of God? It would be a much different world. But we haven't, and it doesn't seem to be changing anytime soon. So this is what we get. So it's interesting. Maranatha, yeah. Melina, I hope people don't become discouraged. Yeah, Tabby. I think it's important to just. I don't know why people are setting dates and building this whole Revelation 12 thing up so much. At least for my opinion, I'm going to give you my perspective on Revelation 12 tonight, and hopefully I'm able to give that to you clearly and in a way that you guys can understand it. But it's just very interesting. So many people are blowing it up, saying that this is what it is, and you need to pay attention, and guys, this is the most important video I've ever made, and this is the biggest thing that's ever. I mean, if you are a born again Christian, I don't know what it changes. Like it doesn't change anything. If you're doing what you should be doing, it doesn't matter. Like, if you do believe that the rapture is going to occur this week, then what are you doing? What are you doing here on TikTok? We need to be telling people about Christ, and we always need to be living as if Jesus could come tomorrow. That's what we should be doing. But people don't do that, and it's just funny. But they'll make a video about it and put it up on TikTok, but I wonder if there's any change in their actual lives. We aren't supposed to worry. We can only do what we can do. God will handle the rest. You're doing good. Thanks a lot. Are we still on salvation scriptures, or we'll be on different chapters? Let us live our lives. We're going to be doing Revelation 12 and 13 tonight, probably. It's actually going to be a lot. We're probably going to be in Daniel half the time too, just because. Strap in, because it's going to be wild. I do think that even non-believers feel change coming. Yeah. Your mom did a bomb.com. Yeah, I do too. I think you would have to have your head in the sand like an ostrich in order to not see things are going crazy right now. Even people I'm talking at work, just relating to what you're saying, there are many people who are just blown away with all this stuff coming down the pipe, and they aren't biblical at all. Am I freezing? Katie, don't play. Let me know if I'm freezing. Sorry if I am. Spoke to my pastor. Spoke to my pastor about it. He said the non-believers that believe now because of all this will start. Yes. Am I freezing? Religious charlatans will be among the first against the wall. Time broker. What's up? Jewish wedding traditions is why we can't know the day or hour. Only the Father who will come for us. All right, not on your side. Good. Oh, you're not freezing on my end. Okay, so hopefully it clears up here. To drop sadly when nothing happens. We just remind them. Yeah. I'm Jules, by the way. I'm excited to get this going. I feel like I missed out on scriptures. Just curious, do you believe in pre-trib or post-trib? What's up, Hardy? My name's Ryan, for all you guys who are new here, and I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. And I feel like I'm very confident in it. However, I do know that there are people who are very confident in their post-tribulation beliefs, so I will leave a little wiggle room that I could be wrong. But I think it's important, no matter what, not to create division. I don't know what you believe or what your stance is, but the most important thing that I will never budge on is the gospel, and that's understanding how to get to heaven, which is believing and understanding that Jesus died. He rose again, and he was buried on the third day. He rose again, and for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. That's what we should be telling people about. That's what it's all about. And diving into Revelation, it's mostly prophetic, and it's important to know that you might not know all the answers, and I might not know all the answers, so there's no real reason to create any kind of division. However, when you look out into the world, there's a lot of people have left my church because the eschatology didn't really line up with the way they saw it. So they were absolutely done. And I was just like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Not something I would do, but, to each their own. Amen. That's right, Melina. I have to go since I have to be at work at 6, but I'm glad to see you. Thanks for being here, Tabby. I appreciate you. Okay. Scrolling back down. God made what's up, Jay Jossie? I've been studying, and I don't know, I've been studying with our lay pastor's wife, and she is very strong pre. Hardy, if you hang out for a little bit, we're going to get into a good reason why. Another reason, I'm going to do a recap of what we went over before, and during that recap, I pretty much emphasize on the main thing. If I was going to make my entire argument on one thing, we'll go through that, and I'll explain it to you here in just a couple minutes. And it for me, it really brings home the point on why it's a pre-tribulation rapture. And it's okay. You can take it or leave it. I'm not here to force anything on anybody. I'm just giving you guys my opinion. Jesus is Lord. That's right. Strickland. Why would God make Satan? Well, God made Lucifer. And it talks all about how glorious he was in Isaiah and Ezekiel, Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28. And when you realize that he was the cherub that covers, he was the anointed cherub, and Lucifer had his own tabernacles. I mean, just think about that. Like, this angel had his own tabernacles. He was a master musician. Everything about this angel was perfection. And then he became so prideful because of how he was. He became prideful, and that is the fall right there. So he created Lucifer. Lucifer, however, chose to rebel. Hey, hoping to stay awake and study some. All right, Susan, thanks for being here. Okay. Yeah, absolutely, Artie. All right, let's go ahead and dive on in. We're going to do a recap and then I'm going to do a flyby. I normally do a pretty in-depth one, um, and this one will probably be about 30 minutes. I'm going to try to keep it all encapsulated within 30 minutes, so hang out with me, and we will do a brief recap of Revelation 1 through 11, and also bring Daniel 9 in there as well. All right, so Revelation is, so it's called the Revelation of Jesus Christ. Revelation, anytime I always start off by saying, if you ever hear anybody say revelations, plural, that it's very apparent that they have never done a serious study of the book of Revelation, because it is singular, it is not plural, it is the revelation of Jesus Christ. Revelation means the unveiling. So whenever you hear I had a revelation, they're literally saying I had an unveiling or a revealing. So this is the revealing or unveiling of Jesus Christ. So that's the first thing I typically like to go to, but this is the revelation of Jesus Christ. This is the revealing or unveiling of Jesus Christ. And in Revelation chapter 1, verse 3, it says, "Blessed is he who reads and those who hear the words of this prophecy and keep those things which are written in it, for the time is near." So it's awesome that you guys are here learning about Revelation, and I'm a student as well, just trying to dig into this, because the deeper you go, the deeper the bottom. you can't unpack this entire thing. It's absolutely amazing. But the word blessed there in Greek has the idea of happy. So you are happy. Why are you happy? Well, because in the end, how the movie ends, how the book ends. In the end, we win. If you are a Christian, if you are a true believer, if you're born again, you are happy because you know that this is not all there is. So that's what's going on here in Revelation 1, verse 3. And now Hardy, pay attention to this if you're unfamiliar, because this is what I was talking to you about. This is going to come into play, but I need to explain it here in chapter 1 first. In Revelation 1, verse 6, it says this. John is writing this. He says, "And has made us kings and priests to his God and Father. To him be glory and dominion forever and ever." Now, this is essential to understand who the kings and priests are, because when you go back into the Old Testament, you have all those 12 tribes, right? You have 12 tribes, and within those 12 tribes, you have kings. There's kings that come out of a certain tribe. Kings come out of the tribe of Judah. Priests come out of the tribe of Levi. So you have kings over here and you have priests over here, but then there's a group up here that are called kings and priests. So who are the kings and priests? Well, the kings and priests, if you go back to Genesis, I think 14, you'll run into this mysterious character called Melchizedek. And Melchizedek, he basically had bread and wine with Abraham, and at the end of it, Abraham actually gave tithe to Melchizedek. Who was Melchizedek? Well, it says that Melchizedek was king of Salem, and it also says that he was a priest of the God Most High. So right there, you are introduced to the very first king and priests. So Melchizedek is number one. Number two, Jesus himself is a king and a priest. And then the third person, or party in this case, is the church. And you get that from 1 Peter chapter 2. It talks about the church being a royal priesthood. So royal, king, priest, king and priest. So the church is a royal priesthood. So it's important to understand when John is saying in chapter 1, verse 6, "And has made us kings and priests," that the church is kings. That you and I right now in our where we are today, we are considered kings and priests. The church, the bride of Christ, kings and priests. That is very important to understand that, because that's going to come back into play when we get to chapter 4 and 5. Okay, moving on. So put that in your mind there, Hardy, if you're still with us. But then it goes on to say there's going to be 7 churches that are singled out here. And you find that in verse 11 of chapter 1, and it says, "To Ephesus, Smyrna, Pergamos, Thyatira, Sardis, Philadelphia, and Laodicea." And then so those are the 7 churches. There's going to be 7 letters written to these 7 churches, and those take place in chapters 2 and chapter 3. But before we get to those verses, we're going to get to Revelation chapter 1:19. And this is a huge verse, because this is the outline for the entire book of Revelation. In Revelation 1:19, it says this: "Write the things which you have seen, and the things which are, and the things which will take place after this." This is important, because in chapter 1, John wrote the things that he has seen. In chapters 2 and 3, it says, write the things which are. And then chapters 4 onward, it says, write the things which will take place after this. The word after is metatauta. So when you get to Revelation chapter 4, John starts that chapter off by saying after. So it's metatauta. So he lets you know where he's at in the timeline. So that's important to understand. Revelation 1:19 is the outline for the book of Revelation. So when you get to chapters 2 and chapter 3, you see that these are the 7 letters that are written to the 7 churches. And when you tackle these 2 chapters, it's good to look at them by looking at the chapters as a form of a report card. So these churches are all delivered a letter to them, and it starts off with a title that Jesus chooses that's specific to that church. He starts off by saying the good things about him, then he goes to the bad things about him, and then he gives a promise to the overcomer, and he always ends it by saying, he who has ears, he who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the 7 churches. So that's how he ends every letter that he sends out. And so that is important. There are 7 letters to the 7 churches, and that's a good way to look at them. There are 2 churches that have nothing bad said about them, and there are 2 churches that have nothing good said about them. And currently we are in the Laodicean age, which is also the last church that is in order. So if you read all the churches in order, Laodicea is the very last church. We are currently living in the Laodicean age. So that means that there's not another church age that we need to look forward to. If we were back in the church of Smyrna, we would know that there's another church that we're going to hop to next, and then there's a couple more that follow that. But there aren't any other churches after Laodicea. So we are in the last church age. So it's important to understand that. So when we go to chapter 4, it starts off, like I said before, it starts off by saying, after these things. So now we know that we are in the future because of Revelation 1:19, right? The things which are, the things that have been, and the things that are hereafter, or metatauta. So in Revelation chapter 4, it says, after these things, or metatauta, these things, I looked, and behold, a door. This is where John goes into the throne room of God. And so what does John see? Well, in verse 4, he says, around the throne were 24 thrones, and on these thrones I saw 24 elders sitting clothed in white robes, and they had crowns of gold on their heads. This is where the kings and priests come into play. And I'm going to explain that. It's going to become more clear in Revelation chapter 5 when we get there in a second. But the 24 elders, these are a peculiar type of grouping of people here, because they haven't been in they're not found anywhere else in the Bible. So it's interesting. All of a sudden we have these random people who are called 24 elders. Who are they? Well, what do we know about them? They have white robes and they have crowns of gold on their heads. So then we go to Revelation chapter 5, and going back to Revelation 4, you're also introduced to the cherubim, the 4 living creatures. They say, holy, 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 Lord God Almighty, who was and who is to come. And when they say holy, holy, holy 3 times, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, holy, holy, holy 3 times. Then the 24 elders they cast their crowns before the Lord. And so then we get in Revelation chapter 5, and what you see God the Father sitting on the throne, and he's holding onto a scroll. The scroll has stuff written on the inside and on the backside, and this is emblematic of the title deed to the earth. So when God created the heavens and the earth, Adam essentially had the title deed to the earth, and then he forfeited it when he sinned. And so he gave it up. And so now Jesus had to come back and do what he did on the cross in order for us to get the title deed back. And so that's what he did. And so it's there's a lot of awesome parallels tied there between the story of Ruth and Boaz, because if you know anything about Ruth and Boaz, you know Boaz was the kinsman redeemer. And in order to be the kinsman redeemer, in order to redeem somebody, there's things that you had to do. You had to be a kinsman, you had to be able, you had to be willing, and you had to assume the obligations of the beneficiary. And Jesus did that for us, and Boaz did that for Ruth. And so the stories there are beautiful. They parallel each other very well. So John is in the throne room, and he sees God the Father, and he sees God the Father holding onto a scroll, and everybody's looking around in the heaven, on the earth, and under the earth, looking for somebody who could go take that scroll. And John wept bitterly. He sobbed uncontrollably because nobody was able to be found. But then Jesus shows up. And in verse 5 of chapter 5, it says, "Do not weep. Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the Root of David, has prevailed to open the scroll and to loose its 7 seals." The Lion of the tribe of Judah and the Root of David are Jewish titles. Again, the church is no longer here. The church is not mentioned for the next 15 chapters. So the church was the Revelation was all about the church in chapter 2 and chapter 3, and now we don't see it anymore. We're not going to see it again until I think chapter 19 or 20. I can't remember. But when we come back, it's going to be as the wife. Right now, we are referred to as the bride. When we come back, it's going to be the wife. So that's cool to understand there. But Jesus is he was able to go before the Father, and he took the scroll out of his Father's hand because he was worthy. So now, Hardy, if you are still here, this is where it comes into play, understanding the kings and priests. So if you remember, Melchizedek is a king and priest, Jesus is a king and priest, and the church is a king and priest. You and I are kings and priests if you are a child of God. So why is that important? Well, it's important because in verse 9 of chapter 5, what you see is the 24 elders started singing a new song. And so we're going to learn more about these 24 elders here. The 24 elders sing a new song, and it says, "You are worthy to take the scroll and to open its seals, for you were slain and have redeemed us to God by your blood out of every tribe and tongue and people and nation, and have made us kings and priests to our God, and we shall reign on the earth." So the 24 elders just identified themselves to be kings and priests. So that means that if the 24 elders are kings and priests, then that means that they're the church. That's you and I. You and I. So the idea there, when in Revelation chapter 4, is that there's the throne room. God sits sitting on the throne with 24 thrones circling that throne. And as elders, 24 elders, we go in before the Lord and we just take turns rotating in and out, right? Like it's just going to be a constant celebration. We're in there taking turns, throwing our crowns at his feet. And it's beautiful. So we are kings and priests. So my point to really drive home the pre-tribulation rapture is because if the 24 elders are kings and priests, and if they are the church, you and I, then that means that they're in heaven before the seals are broken, because the tribulation hasn't started yet. This is very, very important to understand. The tribulation has not begun, and it does not begin until Revelation chapter 6. So if the kings and priests are in heaven during this time and they're currently singing a song to God, saying you are worthy, to Jesus Christ saying you are worthy, then that means that the church is in heaven before the seals are broken, because this is how the order of operations works. So that is important to understand. The kings and priests, 24 elders, they're the same. They're the church. They're up in heaven. And before we can get to Revelation chapter 6, we have to go to Daniel chapter 9 to understand. And we need to understand Daniel chapter 9 before we can go to Daniel chapter 6. But in Daniel 9, what you see is this amazing prophecy, the most detailed, to the day kind of prophecy that is in the Bible. Daniel 9, specifically verse 24 through 27. And what you see there is that there's a total of 490 years that is given to Daniel. And he's like, hey, Daniel, Gabriel's talking to Daniel. Gabriel says, hey, Daniel, you have 490 years that you're dealing with. Okay, so basically what he tells him is that from the start of the command to rebuild Jerusalem, the city, not the temple, to rebuild the city of Jerusalem, that's when the clock starts. And when the clock ends, Messiah the Prince. And that is what happened. So the command went out to restore Jerusalem, and that's when the clock started. And then on the very last day was when Jesus rode into town on a donkey to Jerusalem. And so Jesus rides in, fulfilling that prophecy. 483 years are accounted for, but we're missing 7 years because we know we have to get to 490. So where is the extra 70 years? Well, those 70 years, or 7 years that we're missing, are in Daniel 9:27, and it says this: then he shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week, but in the middle of the week he shall bring an end to a sacrifice and offering. And on the wing of abomination shall be one who makes desolate, even until the consummation which is determined is poured out on the desolate. So what's going on here is this is what's referred to as the time of Jacob's trouble. In Jeremiah 30, verse 7, it gives you the details there about the time of Jacob's trouble, which is referring to the tribulation. And so if you are a student of prophecy, you should probably understand that by now, but it's Daniel 9:27 is referring to the tribulation period. And you need to understand this before you can go to Revelation chapter 6, because Revelation chapter 6 is the start of Daniel 9:27, or Daniel's 70th week. So you gain a lot of insight from Daniel 9:27 because you understand that a temple needs to be in existence because this Antichrist is going to go into it, and he's going to bring an end to sacrifice and offering. So he can't do that unless there's a temple, because that's where they do the sacrifice and offering. Thanks, Jalen. And he shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week. 1 week equals 7 years. So this is that 7 years. But in the middle of the week, so middle of 7 years, or middle of 7 is 3.5. 3.5 plus 3.5 equals 7. He shall bring an end to sacrifice and offering. So that's what's going on there. Thanks, Jalen. I appreciate that. And so that is Daniel 9. And it's absolutely amazing when you understand what happened there, because when Jesus rode into town on Jerusalem, thank you, Holly. Jesus rode into town on Jerusalem, as it was prophesied about in Daniel 9. He fulfilled it, and when he fulfilled it, he rides into town on a donkey, and he weeps over Jerusalem because they were not ready for their visitation. And Jesus prophesies over Jerusalem, and he basically tells them that they're going to get destroyed, and that there's not going to be one rock on top of another. And that actually happened at the fall of Jerusalem. The temple was destroyed, and the city was destroyed in 70 AD when the Romans destroyed it. And so that's important to understand. But it's absolutely mind-blowing, because Jesus also says that they will be blind because they missed the time of their visitation. And so when you look at the Jewish people today, you look at them and you're looking around and you're like, how do you guys not acknowledge that Jesus is the Messiah? Thank you, Shauna. Because Jesus is the Messiah. He fulfilled almost all the prophecies. He's going to fulfill the rest in the future. But thank you, Jalen. But the Jewish people are still looking for a Messiah, but they can't see it. There are some who are Christians, but the majority of them are still searching for a Messiah. They have no idea. They're still in the Old Testament. They are not in the New Testament. And it's mind-blowing, but it says that they are blind, and it's because they missed the time of their visitation. It also goes on to say that in Romans 11:25 as well. But we're just doing a review, so I'm not going to unpack all of that stuff. So then we go to Revelation chapter 6. And in Revelation chapter 6, this is where the tribulation begins. Now, the seals were not previously open in Revelation chapter 5. This is all in Revelation chapter 5. Everybody's in heaven, and they're in heaven saying, you are worthy, go ahead. Like, they're almost supporting what he's about to do because they acknowledge what he's about to do. So then when you get to Revelation chapter 6, this is where you are introduced to the first seal being broken, and this is where the 4 horsemen come into play. But right here in Revelation chapter 6 is the beginning of the tribulation. And so this is a big deal. This is important to understand. The church is currently in heaven. This is the time of Jacob's trouble. Jacob was also called Israel. So it's also, you could also interpret it by saying the time of Israel's trouble, or the time of Jacob's trouble, whatever you want to say, or Daniel's 70th week. But that is where we're at right now in Revelation chapter 6. So in Revelation chapter 6, you are introduced to the 4 horsemen. And the first one is called, is a white horse, and it says, he who sat on it had a bow, and a crown was given to him, and he went out conquering and to conquer. And that's in Revelation 6, verse 2. And this is, a lot of people think that since it's a white horse, a lot of people think that this is referring to Jesus Christ. That would be an incorrect interpretation. This is an imposter. This is the Antichrist. It says, he who sat on it had a bow and a crown. And it's important to understand that in the Greek language that there are different definitions for their words. So if I say crown to you, you just think of one crown, like okay, whatever kind of crown. But in the Greek language, it's completely different. So in the Greek language, a crown can either be Stephanos or diadem. So in this context here, this is a Stephanos crown. Stephanos means somebody who basically competed in an Olympic game and they were received a crown based on how they performed. A diadem is a crown that is given to somebody who is ruling, who is a ruler. And so it is important to understand that the crown here is a Stephanos. So this guy also is holding a bow. Every time you think about Jesus, it always talks about a sword, like sharper than any two-edged sword, the sword of the Lord, all of this kind of stuff. A bow is something that gives you the idea coming from far away country, like shooting in the background, not really up close and personal. You know, that's what's going on in this kind of environment. So this white horse is the Antichrist. And then you go on to the red horse. That's emblematic of war. War is happening. Then the third horse is the black horse. That's famine. The fourth horse is a pale horse, or it's more of like a light greenish type horse. And that brings death. But then you get to Revelation 6, verses 9 through 11, and you're introduced to these souls who are basically, who are under the altar, and they're crying out because they want to be avenged. And they're crying out and they want to be avenged because they were martyrs. The word martyr in Greek means witness. So they were witnesses for God. They were witnesses for the Lord, and they were killed. So these people were killed during the tribulation. These guys were killed during the tribulation, and they are already saying, how long until you avenge us? And then that question is answered in verse 11. It says in the middle of verse 11, it says, until both the number of their fellow servants and their brethren who would be killed as they were, was completed. So what you're seeing in verse 11 is that there's going to be more people who are martyred, more people who are killed, and they're going to be beheaded. We're going to get to that later on. But those people are going to be killed. So these souls who are crying out are not going to get avenged until everybody else who will be killed during the tribulation will end up dying, and then vengeance can happen. Vengeance is mine, I will repay, says the Lord. And that is a terrifying verse. I would not want to be on the wrong end of that deal. Okay, so then you move on to Revelation 6:14, and it says, then the sky receded as a scroll when it is rolled up. And that's interesting because we unpacked that a lot, because when you talk about the sky receding, it's interesting because there's so many things that, like, okay, what do you mean the sky recedes? Like the sky, the heavens can be stretched, it can be crumpled up, it can be moved. Like he can shape it, he can pull it, he can do all these things that you and I don't. It doesn't compute to our little human brains here. But this stuff is real. It's very literal. He can do those things. But then in verse 15 and 16, it says, and the kings of the earth, the great men, the rich men, the commanders, the mighty men, every slave and every free man hid themselves in the caves and in the rocks of the mountains, and said to the mountains and rocks, fall on us and hide us from the face of him who sits on the throne and from the wrath of the Lamb. So this is paralleling what's going on in the book of Joshua. Joshua, when he was at Jericho, it's unbelievable because all the mighty men during that time hid themselves, and they cried out for the rocks to fall on them to hide themselves as well. It also, we'll unpack that a little bit more, but there's so many different parallels, because when you get to Joshua, you have these two spies who go into Jericho to map out their territory, the land that they're going to do. They end up saving Rahab. Rahab ends up hiding the spies, and then the spies end up telling Rahab, hey, if you want to be saved, make sure you stay in this room and you put out this scarlet rope outside of your window so that everybody can see it. And then, as you know the story, they marched around the city 7 times, 1 time per day, and then they did it 7 times on the last day, and then they yelled it with a loud voice. But everybody was killed during that day except for people who were in Rahab's room. So the spies, there's 2 spies, and in Revelation there's 2 witnesses, so that you can see the parallel there. The spies ended up winning Rahab. She ended up getting saved, and it's really neat because Rahab is in the genealogy of Jesus Christ, which is really cool. So then some people believe that there is a mid-tribulation rapture, and that's because they believe that the wrath of God does not start until the Great Tribulation. Well, in Revelation 6, verse 17, it kind of refutes that idea, because it says this, for the great day of his wrath has come, and who is able to stand? So the people on the earth during this time are acknowledging that this is the great day of his wrath. So there's no denying that the beginning of the tribulation is considered God's wrath. So I don't really get where the mid-tribs stand on. There aren't too many of them out there, but there are some. I don't know why they think that, but there you have it. We'll just go with that. But then we get into Revelation chapter 7, and this is we're going to start answering the question in Revelation 6:17, and the question is, who is able to stand? So you have the great day of his wrath has come, and the question on the table is, who is able to stand? The question, who is able to stand, is answered in Revelation chapter 7. The 144,000 are the people who are able to stand during this time. There's people out there who say, I hope I'm one of the 144,000. And I'm over here thinking, I hope I'm not one of the 144,000, because that means I'm still on the earth. But it doesn't apply to me because I'm not a Jew. This is strictly speaking to Israeli Jewish men, and there's going to be 12,000 from the 12 tribes. So 12,000 times 12 equals 144,000. So these men are Jewish men who are going to have the seal of God on their foreheads, and they're going to be absolutely untouchable during this terrible time that is being poured out onto the earth. And so these 144,000 are not going to be touched by all the craziness, and they're going to be running around like a whole bunch of Apostle Pauls, witnessing to everybody on the earth and sharing the gospel with people as much as they possibly can. And so that's what's going on there. So that answers the question in Revelation 6:17. Who is able to stand? Well, the 144,000 are. They're the ones who are not going to be touched. They're going to actually make it out of the tribulation, which is also a picture of once saved, always saved, because once you are sealed with God, or by God, you make it all the way through, because at the end of the tribulation, it says that the 144,000 were there. It doesn't say that there was 130,000. It says there was 144,000. So it's important to understand that. So then we get to Revelation chapter 8, and it says that there, in 8 verse 1, it says, when he opened the seventh seal, there was silence in heaven for about half an hour. Some people speculate that this is where the great tribulation begins, like the halfway point. You can make an argument there. It's not anything to really, die on that kind of hill, but people make that argument. So I'm just giving you that idea, because it says the hour of trial, right? So the hour is 60 minutes. So when it says half an hour here, that's 30 minutes. 30 minutes is half of an hour. So that's why people make that connection there. But it's also interesting, again, because when you use this parallel to the story of Jericho, what you see is Joshua. He tells his captains before they go take out Jericho, he's like, hey guys, this is what we're going to do. We're going to march around Jericho. We're going to march around it one time a day for 6 days. And then on the seventh day, we're going to march around it 7 times. But we're going to march around it 7 times, and we're not going to speak at all. And then on the 7th time, we're going to shout with a loud voice, and then the walls will fall down. That's what we're going to do. That's what happened during the story of Jericho. And it's interesting because almost like when they're marching around just being dead quiet, nobody's talking, it almost gives you the idea that everybody in the room is acknowledging that something is about to go down. Like when the storm is about to hit, the calm before the storm kind of thing. Everybody, if you're in a war room and you're about to give an order to go take somebody out, it's quiet in there because it's a very somber thought. That's what I feel is going on here. So take that how you will. So then you continue on, you get to the trumpets. So there's 7 seals, there's 7 trumpets, and there's 7 bowls. Revelation is a book of sevens. So in Revelation chapter 8, we get to the trumpets, and the trumpets are what some people call a judgment of the thirds, because there are everything is a third. A third of this gets hit, a third of the trees were burned up, a third of the sea became blood, a third of the ships were destroyed, a third of the living creatures in the sea died. It's a third, a third, a third. So the trumpets are just like a little warning shot, right? But these are still terrible. This is absolutely, this is mind-blowing. The bowl judgments are whole judgments. Whatever it's referring to during the bowls, it's everything. It encapsulates everything. The trumpets are just a third of them. So that's what's going on here in Revelation 8. And then it talks about in Revelation 8:10 that there's a great star that fell from heaven. Some people think that this is Satan. Could be. Star is all like whenever you see the word star, star equals angel. It kind of has that same idea. The meaning there goes hand in hand. It's synonymous. But then when you get to Revelation chapter 9, it says this, 9 verse 1. Then the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star fallen from heaven to earth. And then it says this, to him was given the key to the bottomless pit. So this star is obviously a he. It is a he. There's no he named up in Revelation 8 verse 10. It just says a great star. But in Revelation 9:1, the star is a he. So this he, I probably would say this is probably Satan here. To him was given the key to the bottomless pit. It's important to understand that it was given to him. He did not have it before. And it's also important to understand that Satan does not have any power that is not given to him. So don't forget that. Some people think that it's like Satan and God are arm wrestling, and it's like a fair match, but it is not that at all. Satan wasn't kicked out of heaven by God. Actually, it was Michael the archangel who kicked him out of heaven. So that's important to understand as well. So then he opens the bottomless pit, and it talks about all these locusts coming up out of the bottomless pit. Now, we talked about this for pretty in depth last time, but these are not real locusts, and you can see that when you start seeing the description here. But the locusts in verse 3, it says, to them was given power as scorpions of the earth. And in verse 4, it says, they were commanded not to harm the grass of the earth or any green thing or any tree, but only those men who do not have the seal of God on their foreheads. So if they were real locusts, then they would basically eat up and gobble up all the green stuff out there. That's what locusts do. These are not real locusts. And we get that from all the descriptions that are given in Revelation 7, 8, and 9. It talks about that they will have something like gold. Their faces were like the faces of man, like woman's hair, teeth like lions' teeth. And it goes on to describe all of these things. These right here, these are Nephilim. This is what's going on. Thank you, Jalen. This is referring to the worst of the worst kind of bad dudes going out here. But then in verse 11, it says, and they had a king over them, the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in Hebrew is Abaddon, but in Greek has the name Apollyon. Now, Apollyon or Abaddon just means destroyer. So this king, in Proverbs, it says that the locusts have no king. So how do these locusts have a king? Well, that's because these locusts are not locusts. It's just describing them coming out of the bottomless pit like locusts, like it's a swarm of locusts, right? So that's what he described them as. But if you go to Amos 7, verse 1, it's a very, very interesting verse, and we're not going to get into it right now. But if you read Amos 7:1 and you read it from the Septuagint translation, you're introduced to a guy named Gog the King. And so Gog the King is this demon king. It's this whole thing, but it's unbelievable how you don't read it from your English version. It doesn't translate it over that way in your English translation, but when you read it in the Septuagint translation, you get a completely different understanding from what it's actually referring to. So that's really neat. But these are all bad demonic entities that are being released from the bottomless pit. Okay. You're also introduced to the 200 million man army in Revelation chapter 9. And then you get to Revelation chapter 10, and it says this. It says, I saw still another mighty angel coming down from heaven, clothed with a cloud, and a rainbow was on his head, and face like the sun, and his feet like pillars of fire. He had a little book open in his hand, and he set his right foot on the sea and his left foot on the land. He cried with a loud voice as when a lion roars. When he cried out, 7 thunders uttered their voices. Now, a lot of people think that this is Jesus, and you can think that, and there's nothing wrong with saying this is Jesus, and there's nothing wrong with saying that this is not Jesus. But the reason, the word another in Revelation 10, verse 1, thanks, Becca, another has 2 different meanings, kind of like crowns, right? So crown, it could either be Stephanos or diadem. Another can also be allos or heteros. And so allos is another of the same kind. And so if I give you this pen and I say I want another pen, or I want an allos pen, that means I want this exact same pen back. If I give you this pen and I say I want a heteros pen, that means I want just another pen. You can give me a pink pen back for all I care. It's a different kind. But in the word here in chapter 10, verse 1, it says, I saw still another. So it means another of the same kind. Now, it's really interesting because every time you see Jesus, or not every time, but many people who had visions in the Old Testament, when they see Jesus, they describe Jesus as being clothed with the crowd, having a rainbow, face like sun, feet like pillars of fire. He roared like a lion. Like, all of these things basically are describing everything we know about Jesus. And so you can make an argument saying it is Jesus or it isn't Jesus. My point is to think that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you think, because it's not going to change it's not a doctrinal issue is what I'm getting at here. But it's just kind of fun to try to understand, because, put yourself there, try to figure it out yourself, see what you come up with. That's all you can really do in a lot of these things here. So then you get on to that, and then you get down to chapter 10, verse 9, and basically what John is told is he's told to take the little book and to eat it, and it will make your stomach bitter, but it will be sweet as honey in your mouth. And what the idea there is that you're basically, it's sweet in your mouth like honey because you're excited, because you know what is in store for you, right? Like, that's exciting times, but it's also bitter in your stomach because of the people that are going to go through what they're going to go through, because you have a heart for people, right? Like, that's why it's like, I want the rapture to happen right now. But if it does, like, my family who's not saved, like, my heart breaks for these people, right? My friends who aren't saved, like, that's the idea. That's what's going on there. So it's sweet in his mouth, but bitter in his stomach. And then we get to Revelation chapter 11, and we are introduced to these two characters who are called two witnesses. And people speculate different ideas, but most everybody agrees on one of them, and everybody almost agrees on one of them at least being Elijah. And people can debate. I personally believe that these are Elijah and Moses. And some people will say that they think it's Elijah and Enoch, because Enoch never died. Enoch walked with God, and then he was not, which means he was taken up. He was there, and then he was not. But I believe it's Elijah and Moses, primarily because of what the powers that they did. They had powers like Moses with the plagues that he did in Egypt. It was like he turned the water into blood. All of these things paralleled everything that they did already before. Elijah did all the fire, brought fire down. He had power to shut up the heavens so that it wouldn't rain. He did that before when Baal and all their worshipers were doing all that stuff, and he brought fire down and absolutely consumed the sacrifice, and then all the Baal worshipers were killed. But that's my take on it. It doesn't really matter, again, what you believe, because it doesn't affect us. If you believe in a pre-tribulation rapture, the most important chapters in this book for you are chapters 2 and 3 of this book. Everything else we're going to be watching up from heaven, and that's pretty neat. So if you think you are a post-trib rapture, or if you believe in that the rapture occurs after the tribulation, well, then it's going to be pretty rough. But I don't see that. And we'll talk more about that when I get to Daniel 7. So that's what's going on in Revelation chapter 11. Those two witnesses, Elijah and Moses, I'll just say that that's who they are. So what it's also really important to understand here that, so there's 3 temples that are talked about. There's 2 temples that already were. The first one was built by King Solomon, who is King David's son. So King David couldn't do it. King David paid the bill for this temple. King Solomon built the temple, and then it was destroyed. It was taken over by Babylon, and then King Nebuchadnezzar basically wiped it out. And then after that, the second temple was built by a guy named Zerubbabel. Zerubbabel made a very modest kind of temple, and it was almost embarrassing for the people who were around for the King Solomon temple. So every time they saw Zerubbabel's temple, it was almost like an embarrassment because of how wonderful King Solomon's temple was. Anyways, that temple got revamped by Herod. So Herod goes in and fixes this temple up and makes it his own kind of. So it's either, some people call it Herod's temple, some people say it's Zerubbabel's temple. They're both the second temple. It doesn't matter. So you have the first temple by Solomon, second temple by Zerubbabel. The third temple, we know that there's going to be a third temple that's going to come into play because Jesus himself talks about it in Matthew, when he's in Matthew 24 and Olivet Discourse. He says, when you see the abomination of desolation, and he's talking to the Jewish people during this time, and you can't see this unless there's a temple, because in order for there to be an abomination of desolation who goes into the Holy of Holies, there has to be a Holy of Holies. So there needs to be a temple in order for there to be a Holy of Holies. So Jesus talks about it, Paul talks about it, and John talks about it right here. Because in Revelation 11 verse 2, it says, but leave out the court which is outside the temple. So during the tribulation, there needs to be a temple. Also in Daniel 9:27, it's alluding that there needs to be a temple because the Antichrist is going to stop the sacrifice, offering sacrifice, that he's going to make that cease. And it's really important to understand that. So that's why it's kind of neat to pay attention to what's going on over in Israel, because if you're paying attention to Israel, you understand that Israel has all of the stuff, all of the equipment, all of the foundation, everything. They have all of the guard for the priests, the tools, the harps, the instruments, everything that they need. They have it right now. And so the temple could be built right now if they wanted to build it. And it's important to understand that, because if the rapture happened right now, the temple could be built within 2 weeks if they were motivated. And so that is pretty neat to understand. So the tribulation cannot begin until there is a temple, because it says that these two witnesses will preach in front of this temple for 1,260 days or 42 months. And that just is another way of saying 3.5 years, because you have 3.5 years of tribulation and 3.5 years of great tribulation. And so anyways, these two witnesses are going to be killed after 3.5 years of teaching in front of this temple. And it says that the beast will make war with them and overcome them and kill them. And then their dead bodies will lie on the street for 3.5 days. And then after 3.5 days, everybody in Jerusalem during this time is going to be celebrating. This is the only time that you see celebrating on the earth during the tribulation. They're going to be giving gifts to each other. It's basically a satanic holiday, or a satanic Christmas. They're going to literally be going up to people and saying, hey, here's a gift for those people dying over there. But their bodies are going to be in the streets for 3.5 days. And then after 3.5 days, they're going to stand up, and then they are going to ascend into heaven. And it says, and their enemies saw them. And that wouldn't really be possible, because I can barely see that neon sign 800 feet down the road. So how would their enemies see them? Well, now we have cell phones. Everybody's going to be recording everything. It's going to be all over the place, and everybody will be able to see it all over CNN, Fox News, whatever. It's very neat. Technology fills in a lot of the blanks that the Revelation had, and that's why I believe that the rapture could occur in my time, because technology now allows all of this stuff to happen. So anyways, they will ascend up into heaven, and that is really, really neat. All right, and then it goes to, let's see, where we were. Okay. Oh, and then it ends in Revelation 11:19, where it says, the temple of God was opened in heaven, and the ark of his covenant was seen in his temple, and there were lightnings, noises, thunderings, and an earthquake, and great hail. First off, so remember I said that Revelation is a book of sevens. If you chase down how many things are opened in, like how many different things are opened in the book of Revelation, there are 7 different things that are open, and the temple of God was opened, being one of them. So that's kind of neat. And also the Ark of the Covenant, the real one is up in heaven. You get that from Hebrews 9:23. Everything that you and I have down here is just replica, everything. So that's kind of neat too, because when you chase that down and you understand that the tabernacle back in the Old Testament, it was basically a portable type of worship place that they could just pack up and move around and then open up and set up and then worship in and do all their sacrifices that they needed to do. When you go into a tabernacle and you walk into it, there's one door into the tabernacle. Right when you walk in, picture a rectangle. Right when you walk into this tabernacle and you look to your right, there is a table there with 12 pieces of showbread. And the 12 pieces of showbread represent the 12 tribes of Israel. And then when you look to your left, you see a menorah. A menorah is 7 candlesticks, right? That 7 candlesticks represent the 7 churches, or some people say the 7 spirits of God. And then when you look right in front of you, you see an altar burning incense with smoke going up. And that is emblematic of the prayers of the saints that are going before the Lord, smelling like a sweet aroma. And then right behind the altar of incense, there is a veil hanging down. And that is where, if you go past that veil, you're in the holy place. But when you go through that veil, you are in the Holy of Holies. and that is where only a high priest could go one time a year and only under um, uh, strict ceremonial preparation, and he could go back there. And in the Holy of Holy place, that is where the Ark of the Covenant was. That's where the Ark of the Covenant was placed, and the top of the Ark of the Covenant was, or the lid, is what's called the mercy seat. And so that is really neat to see that kind of stuff. So that is a little review, and I don't know how long that took me, but that is Revelation 1 through 11 and Daniel 9 in a nutshell. And that's stuff that we went over before. All right, I'm going to read some comments. Sheesh. Hey, what's up, CJ? You made it just in time. I just completed the recap. Thanks for being here. Hey, Christine. It was great. Thanks, Deidre. The Holy of Holies is a great song, too. Oh, man. Oh, you missed it? Thank you. Have a great night. Power and Truth. All right. We're going to be going through Revelation 12 and 13 here in just a moment. I'm just catching up, talking to you guys for a little bit. Sorry that you missed it. I put these up on YouTube, by the way, if you want to click on my my profile, and there's like a little YouTube thing, and it's all raw. Everything is, it's not edited whatsoever. It's pretty much what you're seeing right here. I just kind of throw it up on YouTube if you care about that. What's up, Chosen? Let's see. Man, I already forget. Simba, what's up, man? Hi, lady. Is this part of the rapture? What do you mean? Aren't we supposed to have a power outage for 3 days on the 23rd? Hi, Kate. I wouldn't really get too wrapped up in all that kind of stuff, what people are saying out there on TikTok, and this is going to happen, this is going to happen. Nope. I mean, nobody knows. They're just speculating, and there's no real reason for doing what they're doing. I think it's important to understand that, and it's also important to understand that we need to be focused on Christ and Christ alone. If we are so focused on Him, then you might be a little scared here and there, but it is so neat how encouraged you are. He lifts you up, and so I think that's important to know that. So I encourage you to just focus on Christ, and everything else will kind of fade away. Okay, scrolling down here. Can I go live with you? I'm gonna trying to think. Ryan, you have the best study group. Thanks, Jules. Thanks for being. Who is the man? What was his name? He was here. I wanted to ask him about. Hey, Kim, lady. Hello, Ryan. When you give gifts, do you get money for it? I'd like to pay for the knowledge you're giving me. Oh, Becca, don't worry about giving me anything. I have no idea. I think, yeah, but Becca, don't even think about it. I'm just glad you're here. You being here is all I need. So please do not give me gifts. Mech. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. I've never read Revelation myself. Yeah, it's an amazing book. It is absolutely amazing. Jesus already paid. Yep. You know why nobody knows? It's all a fairy tale. Hi, nurse. I remember you being here before. I appreciate you coming back. I don't think it's a fairy tale. The Ark of the Covenant had to be covered in blue cloth when it was transported. Interesting. Okay. Man, who is the guy? I want to say Hardy. Hardy, are you still here? I kind of wanted to pick your brain to see if that kind of answered any of your question. Keo, Revelation, yep. Waiting on Armand. Thank you for answering all my tons of my questions. Candace, yeah, you're welcome. I do my best. Sheesh. I like how you reference the sweet aroma of the prayers of the saints. That is true. Very true. I mean, when you pray and you are a child of God, it is a beautiful aroma. Did you hear what Prince Charles said at the summit meeting? It was prophetic. I heard, are you talking about how he wants to give one person access to trillions of dollars at his disposal, and for him to be over the governments of the world, because yes, if it's something about, because you said Prince Charles, so he's King Charles right now. So I don't know if you're referring back when he was Prince, but if you said something recently, I didn't see it. Hi Ryan, I'm trying to take notes. You talk too fast. Well, sorry. I do that just because it's a review. I'll try to slow it down here when we continue on. But if you want to go back, I put all these up on my little YouTube. There's a link in my profile that you can click on the YouTube little button there, and it should take you to all of the, and I labeled it so you can see Revelation 1 and 2, Revelation 3 and 4, and I did that kind of stuff too. So if you would like to. What is the incense for? The incense is so the incense is a representation of the prayers of the saints. So when you pray, if you are a child of God, it goes before the Lord, and it is a sweet aroma to him. So that is a representation. So when you go into the tabernacle on your right, there's 12 pieces of showbread. That represents 12 tribes of Israel. When you look on your left, there's the menorah. That's the 7 churches, or some people say the 7 spirits of God. When you look in front of you, there's an altar burning incense, and that is a picture of the prayers of the saints. So, Sassy, hi. Any suggestions for Christian dating? Yeah, church. I would say find somebody who is chasing Christ, and that will be you want somebody who's chasing him, and if you find somebody who's chasing him, then that's just gonna pour out into your world, which is really neat. But it is getting tough in this world. I understand that for sure. When I was a kid, my pastor showed us a movie called The Burning Hell. Scared the heck out of me. Oh gosh. I couldn't read it. LOL, no glasses for right now. In bed listening. Okay. Read Matthew 28, verse 19. Yo, what's up? Yo. Are they out there? Yeah. I would say, yeah. I think that, yeah, there's still some good ones out there. They're few and far between, unfortunately. But I would not marry or date anybody who is not a Christian. Don't do that. Do not do that. That's why I'm lucky I'm old. Yeah. At sheesh, but it goes on to say, Ryan, how they will be burned with special incense, I believe. The incense, yeah, sweet smelling aroma. He's practically quoting Revelation 13 about breathing life and their agenda using. Was that recent? Shad for Yeshua? Because if he talked, I did not see it, but I would be interested in actually watching that. Do you think we'll be raptured before or after the red calf sacrifice? I don't know. I don't think it really matters one way or the other. If it happens after, it doesn't really change anything. If it happens before, it doesn't really change anything. But what we do know is that there's going to be a temple sometime before. There needs to be a temple literally standing before the tribulation actually begins. So we're seeing the foundation being poured right now. Not literally, but they could do that right now if they wanted to. They have all this stuff. Being equally yoked is so important. Absolutely. Where do you believe we are on the timeline of Revelation? Christy, hello. The timeline, I mean, we are right on the cusp. There is literally nothing, in my opinion, that needs to take place anymore in order for the rapture to occur. The rapture is imminent right now, and so it's so interesting. We're going to get into Revelation chapter 12, but it just blows my mind how people are just blowing this up. And I get it because, signs of the time, paying attention, whatever. But they're turning it into something that is not the way I see it, I guess is the way I'll word that. Yeah, okay, so I'm glad you are doing a review. Yeah, it's been a minute. I read the entire book of Revelation last year and loved it. It's my favorite book. They're very few and far between for the Christian men out in Iowa, too. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry, Glitter. They're out there. They're just hard to find. And I'm sorry for you guys. It is such a weird world, man. Like everybody, like there's like I saw videos. My buddy sent me this one video, and I don't know, but it was on some talk show. But it was where there's like four dudes on one side of the table and four girls on the other side of the table. And I don't know what it was all about, but the clip that he sent me was where the guys asked the girls, "Would you rather have a social media with like millions of followers or a husband who makes six figures and is loyal?" And like three out of the four girls chose the millions of followers on social media. And that was kind of a little insight on the way that ladies, like women and men, are, that's kind of where we're at in the world. People care more about what you think about them more than what God thinks about them, and that is unfortunate. Um, we're a generation all about how we look, and we want to be pretty boys, and we want to do this and that, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with like making sure that you look good and decent and stuff like that, but when it gets to the unhealthy and you're obsessing over it, and you take a million pictures and you post one that has all kinds of filters on it, I don't know, it's just a weird world. Very, very sad. I have a question that's so long to write my go live with you. Okay, yeah, I'll bring you up, and I will just for a couple minutes though. Okay, Jules, I invited you, so come on up, and then we will do Revelation 12 and 13.
Good evening. Earlier you were
Hello.
reading. Can you hear me?
I can. How you doing, Jules?
I'm good. Hi, Ryan. Hi, everybody. So my question is, you were reading earlier. You said um, Lucifer was not the one that got kicked out, and you named someone else. As long as I can remember, I was told Lucifer was the one that got kicked out of heaven because he began to envious what God had. So it's not Lucifer. The name is not Lucifer or Gabriel or something.
Are you talking about in Revelation 8, verse 10?
Yeah, you read it earlier, and I was like, great. So Lucifer never got kicked out of heaven?
Yeah, so it's really interesting because right now, so that star that I was referring to in Revelation 8, verse 10, it says star, and I said that some people think that this is referring to Satan, um, and you can make an argument on that, and it is what it is. There's no reason to argue, like have any kind of division on what you think or what I think. But in
Uh-huh.
Revelation 9, verse 1, it says, "I saw a star fallen from heaven to the earth. To him was given the key." So that star is a he. So I think that that right there could be Satan himself. But
Hmm.
it is so Satan right now can still go before the Lord because he's constantly going before the Lord, accusing the brethren day and night, right? So he's doing that. He's still doing that today. So he still has access to heaven, the world, the earth, and the world that we're living in right now is his domain. And when you read Revelation chapter 2, I think it talks about where my faithful martyr Antipas was killed. That's where Satan dwells. So Satan dwells here on the earth. He walks about like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. So he's living and very active in the world that we're in today, but he can still go before the Lord. But when we get to Revelation, a couple of chapters into the here in a little bit in Revelation, you're going to see that he's going to be thrown out of heaven, and after that, he's going to know his time is short, and he's just going to start wreaking havoc on the. Actually, we're going to go over that in Revelation 12, I think, or 13, one of the two.
Okay, let me get my Bible. So,
Yeah.
it's not for me. It's not more argument. It's more I want to be educated because I'm
Yeah.
still learning. So it's not, his name is not Lucifer. It's a different name.
No, no, no. Thanks, Becca. No, it is. It would be if it is Satan. If that angel or star
Uh-huh.
is Satan, that would be Lucifer.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. All right. So yes, you want it. I could get off, or we could read it together, whichever you prefer.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm just gonna start in Revelation 12, but I'm probably gonna let you go, and you can hang out and chat though. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And thank you for answering my question.
Absolutely. See you. All right. Cool glasses. Yeah, those are some cool glasses. All right, so we're going to start diving into Revelation chapter 12. And before I start this, I just want you guys to know, if you're new here, my name is Ryan. If you guys have any questions, feel free to shoot me a message. You don't have to follow me. You can just shoot me a message because I have my messages open to receive anybody. So if you have any questions about anything, I'd be more than happy to talk to you about that kind of stuff. Also, I want you guys to know, more importantly, we're going through Revelation just because I think it's really applicable in the world that we're living in. But more importantly, we need to understand how to know for sure that we can get to heaven. And that is by believing and understanding that Jesus was God's son, that he was born, he led a sinless life, he died on the cross for our sins, he rose again on the third day, and the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. It's not for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord and gets baptized or and goes to church or and gives money to the church or that kind of stuff. It is literally for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord, like cry out to the Lord and say, Lord, I need you, save me. You need to understand that you are a sinner. You need to repent. The word repent means to change your mind. You need to start seeing sin how God sees sins. Change. You're not going to be a super Christian overnight, if there is such a thing as a super Christian, but you need to have the idea and understanding and pursue that Christ-like relationship or walk on this earth. Thank you, Chili. Or child, Chili. But that is what it is. It is by Christ and Christ alone, nothing else. It is for by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. So I want you guys to understand that more than anything else. Okay, I'll say that again here in probably 30 minutes, but that is the most important thing. Okay, so we're going to start diving into Revelation chapter 12, and Revelation chapter 12, verse 1. I'm just going to actually just read through the whole book, or the whole chapter here, and then we'll go back and we'll dissect it bit by bit. But in Revelation 12, it says this, Now a great sign appeared in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a garland of 12 stars. Then being with child, she cried out in labor and in pain to give birth. And another sign appeared in heaven. Behold, a great fiery red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 diadems on his heads. His tail drew a third of the stars of heaven and threw them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman who was ready to give birth, to devour her child as soon as it was born. She bore a male child who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron. And her child was caught up to God and his throne. Then the woman fled into the wilderness, where she has a place prepared by God, that they should feed her there 1,260 days. And war broke out in heaven. Michael and his angels fought with the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fought. But they did not prevail, nor was a place found for them in heaven any longer. So the great dragon was cast out, that serpent of old, called the devil and Satan, who deceives the whole world. He was cast to the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Then I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, Now salvation and strength in the kingdom of our God and the power of his Christ have come. For the accuser of our brethren, who accused them before our God day and night, has been cast down. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. And they did not love their lives to the death. Therefore rejoice, O heavens, and you who dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and the sea, for the devil has come down to you having great wrath, because he knows that he has a short time. Now when the dragon saw that he had been cast to the earth, he persecuted the woman who gave birth to the male child. But the woman was given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness to her place, where she is nourished for a time, and times, and half a time, from the presence of the serpent. So the serpent spewed water out of his mouth like a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away by the flood. But the earth helped the woman, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed up the flood which the dragon had spewed out of his mouth. And the dragon was enraged with the woman, and he went to make war with the rest of her offspring who keep the commandments of God and have the testimony of Jesus Christ. That is, it's interesting, right? So there's going to be, trying to think here, there's going to be a lot that, like, I'm sure you guys have been paying attention with stuff that people are putting out on TikTok and taking pictures and saying this, look over here, this is Revelation 12, all this kind of stuff, right? So let's unpack this. So we're going to go back to Revelation chapter 12, verse 1, and we're going to go through it verse by verse now. And so in Revelation 12:1, it says this: Now a great sign appeared in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a garland of 12 stars. Okay, so right here, let's go, if you have your Bibles with you, go to Genesis chapter 37. Genesis 37. So we're going to find out who this woman is, what's going on with this woman. Genesis 37. And we're going to go to Genesis 37, verse 5. Genesis 37, verse 5, and we're going to read to verse 10. Genesis 37, verse 5 to 10. And it says this in Genesis 37, verse 5. Now Joseph had a dream, and he told it to his brothers, and they hated him even more. So he said to them, Please hear this dream which I have dreamed. There we were, binding sheaves in the field. Then behold, my sheaf arose and also stood upright. And indeed, your sheaves stood all around and bowed down to my sheaf. And his brother said to him, Shall you indeed reign over us? Or shall you indeed have dominion over us? So they hated him even more for his dreams and for his words. Then he dreamed still another dream and told it to his brothers and said, Look, I have dreamed another dream, and this time the sun, the moon, and the 11 stars bowed down to me. So he told it to his father and his brothers. And his father rebuked him and said to him, What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall your mother and I and your brothers indeed come to bow down to the earth before you? So this is what's going on. Okay, so in Revelation chapter 12, the woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, is Israel. This is a picture of Israel. This whole chapter, the two main players are Israel and this dragon, right? And so what you're seeing in this, just so from an aerial view as we continue on in Revelation chapter 12, the woman is Israel. This is going to be like a play out, like how it all kind of transpired, right? So when it says a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a garland of 12 stars. When you go to Genesis 37, it says in verse 9, it says, Look, I have another dream, and this time the sun, the moon, and the 11 stars bowed down to me. Okay, so you're seeing the sun, you're seeing the moon, and you're seeing the 11 stars. There's 11 stars there. So why is it in Revelation chapter 12, why does it say 12 stars? Because it says 12 stars in Revelation, but in Genesis it says 11. Well, the answer is because Joseph was the other star. He's just not referring to himself as a star. Joseph is that 12th star. So these 12 stars are the 12 tribes of Israel. So what about the moon and the sun? Who are they? Well, that is his father. That is Joseph's father and his mother. Jacob is Joseph's father, and his mother is Rebekah. So Jacob and Rebekah. So the sun and the moon are Jacob and Rebekah, and the 12 stars are the Joseph and his 11 brothers. So that answers the question of who is the woman? What's going on with this woman, right? So this woman, who is it? It is Israel. This is the story of Israel. And so when people are out there right now and they show a constellation up in the sky and they're like, it's the Revelation 12 sign, they have no idea that the Revelation 12 sign is not even like this. It's not the Revelation. Like, I mean, I see what they're saying. Like, I'm not like condemning them or making fun of them or anything like that. It's important to understand that there's a certain order of events that take place, right? And so the first thing that needs to happen is the rapture needs to take place first. And then after that, Then you have 3.5 years of tribulation. But right here, this is somewhere around the middle point of the tribulation, where this is all transpiring. So the Revelation 12 sign that they're saying would imply that we are in the tribulation. So when they say it's the Revelation 12 sign, it's not. It doesn't apply. And so that's what I need you to understand. So it's almost labeling it incorrectly. I get what they're saying, but it's leading certain people to think that we're in a different place on the timeline, God's timeline, in a sense. And so the woman clothed with the sun and the moon under her feet and on her head a garland of 12 stars. 12 stars, Joseph and his brothers. The sun and the moon are Jacob and Rebekah. So that is what that is referring to. So as we progress here, think about this woman. Every time you hear the woman, think of just Israel. This is Israel. Israel is as a nation, okay? So, and then in verse 2 of Revelation 12, verse 2, it says, "Then being with child, she cried out in labor and in pain to give birth." So there's a couple places in the Bible where this is also referenced. So if you want to go to Micah chapter 4 real fast, Micah chapter 4, we can Micah chapter 4. All right, Micah chapter 4, verse 10. It says in Micah chapter 4, verse 10, "Be in pain and labor to bring forth, O daughter of Zion, like a woman in birth pangs. For now you shall go forth from the city. You shall dwell in the field, and to Babylon you shall go. There you shall be delivered. There the Lord will redeem you from the hands of your enemies." So you're seeing this is in Revelation 12:2. Then being with child, she cried out in labor and in pain to give birth. So this is what's been talked about in the Old Testament. And then when you go to Micah 5, verse 2, it talks about the same thing in Micah 5, verse 2 and 3, where it says, "But you, Bethlehem Ephrathah, though you were little among the thousands of Judah, yet out of you shall come forth to me the one to be ruler in Israel, whose goings forth are from old, from everlasting." And then in verse 3 it says, "Therefore he shall give them up until the time that she who is in labor has given birth. Then the remnant of his brethren shall return to the children of Israel." So you're seeing the connection there from the Old Testament into the New. And in Revelation chapter 12, verse 2, that's what it's talking about. So you can see where that's going back into to the Old Testament. But then we get to Revelation 12, verse 3, and it says, "And another sign appeared in heaven. Behold, a great fiery red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 diadems on his heads." Now, this is interesting. So we already did Daniel 9, the Daniel 9 prophecy, which was amazing. So let's go to Daniel chapter 7, because now we're gonna just unpack this, and this might be a little confusing unless you have some background on it, but I will do my best to explain this kind of stuff as best as I can. But Daniel chapter 7. So in Daniel, so go ahead and turn to Daniel 7. But in Revelation chapter 12, verse 3, it says, "Another sign appeared in heaven. Behold, a great fiery red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 diadems on his heads." Okay, so what we see here is fiery red dragon that has 7 heads, 10 horns, and 7 diadems on his heads. So the word diadems there, I don't know if you remember, but diadems is the ruling type of crown. I'm surprised it doesn't say crown here, but it could say crown. This 10 horns and 7 crowns on his head. So these diadems are the ruling. Remember, Stephanos is something that you're given when you are when you're competing at like the Olympics or something like that. The diadem is ruling crowns. So these are rulers. Whoever has these crowns on, they are rulers. So that is important to understand for contextual reasons. But when you go to Daniel 7, we will go to I kind of want to just read the whole chapter, but it's a lot. All right. Okay. Um, are you okay? Are you guys okay if I read the whole chapter? I mean, it's kind of important. Um, it's kind of hard. Um, it's kind of hard to understand the entire thing. I could paraphrase it, probably wouldn't do its justice. All right, I'm going to read Daniel 7, verse 4. So, Daniel, basically, the idea, Daniel is having this vision right here. And so, what his first vision in Daniel 4, he sees the first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. I watched till its wings were plucked off, and it was lifted from the earth to make and made to stand on 2 feet like a man, and a man's heart was given to it. This is the picture here of this lion is talking about the Babylonian Empire. This is all prophetic. This is what this is the vision. He sees these empires that are going to come into being. And so the first empire is Babylon, and that is where King Nebuchadnezzar was the ruler of that time. Then when you go further into the future, he says, and suddenly another beast, a second like a bear, it raised up on one side and had 3 ribs in its mouth between its teeth, and they said to us, arise, devour much flesh. This is the second world empire, and this is this is the Persian empire, and this is where King Cyrus and King Darius were the rulers of this empire. But then that empire fell, and then the next one that came up after that in verse 6, Daniel 7, verse 6, it says, after this I looked up, and there was another, like a leopard, which had on its back 4 wings of a bird. The beast also had 4 heads, and dominion was given to it. This is referring to Alexander the Great. The 4 heads there that it talks about are the 4 generals that are mentioned, 4 of his most trusted generals, but that's not really important to dive into that right now. But then when you get to Daniel 7, verse 7, it says this, after this I saw in the night visions, and behold, a 4th beast, dreadful and terrible, exceedingly strong. It had huge iron teeth. It was devouring, breaking in pieces, trampling in the residue with its feet. It was different from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. So this empire was something that he didn't know how to describe. So when you look at the empires before it, he described one as a lion, the other one as a bear, and the other one as a leopard, because he could describe it, because he knew it. He could see that, and he's like, oh, that's kind of like this. But then he sees this 4th beast, and he doesn't know how to describe it. So he describes it in a way that it was not like he's not describing it like an animal that he recognized it. He describes it by saying it's dreadful and terrible. It was exceedingly strong. It had iron teeth. He's like, what is this? He doesn't know how to say it. So he's describing it to you and I the best way that he can. But what he ends it by saying it had 10 horns. And this is, he's talking about the Roman Empire here. And so the 10 horns there are going to come back into play, but we're going to keep on reading. We're going to kind of go all over the place here. So hopefully you guys can understand. It is kind of complicated, and so hopefully you guys can stick with it, but I'm going to do my best here. But keep in mind that in Revelation 12, we are trying to figure out the 7 heads and the 10 horns. That's what our goal here is in Daniel 7. All right, so in Daniel 7 verse 8, it says this, I was considering the horns, and there was another horn, a little horn, coming up among them, before whom 3 of the first horns were plucked out by the roots, and there in this horn were eyes like the eyes of a man, and a mouth speaking pompous words. Okay, so you're going to see this character who is referred to as the little horn. And this little horn is, just keep in your mind whenever you see a little horn, that this is going to be a representation or emblematic of the Antichrist. This little horn is always going to be speaking pompous words. That is just one of the characteristics of this Antichrist. He is a boaster. He's going to be, pompous words are going to be coming out of his mouth. So keep that in mind. And then we go to verse 9, And it says, in Daniel 7, verse 9, I watched till thrones were put in place, and the Ancient of Days was seated. His garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head was like pure wool. His throne was a fiery flame, its wheels a burning fire. A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. 1,000 thousands ministered to him. 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. The court was seated, and the books were opened. Okay, so I want to go back to Daniel 7, verse 9, where it says, I watched till thrones were put in place. This is interesting because it says thrones were put in place. Now, mind you, this is Daniel before Jesus was even born. Daniel is a Jew. He is seeing these visions, and he is just writing down best that he can what he sees. He has no idea what's going on. And now he's describing somebody who his garments was white as snow, his hair white as wool. But before he gets to that point, he says, I watched till thrones, plural, were put in place. And then he says, and the Ancient of Days was seated. Does that make you guys think of anything? Because for me, it makes me think of Revelation chapter 4, where John is in the throne room and he sees a throne surrounded by 24 thrones. That is neat. That could be referring to the 24 elders, but he is most definitely, yeah, that's right, CJ. He's talking about Jesus here. And it says, and the Ancient of Days was seated. His garment was white as snow. And it's important to know that Daniel saw these thrones, but he didn't recognize who they were because the church and the elders was still a mystery to Daniel. The church was not even a thing during this time. So he's seeing this stuff, not having any idea who anybody is. It wasn't until Ephesians 3:9 when the mystery was revealed to be the church. That was Paul who actually was able to unveil that mystery, the mystery being the church. But anyways, in Daniel 7, he's describing what he's seeing, and he says, and the Ancient of Days was seated, his garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head. He's talking about Jesus here. And then in verse 11 of Daniel 7, it says, I watched then because of the sound of the pompous words which the horn was speaking. I watched till the beast was slain, and its body destroyed and given to the burning flame. As for the rest of the beasts, they had their dominion taken away, yet their lives were prolonged for a season and a time. So you see that horn, remember that horn was speaking, that horn, Antichrist. And then it goes on in the verse 13, it says, I was watching in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man, coming with the clouds of heaven. He came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. Then to him was given dominion and glory and kingdom. Then all the people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom, the one which shall not be destroyed. So there's a lot going on here, but this is neat because it says in verse 13, it says, and behold, one like the Son of Man. Now, when you go and you read the Gospels, you see Jesus, he refers to himself as the Son of Man. Now, it doesn't really make any sense, right? Like, what's that all about? Like, I never really, why does he call himself the Son of Man? Because when, man, I know Adam in Hebrew, Adam means man, Son of Man, but he's calling himself Son of Man. This is capital. Why is Daniel is calling this person the Son of Man? And then Jesus in the New Testament is referring to himself as the Son of Man. It's just so neat. So when Jesus identified himself as the Son of Man, he expected all the Pharisees and all the Jewish people to recognize what he was doing when he was saying that. He's like, the Son of Man, the Son of Man. That's not something that people really would recognize unless you were studying the Old Testament. So anyways, that's a neat connection right there. But in verse 15 of Daniel 7, it says, I, Daniel, was grieved in my spirit within my body, and the visions of my head troubled me. I came near to one of those who stood by and asked him the truth of all of this. So he told me and made known to me the interpretation of these things. In verse 17, it says, those great beasts, which are four kings, which arise out of the earth. But the saints of the Most High shall receive the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever. Now this is really interesting. Daniel 7:19, it says this, Then I wished to know the truth about the fourth beast, which was different from all the others, exceedingly dreadful, with its teeth of iron and its nails of bronze, which devoured, broke in pieces, and trampled the residue with its feet. So in verse 9, Daniel 7:19, so what you're seeing here is Daniel has the option to talk to somebody about what's going on here. And he goes up to this person and he asked the question. And he said, it's interesting because it says, Daniel said, I wish to know the truth about the fourth beast. He didn't go up and say, I want to know about the first beast or the second beast or the third beast. He said, I want to know about the fourth beast. What is going on there? Because he didn't understand it. He didn't know what was going on with it. He could understand the first and second and the third because it was relatable. He understood it because that was during his time. The fourth beast is not during his time. That was into the future. And so that's why he wanted to know about that one specifically. In verse 20, though, after he describes the fourth beast, which is talking about the Roman Empire, in Daniel 7, verse 20, it says, And the 10 horns that were on its head, and the other horn which came up, before which 3 fell, namely that horn which had eyes and a mouth which spoke pompous words, whose appearance was greater than its fellows. Okay, so lots going on here. We're doing all kinds of math. But it says in verse 20, it says, And the 10 horns were on its head, and the other horn. So you have a total of 11 horns here. You have 10, and then you have and the other horn, which came up, before which 3 fell, namely that horn which had the eyes and the mouth which spoke pompous words. Again, you're seeing pompous. When you see this pompous word, this is emblematic of the Antichrist. This guy is going to be a boaster. He's going to be prideful. He's going to be proud. And I don't know if that's ringing any bells in any of you guys, but you can make your own assumptions on the Antichrist, and it's kind of fun to toss ideas around and try to figure it out, because why wouldn't you want to do that? I do that all the time. But then in at the end of verse 20, it says, whose appearance was greater than his fellows. And then, okay, so then in verse 21, it says, I was watching in the same horn, that little horn. So I want you to think like 10 horns, 10 kings, and then there's a little horn, okay? I was watching, and the same horn was making war against the saints and prevailing against them. Okay, so I don't know if there's anybody who thinks about, believes in the mid-tribulation or the post-tribulation, but here's another thing that can help you guys, or maybe kind of sway you one way or the other. But here's another thing that really backs up a pre-tribulation rapture. Okay, so follow me with this one. In Daniel 7, verse 21, what you see here is that you see this horn was making war against the saints, and it says that he was prevailing against them. So I'm going to turn to Revelation 13:7 real fast. So in Revelation 13:7, it says this, it was granted to him to make war with the saints and to overcome them, and authority was given him over every tribe, tongue, and nation. So you're seeing that this guy, the Antichrist, is going to be able to overcome the saints, right? Okay, so now you're like, well, wait a second, I'm a saint, so you're telling me that Satan's going to be able to overcome me? Well, that is very interesting. So let's go to Matthew 16, verse 18. Matthew 16, verse 18. In Matthew 16, verse 18, it says this. This is Jesus talking, mind you. So Jesus is talking, Matthew 16, verse 18, and it says this, and I also say to you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades shall not prevail against it. So it's interesting because it says in Daniel 7, verse 21, that this little horn was making war against the saints and prevailing against them. But in Matthew, and then in also Revelation 13, it says that he was able to overcome them. But Jesus says in Matthew 16:18, it says the gates of Hades shall not prevail against it. Because what he's talking about here in Matthew 16:18 is he is saying, my church, this is the church. He's not going to prevail against the church. The church is completely different. This is why it's important to understand there are different categories of saints. In the Old Testament, they are Old Testament saints. And then after Jesus died and rose again, then the church was born. And now we are church. We are the church. We are the bride. We are different. We are in a different category. We're all saints, but we're in a different category. We have different roles to fulfill. So you have the Old Testament saints, you have the bride, and then you have tribulation saints. So what I need you to understand is that the saints that are going to be prevailed against, that Satan is going to overcome or prevail against, that is not the church. That is what I need you to understand. That is not referring to the church. Matthew 16:18, you are my church, and the gates of Hades shall not prevail. So just another little nugget on why I believe that it is a pre-tribulation rapture. I hope that makes sense to you guys. That is referring to the people who are left on the earth during the tribulation, and that is important to understand. Thank you, Brian. Thank you. Okay, so then we go to Daniel 7, verse 22. I'm going to pick up Daniel 7, verse 22. Or I'm going to start in 21. It says, I was watching, and the same horn was making war against the saints and prevailing against them until the Ancient of Days came, and a judgment was made in favor of the saints of the Most High. And the time came for the saints to possess the kingdom. In verse 23, it says, thus he said, the fourth beast shall be a fourth kingdom on earth, which shall be different from all other kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth. Trample it and break it in pieces. Okay, so here we get to verse 24, because this is where, again, we read in Revelation 12:3. We're trying to figure out what's going on in Revelation 12:3, and so we're finally figuring it out a little bit. So Revelation 12:3, the thing that we're trying to figure out is that there is a great fiery red dragon having 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 diadems on his head. So that's what we're trying to figure out. What's going on there? So in Daniel 7, verse 24, it says this, the 10 horns are 10 kings who shall arise from this kingdom. So out of the Roman Empire, out of the revived Roman Empire, there's going to be 10 horns, and the 10 horns are 10 kings. So you could read that as just saying, there's going to be 10 kings. These 10 kings, they're going to arise from this kingdom, and another shall arise after them. He shall be different from the first ones, and shall subdue 3 kings. So 10 minus 3 equals 7. So when you go to Revelation 12:3, it says that there's 7 heads and 7 crowns on those heads. So that is these 7 heads. The 10 horns are the 10 kings. I hope you guys are tracking this. So in Revelation 12:3, you see that there are 10 horns. Daniel 7:24, the 10 horns are 10 kings. So the 10 horns are 10 kings here. Okay? But it says there are 7 heads. Why are there 7? Well, in Daniel 7:24, it says that he subdued 3 of the kings. So 10 minus 3 equals 7. So now there are 7. And then in verse 25, it says, he shall speak pompous words. There's that pompous again. You keep seeing pompous, pompous, pompous. This guy is such a boaster. Like, look at me. Who is like me? Who is like the beast, right? That's what this guy is all going to be about. He's going to be all about himself. Obviously, because he's going to go into the Holy of Holies and sit down, and he's going to be the abomination of desolation and say, I am God. That is what's going to be going on there. But in Daniel 7, verse 25, it says, he shall speak pompous words against the Most High, shall persecute the saints of the Most High, and shall intend to change times and law. That's really interesting. He's going to be mixing it all up. So the idea here from my opinion, is that he wants to change the times and the law because like we in the Old Testament, the Jewish people, now remember, the Jewish people are God's chosen people. God made the covenant with Abraham. It was a one-sided covenant. It was only God directed towards Abraham, which means Abraham can't do anything to break the covenant. It was only on God's side. So God is the one who is upholding his promise to Abraham. But there are feasts of the Lord, and they're supposed to be on certain times of the day. Like they're held to a strict calendar. The Jewish people are. They held to a different calendar than the one that we go off of here in America. And it's interesting because it says he shall intend to change times and law. And you can look at that as almost like he's mixing everything up. It's not about what you did for your God or what you're doing for your God. And it's also important to understand that it's not about just the Christian God. It's not about Jesus Christ. It is about anybody who is worshiping any other God, whether you're a Muslim and you worship Allah or any of this other stuff. It doesn't matter whether you pray to Mary. It doesn't have anything to do with. He's like, I am God. I don't care who you're praying towards, Buddha, whatever. No, you're worshiping me. And so he's changing everything up. And then in Daniel 7:25, he continues, it says, then the saints shall be given into his hand for a time and times and half a time. So you keep seeing the same thing over and over again. You have time, half a time. That's 3.5 years. You have 42 months. That's 3.5 years. Or you have 1,260 days. That is 3.5 years. These are all different ways of saying 3.5 years. And so I hope you guys are understanding what the 10 horns. The 10 horns are the 10 kings. 3 of the kings were subdued, so that means that there are 7 horns left. The 7 heads are the 7 kings, and there are 7 diadems, 7 crowns on their heads. So these are going to be 7 kings who are in ruling positions. Really confusing, but hopefully you guys are getting that. It is very interesting, very, very interesting. But the 7 kingdoms, if you're interested, are Egypt, Assyria, Babylon, Persia, Greece, Rome, and the revived Roman Empire. Oh, that's what's going on there. So that's a lot, but that's what's going on. Daniel 7 is very, very important to understand Revelation. Even 7, Daniel 7, 9, 10, and 11, and 12 are all fundamental. These books are so woven together that you have to study both of them in order to understand it, or else you don't really know what's going on. So in Revelation, I'm back in Revelation now. Revelation chapter 12, verse 3. Hopefully that answers that question for you guys. So just to recap on the first 3 verses, Revelation chapter 12, where you see a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and on her head a garland of 12 stars. The 12 stars, this is all a picture of Israel, the nation of Israel. This is the story of Israel, okay? But then after it gives you the setting of the woman being Israel, now we're introduced to this dragon. The dragon is Satan. And we're going to figure that out when, if you go to Revelation 12, verse 9, it identifies who the dragon is. In Revelation 12, verse 9, it says, so that great dragon was cast out, that serpent of old, called the devil and Satan. So there's no denying it. Revelation 12, 9 identifies who this dragon is. This is Satan. I haven't seen that before. Thank you. That's neat. But so this dragon is Satan. So you are introduced to the woman, that's Israel. You're introduced to the dragon, that's Satan. Now we're going down to verse 4 in Revelation 12, verse 4. It says this, his tail drew a third of the stars of heaven and threw them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman, who was ready to give birth to devour her child as soon as it was born. She bore a male child who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron, and her child was caught up to God and his throne. Okay, so we're getting an overview of the nation of Israel. Okay, so what do you have? You have this woman, Israel. You have the dragon, Satan, and now you see that this woman, Israel, gave birth to a child. This child is Jesus Christ. Now we're like, we're like taking the highlights of history right here. This is how I need you to look at it. Look at this as highlights of history. So Israel gave birth to the child, which is Jesus Christ. Now, as a disclaimer, I'm going to let you know that some people think that the woman is the church, but there's a lot of danger in that way of thinking. Like I wouldn't kind of say that before, but some people think that Israel forfeited their responsibilities and then the church is now replacing Israel. That is not true at all. The church has their very specific role and Israel has their very specific role. So it's important to understand that. So the woman here is Israel. Israel in verse 5 says she bore a male child who was to rule all the nations. It's also important to understand that if you're one of those people who think that the woman is the church, then you got a big problem, because the woman, if you think the woman is the church and the woman is pregnant, that's a big problem, because the church, the bride, is a virgin bride. We are a virgin bride. So if you think that the woman here is the church, you got to explain to me how she's pregnant. That doesn't make any sense. So my point in here, and it's important to understand this, is that the woman is Israel. And hopefully I made that clear when we went to Genesis. When we went to Genesis 37, verse 5 through 10. Okay, so this is an overview. This is the highlights of what's happened in history. So you have Israel, then you have the dragon, who is Satan, and now you have this male child who is being introduced. And it says in verse 5 that he is to rule all the nations with a rod of iron. And her child was caught up to God in his throne. So where it says rod of iron, rule all nations with a rod of iron. If you go to Psalm chapter 2 real fast, you'll see that this is a phrase that is commonly, it's mentioned many times throughout the Bible, but Revelation 2 verse 9, Psalms chapter 2 verse 9, it says, you shall break them with a rod of iron. You shall dash them to pieces like a potter's vessel. It also is referenced in Revelation chapter 2 verse 27. Chapter 2 verse 27, it says, he shall rule them with a rod of iron. They shall be dashed to pieces like a potter's vessel. That is quoting Psalm chapter 2. So rod of iron, ruling with a rod of iron, this has been used throughout the Bible. So it's important to understand that it's connecting all throughout the scripture. It's connecting, it's coming back together, and this is the revelation, this is the unveiling of Jesus Christ. So in Revelation 12 verse 5, it says, she bore a male child who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron, and her child was caught up to God and his throne. Now the word caught up there is very interesting. And I'm going to give you an idea. You can take it or leave it, but it is just something that people kind of think on out there. But the word or the phrase there, caught up, is literally the word harpazo. And if you know anything about harpazo, you know harpazo is the rapture. So harpazo is the Greek word, rapturo is the Latin word, and we get our English word rapture from the Latin word. So rapturo, rapture. So it says, and her child was raptured up, or harpazo, or to snatch or seize up, to take away. It says, and her child was caught up to God and his throne. Now it's interesting, because when you take that and you think about the ascension, right? Like, because after Jesus died, he rose again, and then after he ascended into heaven, I don't get the idea that it was like a quick, in the moment, like boom, he's here 1 second and then gone the next. I think it was a slow thing for everybody to see. So it's interesting that the word caught up here is harpazo. Also during that time, there were two men who appeared, and they were like, why are you looking up? Two men there, there's always two. Everywhere you're looking, there's two. And her child was caught up to God in his throne. So that is Jesus going up into heaven. But now there's almost like a little interval between verse 5 and verse 6, because remember, this is a aerial view of what happened throughout history. You have Israel, then you have the dragon, then you have Jesus being born, and then you have Jesus ascending into heaven. And now in verse 6, you're seeing this woman. Then the woman fled into the wilderness, where she has a place prepared by God, They should feed her there 1,260 days, or 3.5 years. So Jesus ascends into heaven, and now there's this woman who fled into the wilderness. This woman is Israel. Remember, whenever you see the word woman, think Israel. This woman, or Israel, remember, what is the tribulation called? It is called the time of Jacob's trouble, or the time of Israel's trouble, because Jacob was called Israel. So this woman, or Israel, fled into the wilderness for 3.5 years. And it is very, very interesting. So there's a lot going on there. But then we get to verse 7, and it says, and war broke out in heaven. So this is just really fun to just kind of try to imagine, because I can't, this is just so we're so out of touch with what's really going on here. So it's fun to just use your imagination. But mind you, this is all futuristic stuff. It says, so John is seeing all this stuff, and he says, and war broke out in heaven. Michael and his angels fought with the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fought, but they did not prevail, nor was a place found for them in heaven any longer. So the great dragon was cast out, that serpent of old called the devil and Satan, who deceives the whole world. He was cast to the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Okay, so Michael, right? Michael is, I want to high five that guy. That angel. So Michael's the dude, right? He's the man. He's cool, but Jesus is awesome. But Michael, he is the only archangel that we have. That we know about. So if you want to go to Jude, verse 9, there's only one chapter in the book of Jude. So if you go to the book of Jude and you go to verse 9, it says this, Jude chapter 1, verse 9. It says, yet Michael the archangel, in contending with the devil, when he disputed about the body of Moses, dared not bring against him a reviling accusation, but said, the Lord rebuke you. Alliance of Light, no, he's not. Well, I know there's some Jewish people out there who think that there's like 7 of them, but this is the only one who's referred to as the archangel, to my knowledge. But yeah, it says, yet Michael the archangel, so it's identifying him that, in contending with the devil when he disputed about the body of Moses, dared not bring up a reviling accusation against him, but said, the Lord rebuke you. So Michael, in order to fight the devil, he just said, the Lord rebuke you, which gives so much information when we're dealing with things like, right, we're around spiritual warfare all the time. And there is power in Jesus' name, and it's important to understand that. Like, if you are being just beaten down and you're just like, what is going on? If you just say the name of Jesus, you have no idea, and myself included, have no idea how powerful that really is. But Michael the Archangel, and also a little bit more about Michael, if you go to Daniel chapter 10, verse 21, we get a little bit more insight about this guy, this Michael the Archangel. And Michael the Archangel, in Daniel 10, verse 21, it says this. Now this is Gabriel talking. It says, but I will tell you what is noted in the scripture of truth. No one upholds me against these except Michael, your prince. So Michael, we get the idea that Michael is the prince of Israel. Michael is in charge of these people. It almost seems like you get the idea that God put Michael in charge of the Jewish people. And then when you go to Daniel 12, verse 1, you get a little bit more about Michael. In Daniel 12, verse 1, it says this, at that time, referring to the Great Tribulation, at that time, Michael shall stand up, the great prince who stands watch over the sons of your people. And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that time. And at that time your people shall be delivered, every one who is found written in the book. This is referring to the time of Jacob's trouble. Like, it's so neat. So first off, I think it's awesome where Daniel says in Daniel 12 verse 1, it says, and at that time, thank you, Rick, it says, at that time Michael shall stand up. I mean, what kind of, out of all the stuff that you can write down, it just says Michael shall stand up. I mean, tell me you're not you're not intimidated just by that one sentence. It's like, oh, he's standing up. It's like, oh shoot, like something's about to happen. So it's really neat thinking about this archangel Michael, because you get the idea that he's in charge of the Jewish people, and it's neat to think about that. Like these people have this archangel just watching out for him, and then during the tribulation or whatever time in history that's going to happen, it says Michael that shall stand up. I'm just like, man, that's neat. But going back to Revelation 12 verse 7, what we read in Revelation 12, 7, 8, and 9, is the idea there is that you see that Michael fights Satan, devil, whatever you want to call him, and him and the angels get cast out. And thanks, Becca. It's interesting because he still has access to heaven right now. Satan can still go before the Lord, and he's constantly accusing you and I, day and night. But here in the future, he's not going to be able to do that. And that's really interesting. And we gain insight here in a little bit on why he gets what happens after he gets thrown out. But in Revelation 12 verse 10, after Satan gets thrown out, Satan and his angels get thrown out, it says this: Then I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, now salvation and strength in the kingdom of our God and the power of his Christ have come. For the accuser of our brethren who accused them before our God day and night has been cast down. And then in verse 11 it says this: And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony, and they did not love their lives to the death. So I'm turning to Hebrews 9:12. Hebrews 9, verse 12. Because in Revelation 12, verse 11, it says, And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony. So the blood of the Lamb, let's talk about that for a second. By the blood of the Lamb, Hebrews 9:12, it says this: Not with the blood of goats and calves, but with his own blood he entered the most holy place once for all, having obtained eternal redemption. There's his own blood, the blood of the Lamb. And then let's go to Ephesians 6 real fast. Ephesians 6, 10 through 18. And so in Revelation 12, it says, And by the word of their testimony. So you have the blood of the Lamb, that's in Hebrews 9:12. And Ephesians 6 is where you'll see the word of their testimony. Ephesians 6, 10 through 18. Ephesians 6:10, it says, Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the might of in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this age, against spiritual hosts of wickedness in heavenly places. Therefore, take up the whole armor of God, that you may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all to stand, stand therefore, having girded your waist with truth, having put on the breastplate of righteousness, and having shod your feet with the preparation of the gospel of peace. Above all, taking the shield of faith, with which you will be able to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked one, and take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, praying always with all prayer and supplication in the Spirit, being watchful to this end with all perseverance and supplication for the saints. This is referring to what we need to be doing. That is the word of their testimony. This is what you need to be doing day in, day out. You need to guard yourself with all of those things. And I think it's important to understand it. It says to stand in Ephesians 6. It says to stand. And it's very challenging, like just how a simple word can really just make you think. Because in Ephesians 6 verse 13, at the end of verse 13 it says, and having done all, to stand. And then in verse 14 it says, stand therefore. And so it's interesting, like, are you standing? Like that's a reflection. Like, what are you doing? Are you able to be moved? Are you budging? Are you like blowing whatever way the wind blows? What are you doing? So it's important to do some reflection on where you're at yourself, because we're going to stand before the Lord individually, and we're going to have to we're going to be it's just important to guard yourself. Anyways, getting back to Revelation 12:12, moving on, it says, therefore rejoice, O heavens, and you who dwell in them. Because now Satan's cast out, right? Satan is gone, and his angels are cast out. And so they're saying, therefore rejoice, O heavens, and you who dwell in them. That's me. I'm going to be there. I hope you're there too. The saints, the Old Testament saints, the bride, they're going to be there. But then it goes on to say, woe to the inhabitants of the earth and to the sea. For the devil has come down to you having great wrath, because he knows that he has a short time. Guys, it's important to know that Satan knows this book probably better than you and I ever will, because he's had it, right? He's had it longer. He's not dumb. He's got us down. He understands humans. We're not a puzzle. But he knows that after he gets thrown out, he's going to have a short time. And there's a timeline for Satan too. Like, he knows, he's like, okay, I see what's going on. I see this. And it's important to understand that all throughout history, Satan has been trying to mess up God's plan. So when you go to Genesis, I want to say Genesis 3. Genesis 3, what you see is that there is two different seeds that are mentioned. You have the seed of man, the seed of the woman, which is title of Jesus Christ, the seed of the woman, and the seed of the serpent. So you have the seed of the woman and the seed of the serpent. And so all of these people during this time are going to have an option to worship God, or they're going to have the option to worship Satan. And they're literally going to be Satan worshipers. Like, that's what's crazy. Like, because we have Satan worshipers here in the world today, and they're here and there. But during this time, they're going to be under great duress and basically being forced to worship Satan or die. But anyways, it's interesting because Satan knows the Bible and he knows what's going on, and he's been trying to ruin the line of Jesus from its conception. And so what you see is that there were hundreds of years that had passed, and God told his people, he's like, I'm going to give you 400 years, and then at the end of 400 years, this is going to happen. And so what Satan heard was like, okay, I have 400 years to lay down a minefield to absolutely blow up God's plan. But Jesus knew all of this stuff and navigated it beautifully. So his genealogy worked out perfectly. So then Satan started going after his people and started hitting them all over the place. It's important to understand that Israel has been targeted for a specific reason from its conception, because that is the line where Jesus was going to come from. So he got in there and he was trying to get in there and just make them mess up, like throw all these things at him that he can't. Think about it. Go back to Exodus and they killed the firstborn, right? They killed the firstborn of the Jewish people. Why? That's crazy. And then what did they do? Look at what they did during after Pharaoh let his people go. He started to chase them down after he let them go to get them back. Like he didn't want them to go anymore, so he tried to chase them down again. But then they escaped because of the parting of the Red Sea. But then you go into even when Jesus was being born, King Herod set out a decree: every baby who is under 2 years old was to be killed. Like this was all inner workings of Satan was getting in there, and he's like, I want to kill all of these things, and that's what's going on all throughout it. You can make all kinds of examples about how he got in there. The Holocaust, for example, like why this was about the Jewish people. Like the Jewish people have been under so much. And they're still a people, which is absolutely mind-blowing because in 1948 they came back as a nation. It's also interesting because the United Nations became the United Nations in 1948 as well. So that's very curious timing that the United Nations and Israel all became in existence in 1948. But that's neither here nor there. My point is that Satan tries to get in there, and he's tried to destroy everything that God has thrown into motion. And he's not going to be able to do it, but he still thinks he can because he is arrogant and he is prideful. So that's interesting. So anyways, Revelation 12:13, it says this: Now when the dragon saw that he had been cast to the earth, he persecuted the woman who gave birth to the male child. So again, some people think that that's the church. It is not. It is Israel. So he's persecuting Israel, who gave birth to the male child. But the woman was given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness to her place where she is nourished for a time, times, and half a time, from the presence of the serpent. So, so during this United Nations talk, I've seen pictures of people put up, like there's a woman, and she's holding on to what people are saying is an eagle. It's very interesting, right? Like, it's symbols, right? Symbols all over the place. Symbolism will be their downfall. And I saw that there are some pictures up there within the United Nations, and it's interesting. I'm not saying it's anything, because it's important to pay attention to stuff, but I'm not really gonna dive too much into it because all of the stuff that's happening here is futuristic. So what we're seeing, like, okay, going back to the Revelation 12 sign that you're seeing all over the place, right? That is during the tribulation. That all the Revelation 12 sign it occurs during the tribulation. And so when people are saying, "Oh, it's the Revelation 12 sign," I get what they're saying, but it gives you the wrong impression. And so I'm like, I don't really like how we're wording it. How about we say, "Hey, there's going to be a sign up in the heavens, and it's similar to what's going on during the tribulation." I wish the title was different. I just, it can lead people to think that we're in the tribulation right now. Because if you're saying that's the Revelation 12 sign, then that means that we are in the tribulation right now, and we are not. So that's important to understand. Anyways, I digress. So verse 14, but the woman was given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness to her place where she is nourished for a time, and times, and half a time from the presence of the serpent. So time times half a time, that's 3.5 years. And then in verse 15, it says, So the serpent spewed water out of his mouth like a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away by the flood. But the earth helped the woman, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed up the flood, which the dragon had spewed out of his mouth. And the dragon was enraged with the woman, and he went to make war with the rest of her offspring who keep the commandments of God and have the testimony of Jesus Christ. So he is all kinds of upset right now. He's thrown out of heaven. He knows his time is short, and he is just wreaking havoc as much as he possibly can, trying to take down as many people as he possibly can. The flood and the water and the earth opening up, you can make all kinds of speculation there. I don't really know. I don't really know what it's talking about. Maybe it's referring, I wouldn't be surprised if it has something to do with the Euphrates River. Even though that's all drying up right now, it's very interesting. But that's pretty much Revelation chapter 12. But I want to look up something real fast because I think it is. I'm trying to find it. I don't know. Okay. Okay. So in Hosea chapter 5, verse 15, well, first in Revelation 12, you see this woman was given 2 wings of a great eagle that she might fly into the wilderness to her place where she is nourished for a time and half a time from the presence of the serpent. Okay, so this is the woman. She's getting out of the presence of the serpent. But then in verse 17 it says the dragon was enraged with the woman, and he went to make war with the rest of her offspring who keep the commandments of God and have the testimony of Jesus Christ. So he's after Israel here. The woman is Israel. He's after Israel. And it's interesting because when you think about there's a difference between, it's important to understand that there's a difference between the rapture and that there's a difference between the rapture and the second coming. There are 2 very, very different things. Some people think that they're the exact same thing. They are not. There's the rapture, which happens first. That's the next thing on the prophetic timeline, in my opinion. So nothing major is going to occur until the rapture happens. The rapture starts this massive domino effect, if you will. So the rapture is going to occur, but the second coming, so the rapture is imminent, is what my point is. There's nothing that needs to be done right now in order for the rapture to occur. The second coming, however, there is something that needs to happen in order for the second coming to occur. And if you go to Hosea chapter 5, verse 15, you can see what needs to happen in order for the second coming to occur. In Hosea 5:15, it says this, I will return again to my place until they acknowledge their offense. Then they will seek my face. In their affliction, they will earnestly seek me. So these Jewish people, he says, I will return again to my place. He's like, I'm not going to return until they acknowledge their offense. What is their offense? They missed the time of their visitation. And so they need to acknowledge their offense. They need to look up and say, you, Jesus, are the Messiah. So in order for the rapture to occur, nothing needs to happen. In order for the second coming to occur, the nation of Israel needs to acknowledge their offense, which is they missed the time of their visitation, and they need to acknowledge that Jesus is the Messiah. So that needs to happen before the second coming can occur. So that's important to understand. It's really, really neat. And it's also in Hosea 5:15, it says, I will return again to my place. When he says, I will return again, that means he had to have left in order to return. And so it's I don't know how it's so interesting because when you think about the Jewish people, right? Like they're the centerpiece of the entire table. The Jewish people cannot see that this is talking about Jesus. They can't see it. It's so neat to me. It's so neat to me because I can see it. But it's interesting when you look at them and you're like, how do you not see it? And also, I don't know if you guys knew this, but Isaiah 53, if you go over to Israel and you start talking to the Jewish people on the side of the road, and let's say you can speak Hebrew and you can just communicate with them in a regular in their language, and you go up to them and you have the Hebrew Bible. If you went up to like just the average Jewish person on the side of the road and you asked them to read in Isaiah 53, they would say that they had no idea what it says, because they are told that Isaiah chapter 53 is forbidden. They are not supposed to read it. So they literally will read Isaiah 52 and they will go to Isaiah 54. They will not touch Isaiah 53. And that is new within the past couple of decades because it creates too much division. But it's so interesting because Isaiah 53 breaks it down beyond a shadow of a doubt on who Jesus is, and they cannot see it. And it's it's even forbidden over there. And so there's this YouTube video out there that's really neat. There's this Messianic Jew, which just means that there's this Jewish guy who is a Christian who believes Jesus is the Messiah. And he goes up to other Jews and he talks to them all in Hebrew. They're all just having this Hebrew conversation. And he goes up to each one of them, and there's like 5 people that is in the video, and he's having the same conversation with all of them individually. And he asked these Jewish people, to read Isaiah 53. And so there they are on the side of the road reading Isaiah 53 in Hebrew, which is really beautiful because that's what Jesus spoke. And it's neat because they're hearing the words and they're reading about Jesus the Messiah. It's so neat. And then he asked them what they think and what it's talking about, and it's so crazy how Isaiah 53 is forbidden for the Jewish people over in Israel. So that is that's what I got for you guys in Revelation chapter 12. That was a long one. I haven't really been reading. Lady, thanks so much for posting all of these all the places where I'm at. I really appreciate that. Holy fool, thank you. Leah, hello. If it won't be an issue, would you mind turning captions on? How do you do that? So wait, captions, like what I say, it would be captions? I didn't even know you could do that. Pretty please. Book of Tobias? Oh, thank you. Thank you for that flower, sir. Ma'am. Does the rapture have two witnesses? Old and New Testament. Does the rapture have two witnesses? Old and New Testament. I don't know what you're asking. Trying to understand it. Does the rapture have two witnesses? There are going to be two witnesses during the tribulation. I don't know if that's what you're talking about in Revelation. Was it 8? No, 11. In Revelation 11, there's two witnesses, which we speculate to be Elijah and Moses. In the New Testament, or I'm sorry, in the Old Testament, I don't know. Yeah, Hebrew thinking is patterns and must have witnesses. Okay. And so I talked about that before, Holy Fool. So Americans think of prophecy as prediction and then fulfillment. So there's a prediction and then it's fulfilled. That's how you and I think. But the Jewish and the Israel nation, they see prophecy as pattern. That's how they see it. So they just pay attention to patterns, what's going on. So that's how they try to figure things out. So I don't know exactly what you're referring to. I just got done reading Revelation. It's interesting to hear your points. Oh, nice, Kat. Hopefully it's not too far off. Thoughts on Disney's Hercules? Hi, Sky. Disney's Hercules. Well, my thoughts are very jaded towards Disney altogether, Sky. So I can't think of anything. Nothing's coming to my mind right now with Disney's Hercules. It's been a long time since I've seen it, so I can't really speak on it too much right now. But Disney in a nutshell is absolutely terrible. Kimberly White, thanks for the blessing. Yeah, Kim, thanks for being here. Yeah, and if you guys have any questions, you guys feel free to shoot me a message. You don't have to follow me. You can just shoot me a message. My messages are wide open. You don't have to be. We don't have to be friends. You don't have to follow me, or if you don't want to. But I'd love having these kind of conversations. Repeat the 7 kingdoms, please. Yeah, you have Revelation. This is going to come back into play, Keo, in Revelation 17. This is going to be very important to understand, but because Revelation 17:10, that's going to be really tough to explain that one, because I'm kind of dreading going through that one. Honestly, that's a tough one. But in Daniel 7, you're asking about. Thanks, Kim. Daniel 7, the 7 kingdoms, lady, it was Revelation 17:10. When we get to Revelation 17, that's going to be a tough one to go through, because that's really complicated. But the 7 kingdoms are Egypt, Assyria, Babylon, Persia, Greece, Rome, and the revived Roman Empire. So Roman 1 and Roman 2, if you wish. And Leah, I don't know how to do I don't know how to do oh, thanks, Kim. I don't know how to do the captions. Is that something I got to do beforehand? You know I'm new at this. Yes, lady. Thank you so much. Yeah, Keo. Absolutely. Does the rapture occur before the two witnesses? User, yes, the rapture occurs before the two witnesses. Will the two witnesses be in Israel or where? Yeah, the two witnesses will be in Jerusalem because that is where the temple will be built. So the rapture will occur first, and then the two witnesses will be preaching in front of the temple for 3.5 years, and then they will be killed. And then they will be dead for 3.5 days in the streets. Everybody will see them. It'll be a satanic Christmas in a sense because people will be giving each other gifts. And then 3.5 days later, they will stand up. Everybody's going to see them, and they're going to ascend into heaven, and it's going to be glorious. What about the U.S.? Yeah, the U.S. It's really interesting thinking about the U.S. because us Americans, we like to think that we are so important. Reckless. Okay, I got you. I'll read it when we're done here, and I'll get back to you. But yeah, the United States. You know, some people think that the United States could be the young lions of Tarshish, which is referenced in Ezekiel 38 or Ezekiel 39. Some people look at that could possibly be America, but really, it's difficult to say. You can't say beyond a shadow of a doubt on who is like I don't really see us in being involved too much, but I could be wrong. That's just my take. Is the USA Babylon? That's an interesting question, Christy, and it's a very broad type of answer that I'm going to give you. But the answer that I have as far as who is Babylon is I would argue that the whole world is Babylon, because when you go back to what Babylon was trying to do, they were trying to be a one people. They were trying to be one, and they were building this tower up into heaven, right? And they were one. They were one people, and then God went down and Babel. He confused them, all different languages, and then they scattered, and each kind went with their own kind, right? And so then all of these other nations developed all throughout time, and then now we have all these 194 nations of the world. But now what you see is we're all together. You can go anywhere and drive anywhere because we have all the technology. I can communicate to anybody that I want to because of technology. Technology is bringing us all back together as one. So in a sense, this world is Babylon. We are coming together as one. It's crazy. I don't know if that answers you. Do you think that the 10 do you think that the 10 BRICS are the countries who have signed up for BRICS to get the U.S. to fall? Hi, Deborah. I don't think that, mainly because there are 7. But if you read Daniel, or I'm sorry, mainly because there are 11 nations now, not 10. But if you regardless of that, if you go to Daniel and you read Daniel 7, you'll see that it's referring to the revived Roman Empire specifically. And so if you go on a map, I actually did a video of this if you want to clear it up a little bit more. It's like labeled BRICS nations or something like that. But if you click on that, it'll show you a map of where the revived Roman Empire is in the world. And there's only one nation out of that entire circle that fits the scope of who it could possibly be. And I think it was Egypt or something like that. I can't remember off the top of my head. But the BRICS nations don't fit the 10 kings, in my opinion. Oh, come home, brother. We are all friends. NATO is one in a sense. America running it. Yeah, NATO, UN. Oh man. Is there any news about the temple being built in Jerusalem? Hi, Dana. Thanks, Jalen. There's no new news. I guess I don't know what you know, Dana, But there is all kinds of stuff that is mind blowing, and that's why I try to pay attention to it as much as I possibly can. But I don't know what you know, but assuming you don't know anything, they have all of the equipment to build the temple right now. They're putting back in place the Sanhedrin, which they need to have that in order to have a high priest. They have all the garments made for the high priest. They have all the tools to do all the sacrifices. They have all the instruments. They have everything. They just need to put it together like a puzzle piece. So if they wanted to do it, they could do it within a couple of weeks if they were motivated. It's very, very interesting. Curry, born again, son of God, you have bad doctrine. I'm sorry you think that. How do you think artificial intelligence fits into end times? Just scrolling. Nice to meet you guys. My name's Ryan for you guys who are new here, but I think artificial intelligence is massive. I think so. The argument out there is that people have been saying forever that the end of the world is everybody's always been talking about the end of the world, right? Or everybody's always said that the rapture is going to happen within their lifetime. You go back 500 years ago and they've been saying that. So what's different about our world today? Well, the answer is artificial intelligence. It's absolutely insane because what you are going to read when you get to Revelation 13, and we might even cover that tonight, depending on what you guys want to do. But in Revelation 13, you are introduced to the mark of the beast, which everybody in America is very aware of. They know, if they know one thing about the Bible, they are familiar with 666. So how can one person control whether you buy or sell unless you get this mark? Well, it never made any sense, because if I want to go buy something from you, I can just show up and give you like $1,000 to buy a rifle off you or something like that, right? Well, if I wanted to do that during this time, I wouldn't be able to, because it's going to be a whole new system. They're going to set up, it's going to be controlled. You need to have a mark on your forehead or on your wrist. And it's very interesting. So none of that stuff was applicable until the world today because of technology. Now they can do it. Now they can control. Now they're trying to get us to a central banking digital currency, which is going to have a perfect, absolutely perfect ledger of what you bought, where you bought it, and where you brought it from or bought it from. That is where we are going to. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, and it's unbelievable. That's why we need to hang on to cash as much as we possibly can, or at least the cash system, because right when the dollar goes away and they say, hey, your dollar's no longer worth anything, then it's just game over, because now they control you. If they can program it, then they can turn it off. If they can turn it off, they can turn it on. If they don't like what you post on your social media, they're going to say, hey, you were taking $500 from you, or whatever they're going to call it during the time. It is very, very crazy. So hopefully that answers your question, Katie. And if they will let you do anything, Katie, did you like that verse? What was it? 2 Peter chapter 1, I think. This is why they have started having self-checkout. Yeah, Kat, absolutely. They have it. They're letting you guys know what's going on. And so what I'm almost expecting to start seeing here in the media is it makes sense when you think about it. But if you understand that they've been trying to go away from cash for about a decade now, if you paid attention at all, you know, you kind of seen the signs, the writing on the wall, right? Cash is going out the door. We are moving away from cash. Oh, there's a coin shortage. We don't have any coins, or no bills under $20 or whatever it is, or over $20. Like, what's going on? Like, your cash is short. And then you have all these bank runs on all these other nations where people are lining up down the street trying to get into a bank, but the banks are closed. They're not giving people money. Now you have countries out there like the Bahamas, Jamaica. They're like 70% over to a digital currency over there. It's crazy. And so you see it. It's slow at first, and then it's all at once. And that's what's going on. We're going to start seeing it. All these other countries are building up these central banking digital currencies right now. Russia, America for sure. We're having it all over the place. And it's very, very interesting. They are going to control you. And if you are still here during this time, which I hope that you are not, but very, very, very interesting. So what you're going to see, though, just to kind of start programming the masses, is that I would not be surprised at all if people who are on the media, like the anchor people, like anchor men, anchor women, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they start talking about how bad cash is, right? Like, oh, cash is bad because you can spread COVID, or cash is bad because it sells drugs, or cash is bad because it has to do with sexual, selling children or something like that. Like, that is what I would not be surprised at all if you start seeing that here in the media sometime soon. You're already seeing the signs, the writing is on the wall for what they're about to start pushing on us next. It's absolutely crazy what we're living in. Please, Revelation tonight. Yeah, like a chip in your right arm to pay for things. Yeah, Curry born, again, Son of God. Um, um, okay, catching up. They literally say the dollar is worth nothing. Follower of Christ, yeah, the dollar is basically almost worth nothing, and that's why it won't be too difficult to get people away. And it absolutely blows my mind because I know people who are like, yeah, I'm all for it. Let's go ahead and go to a digital currency. And I'm just like, do you not know how to think? I mean, honestly, guys, it's important to understand this too, because this needs to happen. There's people who are out there like saying we got to fight back and do this and that, and it's like, yeah, we can prolong it. I think, like, yeah, we need to pray, and we need to pray for people, and we need to pray for people to repent and to change, right? That's what we need to do. But it's also important to understand that there needs to be a one world government, and that's going to have a one world system, which is probably going to have a one world currency. Like, this stuff is going to happen whether we like it or not. It's just a matter of when. So it's a ball that is in motion and it can't be stopped, and it's because the Bible says it's going to happen. So it's good to know that stuff too. Win souls while we can, absolutely. And that's why I encourage you guys to always, always, always tell people about Christ, because if you are a Christian, your sole purpose here is to tell the gospel to other people. And I can't stress that enough. That is so, so important. See, Mastrakis, bioengineered foods. Yeah, don't you even get me started on that, man. Oh, that is so crazy what they're doing. We are being poisoned. Yeah, pray for God's will to be done. New World Order, yep, absolutely. Yeah, Deborah, 100%. You can't get away from it. It's so funny. Even when you go out and you buy organic food, if you pay attention to what they're doing to that stuff, it's just completely deceptive. You want to go buy, I mean, growing your own food is really your best bet, and there's nobody who does that. They're even going after local farmers now and Amish people. It's crazy. Snacks are so bad, but they're so good. No, I know what you mean. Do you think Satan is using this alien thing as a deception for the coming rapture? Absolutely, just scrolling. Yeah, so little green aliens are not real. That's just fact. That is not real at all. However, demonic entities are very real. They're called sons of God. Anything that is literally a created being by God is referred to as a son of God. So Adam is called a son of God because God literally breathed him into existence. Adam is called a son of God. You and I, when we are born, we are called a son of Adam. So because we were not directly created by Adam. Adam was called a son of God because he was directly created by a son of God. So on the spiritual world, all of the angels or the demons, fallen angels, Nephilim, whatever, they are called sons of God, whether they are the good guys or the bad guys, because they are created by God. I don't know if that answers your question or if I went too in depth there, but do you think there's anything suspicious with the October 4th phone alert? Hi, Blackbird. Glad you're still here. Yeah, so it's really interesting. So October 4th, September 23rd, you have all of these dates. And so I just it's really important to not get worked up. And I don't know if you are, but I'm sure there is somebody in here who does get worked up. And I want you to not get worked up. That's why if you guys are like this and you're just in here, you're going to do well. And that is what I want you to do. You can pay attention. Yeah, look at the signs of the time, pay attention to what's going on in the world. But the October 4th thing, like the EBS, the broadcast or whatever, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. Like, I know we might go through some hard times, but it's not going to be God's wrath. It's going to be man's wrath on us because you're a Christian and the world hates Christian. They hated me first. They're going to hate you. Um, this is going to be, but the stronger you are in your faith, the better those times are going to be. And it's important to have things to fall down on when you go through hard times, and specifically for our world today. Like Stephen, for example, when he was getting stoned to death, he was crying out and saying, don't count this as a sin against them, right? Like he didn't want God to punish the people who were killing him. So Stephen was a martyr and he was getting stoned. Just think about that. He's getting killed, real time, he's getting killed, and he is asking God to not punish, to not count this as a sin on these people. And it's because Stephen had the perspective. That is so powerful, because that's not something, I don't know, I don't think I'd be like, you know what, God, I would probably be doing what those souls under the altar were doing and say, how long until we are avenged? But Stephen didn't do that. And wow, that's absolutely mind blowing. So hold on to those types of things, because when you go through something, it's important to have something to fall down onto. And if you have like a story in the Bible, or hey, David did this, or Joseph did this, or Stephen did this, or Paul did that, like have something to fall down on so that you can relate to it and see what we're supposed to do. He takes care of the birds of the air and the lilies of the field. That's right, Jersey girl. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with being prepared and having like a month or two of, supplies just in case like something goes down. But it doesn't say to be prepping. Like there's some people out there who are like building bunkers and like ready, like armed to the teeth. And I'm just like, you do you, man. But I think it's important to be prepared, be aware, take care of you and your own. But I don't think going overboard, moderation. These dates come around every year. Yeah, reckless, they do. September 23rd happened in 2017. Yeah, and Deborah, that's what I was talking about, is that this Revelation 12 sign, I don't know how long you were here, but the Revelation 12 sign that everybody's talking about is very, very misleading. Because when you say the Revelation 12 sign, it's almost making people think that we're in the middle of the tribulation when we're not. It's just, I don't know. It's something to pay attention to. I'm not saying don't pay attention to it. I'm saying pay attention to it, but I'm saying know what it's referring to. And they buying all the toilet paper. That's right. They are getting all kinds of weird, man, stock up in some toilet paper. Have you heard the book, The Word Appeared in the Flesh? No, I haven't. I've never stayed in the live chat this long. I feel so comfortable here. Thanks, Candace. No, was prepared. Yeah, no, I'm saying be prepared. Definitely. That's why I said 1 or 2 months. I think it's very important to be prepared, but I don't think it's good to go above. I'm saying for the people who are, going out into the woods because they think they're going to escape something, to where they're never going to find me. I live out in, around nobody lives around me or whatever. Shall I be afraid? No. What's happening September 23rd? A lot of people are saying that there's a high rapture watch, is what some people are saying, that the rapture is happening. Some people are saying that it could happen. And I'm over here saying that it could have happened today, it could happen in 3 seconds, or it could happen in 10 years or 50 years from now. So it's important to that's why it's important to just tell people about Christ as your day to day. And that's is there anybody in here who, Sandy messaged me. Are you in here, Sandy? Is there anybody in here who has been able to share the gospel with somebody this week? Because if you have, I would love for you to come up and tell us your story. And if you have and you don't want to come up, that's fine, but I would still like to hear about it, because that is what is absolutely mind-blowing to me, is because if you guys are Christians, Why aren't you telling people? Because, yeah, if you believe, you're paying attention to the signs of the times, you're looking around the world, you're seeing it, and you're understanding that it's almost biblical, then why aren't you going out and telling people about Jesus? This is what we should be doing, and yet there's very, very few people who are. And if you don't ask yourself, when was the last time somebody came up to you and asked you if they could share the gospel with you? So, Keo, yes, every day people at work. Let's go, Kat. Good for you, follower of Christ. Let's go. I do it every day, Ryan. Let's go, CJ. Okay. Well, that's good. I'm so pumped. Thank you guys. Like, that encourages me. I would love if one of you guys want to come up here and tell me a story. Feel free. Just let me know. I would love for you to come up because like that encourages people. It encourages me because I love hearing that stuff, telling people about Christ, right? Like that, so you're doing something. Don't you just feel like you should be doing something? Like once you have the gospel or good news, I just want to tell people. I do believe the rapture will happen on the Feast of Trumpets. Yeah, there's a lot of people who do believe that, Reckless. And there's a really good argument to make that kind of statement. But you never know. I hope it does happen, man. I hope it happens, and if it happens, I'm gonna be so canvassing. Let's go, Keo. Good for you. Amen on sharing the gospel. That's right, Mark. That is the whole point, right? Like we can have a difference in opinions on what this means or eschatology or what this is referring to or whatever. Yeah, that's fine. We can have a difference. There should never be a division. If you love Jesus Christ and you understand that he died on the cross for your sins and rose again on the third day, and that the only way to heaven is by putting your faith in Christ alone and nothing else, then we shouldn't have a division about anything. Because what don't we? It just man, so many people get lost over here. Like, hey, let's talk about the Book of Enoch, or what do you think about the flat Earth? And I'm just over here like, let's talk about Jesus. Let's talk about Jesus. And so that's what's important to understand, is that we need to stay so focused on him. That's why I'm saying, like, if you ever have a question about, like, in your own life, like if you're wrestling like with anything, for example, if you're saying, hey, is saying this word wrong, or is smoking this, or is drinking this, or is or doing this over here, is this wrong? I'm not really sure. I don't know who to ask. Just throw it up against what you know about Jesus and say, can I see him doing this? And that will help you. It might not give you the answer that you're looking for because we often want to stay within our sin, but it's going to shine a light and give you perspective. Is that part of the word? Which part? Chelsiness? For me, I'm certain of one thing. Jesus is Lord. Everything else I could be wrong, and it's irrelevant. That's right. That's right, Sarah. Enoch. Is that part of the word? Oh, is that part of the word? Enoch. Well, there's a book of Enoch out there. It's not one of the 66 books within the Bible. There's many books that are mentioned in the Bible that are not in the Bible. The book of Enoch being one of them. But there's so many people. The reason why I bring up the book of Enoch is because it's very popular. For some reason, people really like diving into it. And you can read it. There's nothing wrong with reading it, but there's a lot of people who focus on it, and that is where I think you can get a little lost. So that's why I try to help people maintain their perspective and stay on Christ. Are we spiritual Israelites? We are not. I don't know if I'm taking your question correctly, Keel. But the church, we are the bride. The bride is the church, and we are very, very different than Israel. We are two different things. My take is that the books in the Bible are in the Bible for a reason, yeah. Don't Overlook Salvation, great song by Ricky Van Shelton. Okay, haven't heard that one. 2 books. Let's talk about Jesus. Need to make you a shirt. Get me one, Jersey girl. I would love it. Accept Jesus Christ as your Savior before it's too late. That's right, user Ambo. Yeshua. What a name. When do you go on your lives? Tuesday? Dana, I go about 2 or 3 times a week, and it's normally around 11 p.m. Eastern time. And I normally go from 11 to about 5, 3 times. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to shoot me a message. You don't have to follow me. My messages are open for anybody to shoot me a message. But if you have any questions, I would love to talk to you. Okay, good, Keo. I'm glad what do you think about global warming? God did say he was destroying the world by fire this time. Candace, global warming, from what they like in the media kind of point of view, is absolutely a complete lie, in my opinion. So whatever John Kerry and all the politicians are saying about Biden and we need to cut down on carbon emissions and this and that is complete lie. It's just their way of pushing their agenda by using global warming. So that is my take on it. But yeah, I cannot wait for the rapture. I hear you, man. Go Ryan. Truth, Katie. Can't come soon enough. Global warming is a way to one world order. That's right. It's garbage. Yeah, Agenda 2030, they're just constantly pushing it. This is all they're trying to do. They're just trying to further their agenda, and they're getting the ball. So like, okay, so look at it like a football field, right? And so if you are on offense, which is what they're trying to do, they are trying to push their agenda further and further down the field. And being the Christians, it's almost like looking at the world in your own opinion, like ask this to yourself. Has the world ever gotten better? Ever? Have we ever gotten better within our world that we've been living in for the last, I don't know, whoever, like 60 years? I don't know how the oldest person is in here. But let's say the oldest person is like 65 years in here. Within 65 years, has the world ever gotten better? And my answer would say no. We've not gotten better. We've gotten much darker. I got to go to bed, Ryan. Good night, everyone, and thank you, Ryan. Thanks, Blackbird. I hope you sleep well. Thank you for that, Gina. Thank you. Not better at all. It was good under Trump. Yeah, you could definitely say that. It was Trump had it going, but as far as darkness was, I'm not saying politically or economically. I'm talking about more about sin and from God's point of view. What Bible do you read? I read a New King James Bible. It is the Scofield Study Bible, and it is very good. Shoot, all the money they are hiding in a lot of things. When you know, you know. Was it IKYK? When you know, if you know, you know. NKJV. I'll be 65 in December. Okay, Jules. Yeah, please, let's not get into politics. Rapture me up. Trump's name means chief deceiver. You know what, Deborah? I am keeping my eye closely on Mr. Trump. I think he is a very, very interesting character. He has been given the crown of Israel. There are bridges and streets named after him in Israel. He moved the embassy into Jerusalem, and the Jewish people, some of the Jewish people over there call him the Messiah. Can we please get off the Bible and off of politics, please? Yeah. Very interesting in Accelerating 2030. Yeah. So it's just very interesting to think about all this kind of stuff, but it's important. And so like when you're talking about let's not get into politics, I think it is applicable. Like this kind of stuff is important to understand, paying attention to the world, right? Because what you should do, in my opinion, as a Christian, is you should be looking at this and then looking up and looking around and then looking back at this and be like, oh, okay, over here. Okay, and then like, oh, that's what's going on over here. So that's what we're trying to do. And so you have to keep a watchful eye on the world. And that's why it's important to talk about this kind of stuff, because a lot of people are not aware about certain things. You know, you don't know what you don't know. And so this kind of conversation, I think, is edifying in many different aspects. And I'm not meaning to bring up politics in general, but I think it's important to understand who the key players are in the world that we are living in today. And Trump is being one of them. But Trump is very, very curious. There's nobody quite like him. And when I see somebody like that, I pay attention to him. And then I obviously look at the Bible, and I look at him, I look at the Bible, look at him. And, you know, the whole pompous thing that we just went over in Daniel 7, how it was pompous words are coming out of his mouth. He's a boaster. He's a very prideful person. He's going to destroy with peace. He's a strategic genius. He's a political genius. Like the person who I'm thinking about, you know, the one, you know, everybody has their own opinions on this kind of stuff, but like, I mean, who fills the blank on that kind of stuff? Who fits that role or that spot? Because that's all referring to what the Antichrist is going to be. Now, it's also important to understand that all throughout time, Satan has had to had a person ready to fill that role all throughout history. So whoever it is today in our world, there's somebody here. But fast forward 20 years and he's going to have somebody else ready. And then fast forward 20 years and he's going to have somebody else ready. He's always has to have somebody ready, up in arms, ready, because he does not know when the rapture is going to occur. So he always has to have somebody ready. Be watchman. Yes, absolutely. Fig tree as well. That's right, Mark. Good for you. He has Apollyon on his ceiling. The Devil's Advocate was partially filmed in his home. I did know that part, Deborah. I didn't know about Apollyon on his ceiling. Can you send me that if you know where that is? Yeah, Achilles, Trump mocks Jesus. Yeah, you know, there's a lot of people who love Trump, and I would vote for him again too, just because he did such a good job for America. But it's very interesting because what do you do anymore in the world? You know, voting is basically the illusion of choice, making us feel like we have a say in this kind of stuff. But there's a lot of things. I think prayer is where most of your choice comes into play. That's why I highly encourage you guys to pray. And pray for people in your world. Pray for them by name. Ask, like, whatever their name is, pray for them by name. Lift their name up. What is the rapture? The rapture is where there's going to be millions of people who disappear in the twinkling of an eye. And then shortly after that, probably a couple months later, the tribulation will begin, which is a time of Jacob's trouble, which is Daniel's 70th week. But it's just basically it's God's pouring out his wrath on this earth, and it's absolutely terrible. But that's coming up sometime in the future. Nobody knows when the rapture is going to occur. So that is it's important to know this kind of stuff. But that's a good question. Cast all your worries on him, for he cares for you. Cast all your cares for him. Yep. So true on Apollyon, sun god, etc. in his tower. Interesting. So were other presidents a Mason? Yeah, you can dive into all that, Savannah. There's all kinds of skull and bones and Masons, 33-degree Masons. There's all kinds of rabbit holes there. I'll let you unpack those for yourself because I don't want to get too much into them. But it's good to know what's going on, because everything that we have been told, a lot of what we have been told is not what it seems. And so when you start opening up your eyes to what the world is around you, and you understand that we've been deceived on almost every single front, you start looking at the one thing that you know for sure, and then you just marinate in that. And the one thing that I know for sure, the only truth that I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, is the Bible. And that is where I want to stay. That's what I want to live in that. Because in a world full of deception, in a world full of darkness, this is a bright light. And light shines brighter when it's surrounded by darkness. So the earth is flat, City Boys World. There's no reason. See, that kind of stuff, there's no reason. Like, for me, when I hear that kind of stuff, I think it's more of like a distraction. Hello. Hi, Lee. Hey. But guys, my name is Ryan for you guys who are new here. We are going through Revelation just because I think it's applicable in our world today. And what I want you to know more than anything is to know for sure how you can know for sure you can get to heaven. And that is everything. That is the most important thing that you can know for sure. If I ask you I want you to do a self-reflection real fast, but if I asked you your phone number, could you tell it to me like that? If I ask you your address, could you tell it to me like that? You probably could. But if I asked you, how do you know for sure you're going to heaven? Would you dance around and tiptoe around and say some good things and this and that? Or could you answer it like that? Because that's what you need to be. You need to be able to know it. You need to know it forwards and backwards, just like your phone number, just like your address. You need to know it. And so what I want you to understand more than anything, and we can disagree on some other stuff, and that's fine, but what I want you to know more than anything is to know that the only way to heaven is by putting your faith in Jesus Christ. Jesus is God's son. He was born. He led a sinless life. He died on the cross for our sins. He rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. It's not for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord and goes to church and gets baptized. It's calling upon the name of the Lord and you shall be saved. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life, or shall not perish, but have everlasting life. That's all what it's all about, guys. Some people think it's baptism too, but the thief didn't have time to get off the cross to get baptized. That's what I want you to know more than anything else, is that it's by Christ and Christ alone. For by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. So that is what I want you guys to take away more than anything. Even if you're in here for 20 seconds, hopefully you heard that. That's not even a question for me, Ryan. I've been working on my salvation and going to take it to heaven. Just believing in Christ and Christ alone. Yeah, no kidding, Deborah. Thank you, child of God. Thank you. When we're done with Revelation, what book will you be starting? And back. Oh, man. I don't know. Maybe we'll just hang out. I don't know. I haven't even think about it. You can believe in you. Jessica, man, if I believed in myself, we would be in a world of hurt, because I know I am a sinner. Daniel, there you go. Melly, hi. Yeah, Daniel would be interesting. Daniel would be, oh man, maybe Daniel. Thoughts on Babylon? Hi, Mike. I just talked about this not too long ago. LA, Babylon. I think you can. So people think that America is Babylon. I think I would almost make the argument that the world is Babylon, because when you go back to the Babylon, like with Nimrod and whatnot, what you see is one people coming together. And when you see the world in general, I can literally drop you off over in Russia, and you can get around because you know streets, right? Like, you understand how things work. We're all still connected. We have GPS. You can get to point A to point B just by technology. You can talk to them over there by technology. You can Google Translate, whatever it is. And Babylon was oneness, and so when God came down and confused them, they dispersed and they scattered across the world. But now we are not scattered. Almost, you can literally go anywhere you want to. So that's almost my way of looking at it. Yes, read Revelation 18. Okay, you guys want to go through Revelation? Oh, Daniel, ABCs. Hi, I haven't seen you in a minute. Matthew would be good. Keep going through John. Oh, I mean, you can't go wrong with it. You guys are. I wasn't even thinking that far ahead. Now you guys got me. Babylon means confusion. Absolutely. Ignoring the part where I said there's 200 verses that says the earth is flat. City boy, but how does that edify somebody? I don't know how to bring that up in a conversation to tell somebody about Christ. So you could be correct, and you could be incorrect, and it's not going to really change anything for me. If the government came out today and said that the earth was flat, would that be a complete game changer for you, because it wouldn't for me, but that's just me. So I try to stay as focused as I can. Here, preach, sir. Melee. All right. Do you guys want to go through Revelation 13 or no? Too late to start Revelation. I vote next life. Nope, nothing would change. Okay, we could do a. Oh no. Uh-oh. People are saying yes. Man, very interesting. Okay, I will stay for it. Just scrolling. Hey, thanks for being here. Just scrolling. I don't know. Okay. What about evidence that demands a verdict, life-changing, truth-free, skeptical? I don't know, Katie. All right. All right. If you are here and you haven't said anything, can you put like a little hand emoji, just because I want to see who's here? Because I don't know who's here. I don't know. There's probably people in here who are just hanging out. Why are you in your car? Because it's quiet in here. Hi, Alex, Christy, Nessa, you're here. What's up, Nessa? Hi, Christy. Guys, all Rhonda, hello. I said hello, but I believe you missed it. Hi, Bridget. I did miss it. Sorry about that. Savannah. That's cool. Hi, Jan Jan. Oh, quiet. Cool. Bob hasn't said anything. Bob, where are you at? Hi, Asian Persuasion. How are you? This just cracks me up. Okay. Randy, what's up, man? All right. I try to be somewhat quiet to focus on the word. I got you. Jen, hi. Hi, Livy. Diana. Jimbo. Or Jim Bob. Hey, hey. Chrissy. Okay. Jack Marines, hello. Yeah, me. Okay. Pam, hello. Okay. How to know if you're saved? That is a great question, and I'll answer that, and we'll start diving into. What about you, Ryan? Are you tired to do another one? No, Jules, I'm good to go. I am pumped up. How to know you're saved? You need to understand and believe that Jesus Christ was God's Son, is God's Son, that He was born, that He led a sinless life, and that He died on the cross for you. He rose again on the third day, and the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. You need to understand that it's nothing you can do, and it's everything that He did. John 3:16 is a great example. For God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in Him shall not perish but have everlasting life. So it's all about believing in Him. And then once you become a believer in Christ, the Holy Spirit dwells within you. Thank you, child of God. The Holy Spirit dwells within you, and then He starts changing up your life. He's going to start working through you. You have the option to quench the Holy Spirit. I would recommend not doing that, but allow Him to work within you, and it's just gonna change your life. Oh, I lose. I'll try to pry my eyes wide open. Okay, good. All right. All right. It's hard to turn off with the study, but man, the time difference. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, we're gonna go through Revelation 13, and we'll see. I'll try to. We'll go through it. We'll go through it. All right. So the good thing about this is that I don't have to do a recap on Revelation 1 through 12. So hopefully this chapter won't be too long for you, Katie. But thanks for hanging out, and I appreciate you guys being here. And again, my name is Ryan. If you guys have any questions and you're about to get out of here, feel free. You don't have to follow me. My messages are always open. If you have a question, feel free to shoot me a message, and I will be able to get them because I have my messages open for everybody to message me, whether we're friends or not. But I will leave it at that. And if you guys want to hang out, we're going to go through Revelation 13. And I'm going to read Revelation 13, then we'll go by it verse by verse, or expositionally, however you want to say it, and then we will continue on from there. So in Revelation 13, verse 1, it says, "Then I stood on the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rising up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his horns 10 crowns, and on his heads a blasphemous name. Now the beast which I saw was like a leopard. His feet were like the feet of a bear, and his mouth like the mouth of a lion. The dragon gave him his power, his throne, and great authority. And I saw one of his heads as if it had been mortally wounded, and his deadly wound was healed. And all the world marveled and followed after the beast. So they worshipped the dragon who gave authority to the beast, and they worshipped the beast, saying, 'Who is like the beast? Who is able to make war with him?' And he was given a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and he was given authority to continue for 42 months. Then he opened his mouth in blasphemy against God, to blaspheme his name, his tabernacle, and those who dwell in heaven. It was granted to him to make war with the saints and to overcome them. And authority was given him over every tribe, tongue, and nation. All who dwell on the earth will worship him, whose names have not been written in the book of the life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. If anyone has an ear, let him hear. He who leads into captivity shall go into captivity. He who kills with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints." Then I saw another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb and spoke like a dragon. And he exercises all the authority of the first beast in his presence, and causes the earth and those who dwell in it to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. He performs great signs, so that he even makes fire come down from heaven on the earth in the sight of men. And he deceives those who dwell on the earth by those signs which he was granted to do in the sight of the beast, telling those who dwell on the earth to make an image to the beast who was wounded by the sword and lived. He was granted power to give breath to the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause as many as would not worship the image of the beast to be killed. He causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hand or on their foreheads, and that no one may buy or sell except one who has the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. His number is 666. Very, very interesting. So this is just like an aerial view. You have 2 different beasts that you're introduced for. The first beast here in the first couple verses, and the second beast is introduced, and then a mark is given to these people who are left on the earth who decide to take it. But in Revelation chapter 13, verse 1, it says, "Then I stood on the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rising up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his horns 10 crowns, and on his head a blasphemous name." So there's a little bit of a if you look into this, and it's not that big of a deal, so maybe I shouldn't even bring it up, but it says, "Then I stood on the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast." What really it's saying is that I should be he. So it says, "Then he, the beast, stood on the sand of the sea," and then it says, "And I, John, saw a beast rising up out of the sea." So it's an interesting thing if you dive into it. That's why there's like a little, if you have an asterisk next to that word, that's the reason why. But anyways, I just want you to understand that I, when it says "then I," it actually should say "then he," the beast, referring to the beast. But anyways, John is seeing this beast stand on the sand of the sea. So take that for how you will. But it says, then I stood on the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rising up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his horns 10 crowns, and on his heads a blasphemous name. Okay, so this beast this is where we are being introduced to the Antichrist. This is who this is going to be. So the first beast is referred to as the Antichrist. The second one that we're going to get to is going to be the false prophet. But this guy is going to be the Antichrist. And when we go back to Daniel 7, what we just talked about in Daniel or in Revelation 12, how it talks about 7 heads, 10 horns, 7 diadems on his heads. We're seeing the same thing here in 13 verse 1, where it says having 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his horns 10 crowns. So these crowns are diadems. These are, remember, if you remember what we talked about in Daniel 7, the 10 horns are 10 kings. So these are 10 kings. The little horn is going to be the Antichrist. So you have 10 kings, and the little horn is going to be the Antichrist. So in Revelation 13, verse 1, then I stood on the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rising up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his horns 10 crowns, and on his head a blasphemous name. When it says rising up out of the sea, a lot of people like to speculate, and like there's great arguments to make this, and this is all prophetic, this is all futuristic, but the sea is like a sea of people, okay? Like, so a sea, when you look out into the sea, it's very violent, like it's all like wavy, to and fro, waves going all over the place, right? That's emblematic of a sea. When you look out, it's kind of like chaotic, right? There's no, like, it's just all over the place, waters, waves all over the place. It's chaotic, so it's a sea. So there's a person out of chaos rising up, and that's going to be that little horn. That's going to be the Antichrist, having 7 heads and 10 horns. The 7 heads are 10 kings, because if you remember, there were 10. He subdued 3 of them. So 3 minus 10 is 7. So those 7 heads are the 10 kings. 3 were subdued. That goes back into Daniel 7. I don't know if you guys were here for that. Hopefully you were, because if you weren't, then that might not make sense to you. But that's just going back to Daniel 7, specifically Daniel 7:24. If you weren't here just a little bit ago when we went through Revelation 12, you can go back and look that up for yourself. But that is all talked about in Daniel 7, specifically Daniel 7:24. And on his heads a blasphemous name. So it's really interesting to think about this, because what we're being introduced to this guy, right? This is the beast. This is the first beast, and then there's going to be a second beast, but then there's the dragon. So this is interesting because you have God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. This is 3, the Trinity. And then what people like to say is that there's the unholy Trinity. You have the dragon, you have the Antichrist, and then you have the false prophet. So he's literally mirroring everything that Jesus does. And so when it says, and on his heads a blasphemous name, this is like when you pay attention to Jesus, when he's coming back on his second coming, like there's names all over him. Like on his thigh there's a name, like he's on his name is like the King of Kings. Like you're seeing this again, like where now on this dude, because he's an imposter and he's never had an original thought, he literally does the opposite. He has a blasphemous name. And so it's just interesting that it's almost like every time you see one, it's the opposite. It's a mirror image. This dude is not creative at all. So you can take that how you will, but those crowns, the crown there is diadem ruling. Remember, if you remember anything about the crown in the Greek translation, it can either be a Stephanos or a diadem. Stephanos is something that's given to like somebody like an Olympic, like an athlete or something. Diadem is of somebody who is ruling, like I'm in charge here. So that's what's going on with these crowns. These are diadems. So moving on, 13 verse 2. It says this, now the beast which I saw was like a leopard, his feet were like the feet of a bear, and his mouth like the mouth of a lion. Okay, so let's go to Daniel 7 again, because this is just an interesting thing, and you guys can take this for how you will, but I thought it was really neat. So go to Daniel chapter 7. Daniel chapter 7, and we will start... And we're going to start in verse 6, and we are going to work backwards. So we're going to start at verse 6, and we're going to go to Daniel 7 verse 6, then we're going to read to verse 5, and then we're going to read to verse 4. So we're going to read backwards. So what I want you to understand is in Revelation 13, John says in verse 2, he says, "Now the beast which I saw was a leopard, bear, lion." Leopard, bear, lion. That's the way he sees it. So when you go to Daniel 7, you see it in reverse order. So in Daniel 7 verse 6, it says, "Then after this I looked, and there was another like a leopard." So now let's go to verse 5. And it says, "And suddenly another beast, and the second was like a bear." And then in verse 4, it says, "The first was like a lion." So it was opposite. So what you see in Daniel is the exact opposite of what John saw. It's flipped. And so people speculate that it's that way because they're looking back into time. Because what Daniel saw was he was looking into time, into the future. What John sees is he's looking back into time. So that's why one goes leopard, bear, lion, whereas in Daniel it goes lion, bear, leopard. So I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but it's very interesting when you look at that. Daniel's looking forward, John is looking backward. So take that how you will. So Revelation 13, continuing on in verse 2, it says, "Now the beast which I saw was like a leopard, his feet were like the feet of a bear, and his mouth like the mouth of a lion." Now those are all emblematic of Babylon, the Persian Empire, and the Greeks, or Alexander the Great. "The dragon gave him his power, his throne, and great authority." So this beast has all the power of Satan. And now who is the dragon? Now it says the dragon gave him his power. So let's go to Revelation 12:9. Revelation 12:9, we just read it just a little bit ago. Revelation 12:9, it says this: "So that great dragon was cast out, that serpent of old, called the devil and Satan." So we clearly know who the dragon is. That dragon is Satan. That's right, Scrolling. Absolutely. The dragon is Satan. So the dragon gave this beast his power, his throne, and great authority. Wow. So verse 3 says this: "And I saw one of his heads as if it had been mortally wounded, and his deadly wound was healed. And all the world marveled and followed the beast." Now, this is very interesting. So let's go to Zechariah 11 verse 17. It's Zechariah 11 verse 17. Okay, Zechariah 11:17. In Zechariah 11 verse 17, it says this: "Woe to the worthless shepherd who leaves the flock. A sword shall be against his arm, and against his right eye. His arm shall completely wither, and his right eye shall be totally blinded." So this is really interesting because this is pretty much the only description of the Antichrist that you can really find in some sense. Because what you see here is in some like if you have the King James version, it says, "Woe to the idol shepherd," like IDOL, not idle like you're just hanging out not doing anything, but idol like you worship an idol. So it's very interesting because it says, "Woe to the worthless," or "Woe to the idol shepherd who leaves the flock." So now when you think about the shepherd, it is a worthless shepherd is the opposite of what Jesus is. Jesus is the good shepherd. This guy is referred to as the worthless or idol shepherd who leaves the flock. That is the opposite of what Jesus does, right? So again, this is the absolute opposite of Jesus, the opposite of it. And it says, "A sword shall be against his arm and against his right eye." So his right eye, in other versions, it says his right eye shall be darkened. And then it says his arm shall be completely withered and his right eye shall be totally blinded. So this is why people think he's going to get like a head wound. And then, so just keep this in mind. But this is, you can use this when you're reading Revelation 13. Because when it says in Revelation 13, verse 3, it says, "And I saw one of his heads as if it had been mortally wounded. And his deadly wound was healed, and all the world marveled and followed the beast." Now, the deadly wound is going to keep coming up at least 2 other times while we're in this chapter. And it's important to understand this. So people like to try to understand what this is referring to. Some people think that he could die, could come back again, or people could think that maybe they thought that he did die when he really didn't, and then he comes back and gets healed, and it's a miracle. But it's almost like he's trying to do what Jesus did, because Jesus died and then rose again. And so you're seeing this Antichrist do what Jesus did, just to make everybody wonder after the beast. Because that's what it says. His deadly wound was healed, and all the world marveled and followed the beast. So it's interesting because it says all the world. Now, my question to you is, do you take the Bible, the book of Revelation, literally, or do you take it allegorically? And so I take this literally. And so when it says all the world marveled and followed the beast, this is very interesting, because they are paying attention. How in the world, before the world that we're living in 2023, would this ever occur? How could this ever be? Because everybody's like, oh, it's the end of the times 500 years ago. They've been saying it forever, right? Well, what's different about the world today? Well, how in the world is the whole world going to marvel after this guy? Because of technology. They are going to see it on Fox News, on CNN, on all of these media. They're going to just blast it all over the place, and they're going to get you to fall in line. It's going to be a strong delusion. This is important to understand the signs of the times, because we're living in this age to where now this applies. I need you to understand that this was not applicable 40 years ago. This was not 30 years ago. They probably couldn't have even done that, but now it makes sense in our age that we're living in right now. This is absolutely mind-bending. So, the world marveled and followed the beast. In verse 4, it says, "So they worshiped the dragon, who gave authority to the beast, and they worshiped the beast, saying, 'Who is like the beast, and who is able to make war with them?'" This is interesting, because it says they worshipped the dragon. Now, I don't just taking this. It says in verse 4, they worshipped the dragon. It's interesting to me that it doesn't say they worshipped the beast, because then that would make you think, like, okay, that's the Antichrist, right? Because we know that this guy, the beast that we're talking about right now, that this is going to be the guy who rises up. This is that little horn, right? This is the Antichrist who's going to rise up. It doesn't say they worshipped the beast. It says they worshipped the dragon. That is so crazy to me, because it's almost like they're acknowledging that this is Satan. They worshipped the dragon. The dragon is Satan. In Revelation 12, verse 9, it says the dragon is the devil and Satan, who deceives the whole world. And then in Revelation 13, verse 4, it says they worshipped, they being the whole world, worshipped the dragon who gave authority to the beast. It's so interesting to think about that it almost gives you the idea that they're acknowledging who it is who's giving them the power. And these are satanic worshipers. We have them right now. These people are alive and well. I went to where was I? I went to a fair not too long ago, and I saw this probably like 20-year-old walk by me, and I looked past as he walked by, and on the back of his shirt, he had a Baphomet, like sign, like, as above, so below type thing, on the back of his jacket or whatever he was wearing. And he was probably about 20, and I just was, it was sad to see. But that type of stuff is alive and real, and this is going to even be more in their face. And remember, I need you to remember, during this time, people are seeing things that we do not see right now. This is going to be a completely different world during this time. Right now, We are living in a world where you stand in line at a grocery store and everything is copacetic. You wave at people, you drive safely. That's not going to be how it's going to be during this time. People are going to see the swarm of locusts or the Nephilim released from the bottomless pit. They're going to be running around. People are going to be seeking death and not be able to find it. What does that mean? Try to unpack that one for me. They are going to see all of these things. The two witnesses are going to be in front of the temple. These two witnesses are going to be breathing fire from their mouths. They're going to be doing signs, all kinds of stuff. Like, this is not the world that you and I are used to living in. And so this stuff is going to be a completely different, like, everything is flipped upside down and God's wrath is being poured out on the world. So we're reading this in our air conditioning homes or cars or wherever you're at right now. And everything seems to be fine. If you're thirsty, you can go get a drink of water. Guys, that's not going to be how it's going to be during this time. So it's interesting. Keep that in mind. So this guy, he's going to get mortally wounded. The whole world's going to marvel after him. And then it says, so they worship the dragon who gave authority to the beast. And they worship the beast, saying, who is like the beast and who is able to make war with him. Now remember, this beast was introduced to the two witnesses. So if you go back to Revelation chapter 11, in Revelation 11, verse 7, it says this: when they, the two witnesses, finish their testimony, the beast that ascends out of the bottomless pit will make war against them and overcome them and kill them. This beast is already on the scene. He already killed those two witnesses, and then somewhere along the way, he got mortally wounded, and then the whole world marveled after him. And they already saw this guy destroy these super villains, is what the world is going to look at them. They're going to see, the world has seen these two witnesses. They saw that these two witnesses were shutting the heavens up. They were turning water into blood. They were calling fire down. They were doing all kinds of plagues, all kinds of stuff. So from the world's perspective, they are looking at this beast as a hero because this beast had already killed the two witnesses, and they loved him for doing that. That is important to understand. And so they marveled and they followed the beast, and they asked, who is like the beast, who is able to make war with him? Well, we're going to find out who is able to make war with him in Revelation 20. So that's just, I'm sure you already know the answer there, but we will get to that. So moving on, in Revelation 13, verse 5, it says, and he was given a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and he was giving authority to continue for 42 months. Now, when it says mouth speaking blasphemies, great things and blasphemies, does that remind you of what we already talked about in Daniel 7? Because in Daniel 7, I don't know, I mean, I would like to just look up the word pompous and just search it in the book of Daniel, because it has to be in there like 6 or 7 times. This Antichrist is going to be pompous. He's going to be all about boasting. Look at me, look at me, look at me. I'm amazing, I'm amazing. Worship me, worship me, worship me. I am God, I am God, I am God. And that is what he is all about. He is all about himself. And it's interesting that it says this in Revelation 13 as well, because it says he was given a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and he was given authority to continue for 42 months. Now remember, every time you see a certain period of time that is labeled like this, it's most likely going to equal 3.5 years. So you have times and half a times, that's 3.5 years. You have 1,260 days, that's 3.5 years. And you have 42 months, that is also 3.5 years. So he's going to be talking great things and doing blasphemies for 42 months, or for 3.5 years. And so then when you go to verse 6, Revelation 13, verse 6, it says, then he opened his mouth in blasphemy against God, to blaspheme his name, his tabernacle, and those who dwell in heaven. So he's blaspheming God, God's tabernacle, and then get this, and those who dwell in heaven. I mean, he's blaspheming me. He's going to be if you're a Christian, if you're up in heaven with me, he's blaspheming you. Now, remember, he is constantly going before the Lord, accusing the brethren. We already went, Revelation chapter 12, Remember, Satan just got kicked out by Michael. Michael just opened up a can on this dude and was like, punt, just punted him out. And like, there he goes flying, like, and like, so now he's on the earth. He's ticked off. He knows his time is short. And now he's blaspheming God, his tabernacle, and you and I, if you are a Christian. That's what's going on. This is good. So we're moving on. Anyways, he's mad at you too because you're not down here with him, and he wants to bring everybody in his misery. But in verse 7 it says, "It was granted to him to make war with the saints and to overcome them, and authority was given to him over every tribe, tongue, and nation." So in this verse, it's interesting because it's also very important to understand, like, circle the word granted if you want to, because it's granted to him. Guys, it's important to understand. I said this before, I'll say it again. It is granted. Things are given to him. God is allowing this to happen. Don't think that there's nothing that is surprising God. Like we think about like the elections and what's going to happen, or this is what do we do? Finances. Oh no, like nothing is surprising to God. This is important to understand. There's nothing new under the sun. God knows the end from the beginning. He's got it all in his hand. This is important to understand. So in verse 7, when it says it was granted to him to make war with the saints and to overcome them, I want you to understand, put yourself in these people's shoes who are the saints that are here in the earth, because it is granted, God is allowing his people to die. Think about that. It says it was granted to him, Satan, to make war with the saints and to overcome them. God is allowing this to happen to his people who are on the earth. This is important to understand because it is God filtered. I made a video about this being God filtered. This is God filtered. God is allowing this to happen. What? But think about it from the people who are on the earth. These are tribulational saints, right? Okay, so remember, the church is raptured up. That's the first thing that's going to happen. And then shortly after that, the tribulation begins. Then somewhere in the tribulation, this is going to occur during the Great Tribulation, it seems. During the Great Tribulation, Satan is going to make war against the tribulation saints, or the earth dwellers, or the people who are still on this earth, and they are going to be overcame. Satan's going to kill them. Now imagine you are in this chat right now and you hear this and you're like, oh, okay, that's really neat. Now imagine you're not saved. The rapture happens. In your head, you're going to be like thinking, holy crap, I missed it. I'm probably going to be killed, because that's what's going to happen to these people. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath. There are going to be so many people who are killed. And remember when we were in Revelation chapter 6? Revelation chapter 6, you see these souls of martyrs who were killed, and these souls are crying out and saying, how long until you avenge us? Well, yeah, tribulation saints, absolutely, Ryan. Well, here are more saints that are being martyred. These people are being killed. Satan is going after them specifically. Guys, these people, they have to know somewhere down in their hearts what's going on, because imagine being here during this time. They're going to have enough common sense to be like, okay, millions of people just disappeared. Ryan told me about this, or Ashley told me about this, or my grandma told me about this, or KJ or Katie or Lady Zealot told me about this. I never listened, but they always used to read the Bible, so now I need to read the Bible. Where do I start? I have no idea. Revelation, okay, they're going to start reading the Bible, and they're going to be trying to figure out what's coming, and then they're going to get to this part, and they're going to be like, oh, I'm probably going to be killed. It's very interesting, very sobering. It's a verse that you can read and just kind of keep going, but when you put yourself in these people's shoes, you just kind of start thinking and you look at it differently. These people are going to be here during hell on earth. The people who get saved during this time, by the 144,000, the people who are able to stand during this time, are going to be untouchable still. But these saints are tribulation saints. they're in a different category. Remember, you have Old Testament saints, you have the church or the bride, that's you and I, if you are Christian right now. The bride will be taken up, and then there are going to be nobody left. But then these 144,000 will open their eyes. They're going to come to know Christ. They're going to have the seal of God put on their foreheads, and then they're going to run around telling people about Christ. And there's going to be a ton of people who get saved by a natural byproduct of those 144,000. And then those people, the people who get saved, become saints. But they don't get raptured up. The rapture, they already missed the boat. They will go through the tribulation, and many of them will be killed. And that is how it's going to work. But it's important to understand that it is granted. God is allowing that to happen. So apply that to your life and think about that for you. Like when you think about you, me, like, oh, why is this happening to me? Or my life is the worst, or I have it so bad, or why don't I have their life, or why this, and this. We need to reprogram our brains because it's not about me. It's not about me. It's not like I think it is. Sometimes I'm like, oh, I'm having a terrible day. It's not about me. Guys, think about what these apostles did. They literally uprooted their lives. They went out and they furthered the kingdom of God. They left everything that they had. Matthew literally was said, Jesus told him, he's like, follow me. And he's like, okay, here I come. Like what? Like there's no doubt. Like he just did it. That's what we need to be doing. And where your feet are, you need to be telling people about Jesus. Your feet is wherever your feet are is where your mission field is. You don't have to go across the ocean to go tell somebody about Jesus. You can do it right here. So these saints are going to be overcome by Satan. And it says an authority was given to him over every tribe, tongue, and nation. Remember, this is during the time of Jacob's trouble, Israel. The time of Israel's trouble, Jacob equals Israel. Israel is Jacob. Jacob is Israel. Time of Israel's trouble. So in verse 8 it says, and all who dwell on the earth will worship him, whose names have not been written in the book of life of the Lamb, slain from the foundation of the world. So if you are not a Christian during this time, you will be worshiping the beast. According to that, very interesting. And then it ends, it doesn't end it, but in verse 9 it says this, if anyone has an ear, let him hear. Guys, if you were here for Revelation chapter 2 and 3, you know that Revelation chapter 2 and 3 is where the 7 letters are written to the 7 churches. And at the end of those letters, it says the phrase, he who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. And so what I want to talk about there real fast is that you and I, we all have ears. This is all stuff you're hearing. Now, my question to you is, you hear it, but are you applying it? That's what this is getting. It says, anyone who has an ear, let him hear. Because I can tell you, think about Noah, right? Noah was building that ark for like 200 years or however long it was. And he's out there telling people to change. And they're not doing it. He's like, hey, repent. Everybody during that time was hearing. Thanks, Wendy. They were hearing, but they didn't hear. You get what I'm saying? That's what's going on here. If anyone has an ear, let him hear. This is an altar call. This whole time, we've been living in the end times since the conception of the church. This is going on. There's nothing new under the sun. Anyone who has an ear, let him hear. Guys, this is important. I don't know where you're at spiritually. I don't know you. You're here. That must mean you're looking. You might call yourself a Christian. And I don't know. It's between you and the Lord. But anyone who has an ear, let him hear. It's important to understand. We need to look at ourselves not as we need to take ourselves down a notch instead of think that we're up. We tend to look at ourselves, we're not that bad. We are. It's all about him though. Christ alone. In verse 10, he who leads into captivity shall go into captivity. He who kills with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here's patience in the faith of the saints. So now we're going down to the next category here, and this is where the second beast is introduced. So you're going to have two beasts, but they're two different people, and it's almost like a duet. Okay, so it's like you can't have one without the other. Okay, so you're going to have two people, one beast, then you're going to have the other beast, two beasts. Remember, you have the dragon, you have the Antichrist, and you have the false prophet. We already know who the dragon is. That's Satan. We know who the Antichrist is. We know who the false prophet. Now we have God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. So they're mirroring the Trinity. So in verse 11 it says, "Then I saw another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had two horns like a lamb and spoke like a dragon." Now, if you now focusing in on this word "another," when it says, "Then I saw another," this word in the Greek, like I said before, if you were here for that, the word "another" can either mean allos or it can mean heteros. Allos means another of the same kind. If I give you this pen and I say, "Hey, I want it back," that means I want this pen, this exact same pen back. But if I say, "Hey, I want a heteros pen," that means you can give me like a blue pen or a pink pen or a purple pen. Just give me another pen. It could be a different kind. This word right here, "then I saw another," is another of the exact same kind. So it's, "Then I saw another beast," another of the same kind, "coming up out of the earth. And he had two horns like a lamb and spoke like a dragon." So remember, the sea is where the first beast came out of, and his sea is like a whole bunch of this. Thank you, Holly. It said, so now we see one coming out of the earth. The earth is like order. The sea is chaos. The earth is order. So this person, it says he had two horns like a lamb. It's interesting because, like, I don't know, do horns have horns and lambs? I mean, these horns represent authority. That's what's going on with the horns. Horns in the Old Testament are emblematic of authority. But it says two horns like a lamb, but he spoke like a dragon. That's interesting because it's deceiving, right? He's coming at you like a lamb, but he's speaking like a dragon. Oh. So this is the false prophet. This is the false prophet. The first beast is the Antichrist. The second beast is the false prophet. The role of the false prophet is to point and say right there, that guy is God, because that's what he's going to do. The false prophet, or the second beast is going to point to the first beast and say, worship that guy. That's the guy. You got to worship that guy. So in verse 12 it says, this second beast, in verse 12, he exercises all authority of the first beast in his presence, and causes the earth and those who dwell in it to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. Interesting. We're getting another glimpse of the deadly wound. Why does it keep bringing it up? It's going to bring it up again. Deadly wound, deadly wound, deadly wound. Why? Interesting. Some people, like I said, this could be an imitation of Jesus dying and then rising again. Like, this is him doing the fake version of that, like where he might have got shot or something like that and people thought he died, but he really didn't. Maybe he just told the media. I don't think he's actually going to die and be able to do that again. I don't think he's going to have that. I think it's going to be a deception. That's his MO, right? That's how he operates. Everything he does is deceive. But he can deceive you to think that he did die. Think about it. He just tells the media, he's like, "Hey, tell him that I died." And then he shows up again. And so this, the Antichrist, is also important to understand that the word Antichrist is the word pseudo Christ, and that word, it just basically means instead of Christ. Like, he is in place of Christ, instead of Christ. This is somebody who is taking the place of Christ. That's what Antichrist means. So this second beast, he exercises all the authority of the first beast in his presence, and causes the earth and those who dwell in it to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. This guy doesn't want the glory. He wants you to give that guy the glory. That's what's going on. In verse 13, it says he performs great signs so that he even makes fire come down from heaven and on the earth in the sight of men. Oh man. Okay. This is crazy to think about this kind of stuff. First off, I want you guys to understand that God, Jesus, when Jesus was born, he relied on prophecy to basically show everybody that he was and is God. He he had prophecy. All these prophets, all these people prophesying about where he would be born, how he would die, all the things he would do. That is what he relied on for him, for people, for how he wanted people to know that he is God. Okay? My point in bringing that up is because what's happening here is that Satan or the beast or the dragon or the Antichrist, he is going to be tricking people and fooling people by signs, not by prophecy. He's going to be, so when Jesus was born, he relied on prophecy. Now, did he do signs and wonders? Absolutely he did, but he relied on prophecy. Satan here, or the Antichrist, he's going to be deceiving people by signs. So my point in bringing that up is, can you be fooled by somebody who does a wonder or a sign? Would you be fooled right now? If somebody did something amazing in front of you, would you be fooled? My point in bringing this up is when you go back into the Old Testament and you look at what Moses did, you remember all the signs that Moses did? Like he brought all the plagues, the frogs, the water and the blood, all of these things. He did those things. But my point is that so did Pharaoh's sorcerers or his magicians. They did the same stuff, but they couldn't do all of it, but they did a lot of it. So how did they do all of the other things? Remember when Moses was standing there with his staff and he threw it down and it turned into a snake, and then so did the bad guys. They threw their staff down, but then Moses' staff ate all of this stuff up. That's what's going on. Guys, this stuff is real. We're living in a spiritual warfare. This stuff is mind-blowing. So Jesus relied on prophecy, not signs. Satan, the Antichrist, is relying on signs and wonders. And if you think about it, the people on the earth are going to be like wanting to follow somebody. This is what's going on. I hope you guys understand what I'm saying. Don't be deceived, because Satan is still doing stuff. Think about it. Mediums, for example. People go to see mediums and they get their palms read and they're like, hey, tell me something about something. And they do this and that. Satan can work through those people and they can work wonders. There is a woman that was following Paul around in the book of Acts. And she was employed by these guys, and they employed her because she was possessed. She had the power of divination, which means she could basically predict the future and stuff. But that's because she was possessed. This stuff is very real. She had the ability to do that. But then Paul turned around and was like, I rebuke you, come out. So this demon comes out of this lady, which was funny because the demon, the lady was following Paul around and was like, they are following the true God, and like she was actually saying the right stuff, but they were getting annoyed by her following them around. And so they cast this demon out, and then they basically get beat up and thrown into jail, and then Paul and Silas, they're living in jail, and then the earthquake and stuff like that. But it's interesting because what that girl was doing she was right. She was prophesying, she was predicting the future, she was doing things that were wonders. They were signs, and people were fooled by it. So this is what is going on here. Satan is doing and deceiving by signs. Jesus relied on prophecy for people to recognize who he was, and then he also did the signs. So there's a distinction there. Verse 14, and he deceives those who dwell on the earth by those signs which he was granted to do in the sight of the beast, telling those who dwell on the earth to make an image to the beast who was wounded by the sword and lived. So to make an image, interesting. This goes back to Daniel chapter 3, where the gold statue, King Nebuchadnezzar was all full of himself and he built a statue of himself. But this is kind of like he's building an image, who was wounded by the sword, and he was granted, in verse 15 it says he was granted power to give breath to the image of the beast. that the image of the beast should both speak and cause as many as would not worship the image of the beast to be killed. This is unbelievable. First off, that's what was going on back in Daniel, right? Like there's this image, they blew a trumpet, everybody was supposed to bow down, but Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they didn't bow down. And what is interesting about Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego is that they were confronted. They were told, hey, you better do this. If you don't, you're going to be thrown into the fire. They didn't budge. And what's interesting about that story is that they didn't receive mercy or God's grace until they were in the fire. They didn't have it until they were in the fire. They were completely ready to die, but then they didn't. That is so neat that they were in the fire. I mean, like, what? Talk about tried by fire. Holy smokes. Can you imagine? Anyways, they built a statue, they blew the trumpets or whatever, and they told everybody to bow down. They didn't do it. But here's another version of that. And it says he was granted power to give breath to the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause as many as would not worship the image of the beast to be killed. So right now, it actually came out a couple years ago, but there is something out there called the Giant. And I'm not saying that this is going to be any kind of applicable, so don't take that, don't take and run with it, but it's just for your information. Out in the world, in Vegas and some other areas, I think, or maybe that moves around, there's something out there called the Giant. And it is like 7 or 8 stories high, and it's a giant, but it's technology, and you can basically upload you to it, and it will become you. Like the giant is you all of a sudden. And I don't know, it's just interesting that kind of stuff is out there. Is this image going to be anything that to deal with technology? I'm sure it will be. I don't know what's going on. There's AI Jesus out there. There's AI. There's like people pray to AI. Like, hey, there's all kinds of weird stuff going on with artificial intelligence right now. And you can make a very, very good argument that AI is demonic because I think it is on many different levels. So take that how you will. But it's very interesting in verse 15. It says he granted power to give breath to the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause as many as would not worship the image of the beast to be killed. This is massacre, right? And then in verse 16, now this is very interesting because I want you guys to just think about this, and you can run with it and make your own conclusions on it. But if you believe in a pre-tribulation rapture, remember that you're not going to be here for this. But what it says in verse 16, it says this: he causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hand or on their foreheads. So if you have the Blue Letter Bible, I would challenge you to go in and click on this verse, Revelation 13, verse 16. Click on it, and then go to Interlinear Concordance, and then click on the word receive. Because when you do that, that word receive, and you look at the definition that it means in the Greek, it is the opposite of receive. It is gives. So what it really reads is it says he causes all, both small, great and rich, rich and poor, free and slave, to give a mark on their right hand or on their foreheads. That is interesting. That is interesting. To give a mark. Now, like my dad and I, we run with this kind of stuff because we're trying to figure it all out, right? Because it's interesting. You just try, you plug and play type stuff. To give a mark. What is that? What does that mean? To give a mark? Because it's always like to receive, like you're going to force it. No, we are going to give. So is it going to be something? What does it mean? What does it mean? Is it going to be scanning my eyes? Is it going to be doing what's the mark? How is like my retinas, or is the mark like my fingerprints type stuff? I have no idea what it is, but it is, we are going to give it. So unpack that and you tell me what you come up with, because that is very interesting. But the word receive there is the opposite. It means to give. And it's really interesting how the translations kind of come along, because when you go to the book of Job, Job's wife literally goes up to Job and says, "Curse God and die." If you go to that verse and you click on the word curse, it has the definition and it says bless. So what she was saying was bless God and die. So it's literally the opposite of what the English version that we're getting. And I don't know why the translation came this way, but that's why it's important to go back to the original, because this is transmitted. This is what's going on. Just interesting. Take it for how you will. I'm just giving you the perspective here. But the word receive there is to give. So it says he causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to give a mark on. Now the word on there, where it says a mark on their right hand or on their foreheads, that word is epi in the Greek, and epi means upon. So if I was going to say, hey, the book is over there upon the shelf, you would say that it's on top of the shelf, right? So it is on top. Some people say that it's in, like it's inside of you. I don't believe that. I believe that it is on, because the Greek word is epi, upon. So take that how you will. But again, remember, there's no reason to create any kind of division whether or not you believe something different, because this is all futuristic, and as long as you believe in the gospel, that's what matters. But in verse 17, continuing on, it says, "And that no one may buy or sell except one who has the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him who has understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. His number is 666. And like, you can go and run with 666 and say it's all over the monster cans. And, it's interesting when you start putting that all over the place, because you're starting to see a trend all of evil all throughout the place, all over the world. Evil is everywhere. The first Apple computer, it sold for $666. If 666 is all over the place, if you want to chase that, you can chase it as much as you can. There's a patent out there with MIT and Bill Gates, and he's working on something that's going to go on your skin, and the last numbers of that patent number is 060606. Like, there's all kinds of stuff out there that is very, very peculiar. I'm not saying anything. The mark is not here. The mark is not going to be. It's important to understand this as well. You cannot have the mark unless there is a beast. There is not a beast right now, so therefore there is no mark. And so people are like thinking with like the whole shots and the jabs or whatever that are coming out. Some people say, "Oh, it was in there," or "That's what it was," and I'm like, no. You gotta go back to the Bible and see what it says there. So that is Revelation chapter 13. I hope that was edifying. But more importantly, I want you guys to know more than anything else that the only way to heaven is by understanding that Jesus Christ was born, he led a sinless life, he's God's son, he died on the cross for your sins, and that he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, "For whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved." It also says in John 3:16, "For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life." So it's by Christ and Christ alone. That's the most important thing. That's the gospel message that can be found in 1 Corinthians 15, 1 through 4. That is where the gospel is found. And that's what you need to know more than anything else. We're diving into Revelation, which is really, really deep stuff. What is Blue Letter Bible? It is an app. You can go on your phone and just type it into your app store and type in Blue Letter Bible, and it's an app. It's just a regular app. But what it allows you to do is you can click on any verse that you want to, and then it gives you the option to go to interlinear concordance. Then you click on that, and then you click on whatever word you want translated over into the Greek, and it does it for you, and you can just do it. It's like a 5-minute learning curve, but I use it all the time when I'm studying. I'm just like, oh, what's this mean? I wonder what that definition. Oh, okay, and then I just go and I just keep on clicking. I'm just like all over that thing. But it's a great tool. The Trinity and Jesus made the way for us. And hallelujah. So, yeah. What does the Bible say about the word gave? Are you talking about where it says receive? It just says that it causes all free and slave to give a mark. It's very, very interesting. It's in your forehead, your mind. Um, when you click on when you click on the word forehead in the Greek, it has the idea of the space in between the eyes, is what it says. Yeah, DNA is very interesting. A lot of people speculate that kind of stuff, like it could be mixing your DNA, like it could, like, because changes your DNA because your DNA has the same sequence, numerical sequence, repeated over and over again. And when you use those numbers and you compare it to the Hebrew language, it literally spells YHWH, 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 which is, Yahweh. Some people speculate that it's splicing your DNA somehow, or does something to your DNA, or mixes man with machine, all this kind of stuff, so that you are no longer recognizable. So, because what the question is always, what is this mark that it can be to where you cannot be saved after you get it? What is that about? What's that? And so that's what, there's a lot of speculation. The answer is nobody really knows. I'm not going to be here to find out, but it sounds absolutely terrifying. Yeah, user Amber, thank you. Chelsea, thanks. Amen, Pablo, that's right. It's beautiful to me. The more you study and learn what is in the Bible, it excites the spirit. It really does. Really, really does. Yeah, Michael, for by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. The rapture takes place when? Before or after which chapter? The rapture, I believe the rapture occurs in Revelation chapter 4 is where I believe the rapture occurs. Revelation 3:22. So in chapters 2 and chapters 3 is when the church is mentioned time and time again, right? There's 7 churches there. But after Revelation 3, verse 22, I think that's when the rapture occurs. Because right in Revelation chapter 4, it says, after this, and if you know the outline of Revelation, it says Revelation 1:19, it says, write the things which are the things that have been and things that shall be hereafter. After is metatauta. Revelation chapter 4 starts out by saying, after these things, so we know that we are in the after. So in Revelation 4, you're in the throne room. You're introduced to these 24 elders. The 24 elders identify who they are in chapter 5 as kings and priests. You know that there's only 3 people who are kings and priests in the Bible, which is Melchizedek, Jesus Christ, and the church, or the bride. And you know that the church is kings and priests because of 1 Peter chapter 2, where it refers to us as a royal priesthood, because royal, king, priesthood, priest, king and priest. It's really interesting to understand that kind of stuff. But that's what's going on there. So the church is removed before the tribulation begins. The tribulation begins in Revelation chapter 6. And but you see the 24 elders, and I believe that the 24 elders are the church, the bride of Christ, you and I, if you are a Christian right now. And Jesus goes up to the Father and takes the scroll, but he doesn't open the seals yet. He just has it. The seals are not opened until after the 24 elders sing their songs. So the 24 elders are in heaven. So if the 24 elders are the bride, is the church, then that means that we are in heaven before the tribulation begins, because the tribulation doesn't begin until Revelation chapter 6. Just went all over the place. You are lost through faith, bud. No, it's the opposite of saved. I don't know what you mean. What do you mean, Douglas? Thanks for being here, by the way. First beast is who? Keo, first beast is the Antichrist. The second beast is the false prophet. It says he makes war with the saints. Please elaborate on the first beast. The first beast, elaborate on the first beast. Well, I don't. I don't know what you want me to elaborate on. Um, if you're here for Revelation 12, we went into Daniel 7 and we unpacked the 7 heads, the 10 horns. The 10 horns are the 10 kings. The diadems are crowns. And then when you go to Revelation 13, you see the same thing. The 10 horns are the 10 kings. And on his horns, 10 crowns. 10 crowns are diadems. Diadems are crowns that are people who wear who are rulers. The other crown is Stephanos. Stephanos is just something that somebody would win if they won, were competing as like an athlete. And his head's a blasphemous name. Again, he's mirroring. Thank you, Trucker Tony. He's mirroring Jesus Christ, because when Jesus comes back during the second coming, Jesus has names written on him, on his thigh. He's a King of Kings, Lord of Lords. So here in 13, he's blaspheming. He has a blasphemous name. And then when you see the beast, they're named leopard, bear, and lion. But when you go back to Daniel 7, they're reversed. So in Revelation, they're in one way, but in Daniel, they're the other way. And it's because some people like to speculate it's because John is looking back into time while Daniel was looking into time. So that's interesting. But I'm like going to be going all over this again. But then it says, I saw one of his heads as if it had been mortally wounded. Some people like to think, you can go to Zechariah 11:17, and there's a description of the Antichrist there, because he is referred to as the idol shepherd or the worthless shepherd. And again, that is the antithesis of what Jesus Christ is. Jesus Christ is the good shepherd. And so everything that describes the Antichrist is the exact opposite of who Jesus Christ is. So they worshiped the dragon, and they said, who is like the beast, who is able to make war with him. Remember, the beast was the one who actually killed the 2 witnesses. The world was terrified of these 2 witnesses. They probably looked at him as all kinds of terrorist type of guys, but the beast ended up killing them. And so they followed and marveled after the beast for all kinds of reasons. Hopefully that's a good enough elaboration. You can keep on going. Do you think the third temple has to be built? Yeah, Tammy, in order for the tribulation to begin. Now, the rapture can occur before the temple is built, so that's important to know. But what I will say is we know for sure that the tribulation cannot begin until there is a physical temple standing. And we know that because there are 2 witnesses who are preaching in front of the temple for 3.5 years. So the tribulation can't start until these 2 witnesses can preach in front of the temple. So there needs to be a temple in order for the tribulation to begin. Thank you for doing this. I believe God used you tonight to help people seek the truth. Thanks, Just Scroll. I appreciate you. Yeah, guys, if you are here and you guys have any questions, my messages are open. You don't have to follow me. Just feel free to shoot me a text or whatever. If you have any questions about any of this stuff, I would love to talk about it. So if you have any questions, feel free to do that. Is he asking when I go live? Yeah, I go live 2 or 3 times a week, and it's normally not until 11 p.m. Eastern time. But it's kind of random, you know. Yeah, lady said Tuesdays and Thursdays. Those are probably a good bet, but it's really random. I have a very interesting schedule. You should read the Bible instead. Your eternal soul depends on your choice today. User ammo. You really think God would want us to allow them to drink water? Whoa, Indigo. Oof. Yeah, lady, thank you. Will survivors of the tribulation have a second chance? That's an interesting question. Something's happening. Survivors of the tribulation. So that's okay. So there's going to be 2 people, 2 categories, I should say. Can I ask a question about fasting? Yeah, Wendy. I will try to answer it the best I can. So 2 different types of people coming out of tribulation. You have this is all talks about in Daniel 12 when it's like the separation of the sheep and goats and goes into the millennial kingdom. So there's going to be tribulation saints who there are some who are going to make it through the tribulation, and it's basically they're gonna have the idea of their clothes are gonna be singed, right? Like they made it barely, they made it, they hid, they did whatever they had to do, and they made it. They walk into the millennial kingdom. And then there's going to be the other people who didn't die as well, but who worshipped the devil, worshipped Satan. And then that's the dividing of the sheep and goats. That's going to take place during that time. And so I don't know if I answered your question. Can you explain fasting and why it's important for us? It's really interesting fasting, Wendy, because when you look at it, you like the Bible, right? Like we believe the Bible is true. It's inerrant, the inerrant word of God. And so what you see these people fasting, and you see them doing it. Like they tear their clothes, sackcloth, ashes. They fast, they pray. Jesus fasted, and without diving too deep into it, when you see Jesus doing something, we should do it, right? When you see Daniel doing something, we should do it, right? There's two people in the Old Testament where nothing is said that they ever did anything wrong. Now, they obviously did stuff wrong. They weren't perfect by any means, but there's nothing recorded about them doing anything wrong. And those two are Joseph and Daniel. Daniel is called beloved. Like Gabriel showed up to him and he's like, you are beloved, right? And so John is also the other guy who's called beloved as well. So it's interesting when you look at these two people. Daniel's called beloved, John is called beloved. They both have apocalyptic visions and insights, and they were privy to things that many other people were not able to see. But as far as fasting, there's all kinds of science that goes behind it, stuff that they didn't know back then. But if you are sick right now, and I'm not a doctor, I'm not giving you medical advice, but what your body does is absolutely amazing. If you are sick, your body, and you fast, after you hit a certain point, your body eats away at the fat, then it goes to the other stuff, but then it gets, the further along you go, then your body starts eating away at all of the cancerous cells and all the other kinds of stuff that is just filth, and your body just destroys it because it eats away at it. And it's interesting, that kind of stuff, that we have that, because what does our world say today? Make sure you eat 3 times a day, or make sure what's the most important meal of the day is breakfast, and like this is all brainwashing. This is not true. That's where you get the most sugar, right? Like if you eat like how the typical American eats, you eat a ton of sugar, and breakfast is the most important day. They're programming. You check any kind of cereal box nowadays and it says made with bioengineered chemicals. This is all crazy. That is not true about fasting. Have you looked into it, Douglas? Because I have. Very healthy for you. Yeah, fasting allows our flesh to decrease and our spirit to increase. Yeah. There's all kinds of other stuff too. I'm just giving you like a very surface type of level. But basically, if you're ever wondering and you see them doing it, there's deeper level. Good night, CJ. Thanks for being here. Yeah, there's other different kinds of fast too you can do. You can do a technology fast for sure, because these phones have all kinds of electronic radiation emitting out of it, and we are under attack on every single level. It's unbelievable. Sacrifice for Christ. Yeah, fasting is a biblical testament. Thanks for still being here, Katie. I'm surprised you're still up. What time is it there? Thanks, Ryan. Always your blessing. I had to go. Yeah, hopefully that was good. Jesus fasted 100%. Yeah, Wendy. Hopefully I'm answering your question. I know smoking is bad. A couple cigs, I don't want to get in trouble. Mikey, it is, we're all at a different stage in life, and I don't know where you're at, but what I need you to know more importantly than anything is to know for sure that you can get to heaven. And if you accept Christ as your personal Savior, and you understand that by grace are you saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is a gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. If you understand that God laid his life down for you, and you accept him as your personal Savior, he's going to come and dwell inside of you, and he's going to start making changes. And it's not going to all happen overnight, and you're not going to turn into a super Christian and be like, look at me, but it's if he lives within you, he's going to work through you, if you let him. Thank you, Sunshine. I appreciate those. Can't shut you off, man. Do you eat pork? Yeah. You ever been to Baghdad? Absolutely, I have. No problem. Blessings to all. All right, nice, CJ. Hope you sleep well. So the 144,000 acknowledge Jesus as the Son of God in the future. Yes, Katie, they do. Because right now the Jewish people are still looking for a Messiah, and it's very interesting when you look at them because they are. Remember, Israel is the centerpiece. If you have a table and you're like you have a big old table here, Israel is the center of that table. They are God's chosen people. You go back into Deuteronomy, oh man, 14 or something, 9, and it talks about how God says, you are my chosen people. Like, it's interesting when he says that, because he says, like, to me, like, Israel is just like, okay, they're just another people. But when God says, you are my chosen people, like, you are my, like, wow. It doesn't matter what I think or what you think or anything like that. God says, you are my chosen people. He's talking to Israel. So these Israelites missed the time of their visitation. The Daniel 9 prophecy, when Jesus rode into Jerusalem on a donkey, he wept over Jerusalem because they weren't there to receive him. They missed the time of their visitation. And so he said, you will be blind in part. And so the Jewish culture, the majority of them, are blind in part because they missed the time of their visitation. They are still out there looking like, where's he at? Where's this Messiah? They're looking for almost like a leader that can lead them into battle type of Messiah, and they missed it. And so the second coming of Jesus is not going to happen until they look upon him who they pierced as they pierced the lowest son. And it's interesting. So this stuff is important. But yeah, the 144,000 are Jewish men, and they're going to have their eyes open after the rapture happens, and they're going to be like, we missed it. Jesus is Christ. And they're going to have, whoever these 144,000, whoever he chooses, they're going to have the seal of God on their foreheads, and then they're going to be untouchable. They're going to be quite a sight to see. I warned all of you, you have to use your free will, come together. Yeah, however, this kind does not go out except by prayer and fasting. Yeah. Yeah, it's good, Audra. Yeah, fasting is very important. Casting out demons is what they were saying. Come on. Hi, Megan. How are you? Yeah, Indigo. You know what? There's a lot of theories behind that, so I'll leave it at that. Yes, Israel is huge in prophecy and why we are near the tribulation. Yep. He's still working on me to quit smoking, and it's been over a year and I'm trying to quit. Yikes. You know what, guys? It's important to understand, like, smoking, right? Like, that might be a thing that you're convicted by, and that's you. That's between you and the Lord. And nobody should judge you or look on you in any kind of different. But if you are trying to imitate Christ, and think about that. Think of the word imitate Christ, and then apply that to whatever you're looking at. Like, hey, should I go do this? Well, can I see Jesus doing that? Is that something Jesus would do? That is how I operate. That is how I think. That is what I try to do. Hey, this guy just really ticked me off, and I want to just lash out and rip his face off. Is that what Jesus would do? No, he wouldn't do that for the most part. It's interesting. What? Yeah, WWJD. Yep. Why do you believe in God? Oh man, so many reasons, dude. I believe in God. Why do I believe in God? Well, I believe in God. Number one, the Bible. A lot of people say, why do you believe the Bible is true? I'll start with that. to go into why I believe in God. The Bible has so many prophecies. The Bible is written by over 40 or plus authors. It's 66 books. And it was written, these people didn't know each other, and they all overlap and they intertwine. It's intertwined. And they all prophesied about things that didn't happen until hundreds of years after they died or after they prophesied about it. And when you think about that kind of stuff, you think about one of those things coming to be, like where Jesus would be born or how he would die. Did you know, for example, for one thing, Jesus was prophesied that he would be crucified. That was prophesied before crucifixion was even a thing. And that's huge. Crucifixion wasn't even invented. The word crucifixion comes from the word excruciating, crucifixion. That word wasn't even a thing when people blasphemed. Okay, so just to put it in perspective for you, just for one thing, you could just go on for days, but when Jesus said he was God, right, when all these Pharisees brought him before the Sanhedrin and like they were like put him on trial all over the place, they're like, you did this, they were trying to get God, or trying to get Jesus to say something and then trap him and stuff. And then when the high priest put him under oath, Jesus said, I am who I am. They recognized that he was referring to himself as God. He referred to himself as God, and then they tore his clothes and they said, they said that they accused him of blasphemy, right? And so what I need you to understand is back in the Old Testament, when it was prophesied that he would be crucified, blasphemy back in the Old Testament was punishable by death, by getting stoned to death. So when it was written that he would be crucified, blasphemy was death by stoning. But Jesus, they said he blasphemed, and it was death by crucifixion. That is one reason why I believe the Bible is true. They called the shots before it even happened, and then he died on a tree that he created, on a hill that he created, and he laid down on that cross willingly. So why do I believe the Bible is true? Because of all the prophecies. Prophecies are huge. The signs, when all the signs that he did, all the wonders that he did, huge. Prophecy and those signs mixed together. Oh, man. And the one thing that I have a hard time with, more than anything, is if God is real and all-powerful, why in the world would he choose to die for somebody as terrible as me and somebody as terrible as you? That part baffles me. I can't wrap my mind around it. I know it's because he loves me, but I can't really understand the depths of his love. And so when you question why do you believe in God, it's because of all those reasons that I just said, but it doesn't make sense, right? It's too easy to just shake off and say, no, this isn't real. But then you just look out into the world and you just think, man, in order for this to be here, there had to be a beginning. And if there was a beginning, there had to have been somebody who created it. There had to have been a creator. And so Romans 1, I think 18 talks about that, how basically the whole world cries about his creation, the invisible attributes, right? And it says that you and I are without excuse. And so we can deny all we want, but deep down, we all know that there's a God. And the other religions out there, they all have for the most part, they have a works-based type of salvation, something that you can do to earn your salvation. The Bible is different because it's opposite. It's not about what you do. It's about what he did. And what he did is he died on the cross for you. I don't even know if you're here anymore, man, but hopefully that was a long answer. Barry Johnson, we evolved. That's fact. What did we evolve from, Barry? Yeah, Trucker Tony, when you try to prove the Bible wrong, you prove it right. That's unbelievable. The more you dive into it, it is unreal what you will just learn. I've honestly allowed my temper to yell at God. You know what, just scrolling? Remember when he died? Just remember, whatever you guys are going through, whenever you sin, whenever you messed up, and you guys are beating yourself up, the Bible says in 1 John that God is greater than your heart. It says when your heart condemns you, remember that God is greater than your heart. So you can beat yourself all you want. you can beat yourself up, and you continue to do that. That is Satan lying to you to keep you down, keep you down, keep you down. You need to remember that God is greater than your heart. Because if you don't forgive yourself, then you're almost taking away than what he did for you. And it's okay. Like, he knows you're going to mess up, and he loves you anyways. When he died on the cross, thank you. When he died on the cross, all of the sins were futuristic at that point. So whatever you do today, it was futuristic from when he died. Whatever you do 2 weeks from now, whenever you make a sin 2 weeks from now, or tomorrow, or 2 years from now, it's all covered under the same. He paid it in full. It is finished. Tetelestai. It's absolutely amazing. I have a lot of work to do, but I do believe I can relate with that, my man. Jesus Christ is the truth. That's right. Educate yourself. Barry, well, you make a statement. You want to come on up? If you want to tell me how evolution. God is so good to me. Me too, Donna. More than what we deserve. Gina, oh wow, power for our aura. Thanks. And he knew everything that each one of us would ever do before he created us. Absolutely, he did. Carly, right. Yeah, dream, yep. Yeah, God is big enough to handle our tantrums. It's so interesting, right? Like when you start to just think about it for a second. We are little children in God's eyes, because right now you look at me and you see and you make your assumption of me, right? I look at you and I make an assumption of you, and we're judging each other, and like you're comparing yourself to me and I'm comparing yourself to you. Thank you, prayer warrior. And that's just how we work. That's how our minds think. And thank you. And it's so interesting because that is how that's what I see. But it's not, it doesn't matter. And that's what you see, and it doesn't matter. And that's why I made a video about this, because the parallels just popped out to me. But it was the church of Smyrna compared to the church of Laodicea. Smyrna was getting crushed. They thought that they were losing it. They were losing faith almost, because they were getting destroyed and persecuted and killed. But then Jesus wrote them a letter and he said, you are rich. But in their own hearts and their own heads, they were thinking that they were doing something wrong. But then Jesus was like, you are rich. And then on the flip side, you have Laodicea, who thought that they had it going on. And then Jesus writes them a letter and says, you do not know that you are wretched, miserable, and blind and naked. So my point is, this church thought that they were doing it wrong, but then Jesus says, you are rich. This church thought they were doing it right, and then Jesus says, you don't know that you are wretched and naked. My point is that you need to understand it's not what you think about yourself or what I think about you. It is about what God thinks about you. That is it. That is the whole point of it. That is what we need to wrap. I don't care what you think about me. I don't care. Like, I don't want to tell this person about Jesus because I'm worried about what they're going to think about me. I don't care what they think about me. I care about what God thinks about me. And that's what I want you guys. If you guys are Christians, if you guys know Christ, if you know the gospel, tell somebody about it. That is the coolest thing, the best thing that you can do. That is what he wants you to do. I just wish it's just so neat to think about that kind of stuff. And a lot of this stuff is faith, right? And so the way I look at this is, I don't know if you guys have any kids, or if you don't, you can relate by like putting imagine you know somebody who has a kid, or if you have a kid and they're 2 years old. Let's say they're 2 years old. Let's say you're standing in the pool, you're in the water, and you're standing right next to your kid who's on the concrete, and you're looking up at him, and you're like, come on, jump to me. In that little baby's mind, they are about to make the biggest leap ever, because it is the biggest, terrifying to them, right? But think about it from your point of view. You're looking at it like it's the cutest thing in the world, because you're like, this little baby has no idea. I'm never going to let anything happen to him. I will never let this baby fall into this water or fall out of my hands. It's not going to happen. And that is what we are. We are that little baby. And God is just standing there like, come on, just trust me. Just trust me. And that is what we do. He's looking at it. He knows that we're going to be okay. He's got us. We don't see it because we don't have the perspective. But that is why we need to dive into this, because when we do, we gain perspective. Katie. Oh, stop. I told you got to start yelling at me. He created Lucifer, yeah. You can call him Satan or that old devil. Beautiful analogy, thanks, yeah. It's so neat. That's exactly what we are. That is exactly what we are, and it's honestly, if we're trying to boil it down as simple as we can get it, that is it. Thanks, thank you, Kolor, the OG. Yeah, Jess. Thanks for being here. I appreciate that. You have me in tears off. Not my intent. Great analogy, thanks. The faith of a child is so pure. Yeah, man. I mean, that's us. Like, and that's the thing is that people like that guy's clearly not here because he didn't respond. But he said, "Why do you believe in your God?" And it's just so interesting because I get where he's coming from. I understand. Like, I'm very empathetic with these like people who feel differently or don't believe. Like, I get it. But at the same time, I don't, because I'm like, I just want you to like open your eyes, right? And the world is so full of static, and that is a tactic of Satan, right? If Satan's whole purpose is to deceive, right? That's what he does. He is deceived. He's a deceiver. He wants to just flood the world with as much information as he possibly can, because if he can just get one doubt in your mind and just put it in there, then his job is done. He just has one doubt. And the American school system is a huge player in that doubt. You send your kids to a public school, and they are going to be absolutely filled with nonsense and doubt and evolution and just upside downness. And it is even getting darker than what it ever was before in the past. And that is what is happening. And so these kids are being raised to think differently and to think there can't be, or this is okay, or all these things are okay. Let's accept like, wow. He's creating doubt and confusion, and he's a liar. Absolutely. It's important to know this stuff. Know your enemy, guys. This is so okay. So it says the Bible says this: your adversary, the devil, walks about like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. So let's unpack that. It says your adversary. So I need you to understand this. He is looking at you like you are his adversary. He hates you. Now, he's not going to come at you with his fangs out and horns and all kinds of terrible, like, Hollywood stuff. No, he's going to make you think that he loves you. This is why it's important to understand you need to know your adversary, because he knows you, and he knows that you are his adversary. Guys, like, he knows that. He hates you, and he is going to just try to trick you and to lull you into a false sense of security. And come on, it's not that bad. Just try it out once, or just come on, keep doing this. I am just blown away when you understand. Like, if I came up to you, or let's say somebody came up to you and you're like, hey, I don't know if I should tell you this, but Ryan, he hates you, and every time you leave the room, he says this about you, and this about you. But right when you walk in, he smiles at you. Imagine that. Like, put 3 people in your world that know you. Let's say your brother and sister, right? But let's say you walk out of the room and they badmouth you, and you walk in and they're smiling at you. That is what's going on spiritually. He is constantly going before the Lord, accusing you and just, oh, it's great. When you start to see it, you can't unsee it. It's like when you're looking for a new car and you're like, oh, I think I'm going to get a Tacoma or something. You can't stop seeing Tacomas everywhere you drive. You're just like, there's a Tacoma there. Like, is everybody driving Tacomas? Um, it's very interesting. Yeah, he probably does. If you post these lives on YouTube, I would absolutely love for my son to hear this. Yeah, Stacy, I did. There is a it's just raw. I don't edit any of this stuff. I literally just this whole live has been going on for like 5 hours now, so I'm literally gonna just throw it up on YouTube, which is not something that I normally would do, but people were asking, so I did. Um, why did Jesus tell John on the cross that Mary was his mother? I think are you saying why did Jesus ask or tell John to look out for his mother? Is that, I don't, John already knew who his mother was. Uh, Grace Herman, thanks for those roses, by the way. Um, yeah, Tammy, I posted all. Um, yeah, I think they're all up to date now. It's all raw footage, like I said. It's just kind of like stuff like this, so you might have to scroll through to where I start. But once I start, I pretty much keep going, and I don't really read comments while I go. But yeah, it's all out there, and you might just have to find where the beginning is. I normally wait about 20 minutes or so before I actually begin, but every study I go through a recap of what we went through last time, and that normally takes about 30, 40 minutes in itself. It's pretty long. There's a link in my profile, Tammy, if you want to click on it. Um, I think it works. Somebody said it worked before. Yeah, just scrolling. There's a link under my face. If you click on my profile, you can see it. Thanks for the spelling correction. She needed someone to look after her. Yeah, Sammy. Well, the whole Jesus, it's actually really interesting because Jesus asked John to watch out for his mother, um, and Jesus had brothers, and it's interesting that he entrusted John with the honor of looking out for his mom. Says a lot. John is called beloved, and there's a lot there. When you actually read the book of John and look at it, you see that John refers to himself in the third person almost, because he says it like this. He says, so John's the author of the book of John, obviously. So instead of saying, I went over here with Jesus, he referred to himself as the disciple whom Jesus loved went over there. That's how he referred to himself. He took himself out of the equation, and he wanted Jesus's name to be there. He wanted him to be less of me, guys. It's all about, that's what it's about. Less of me. See, the American culture and the world that we live in says it's different. Says we need to rise up, right? We need to be better, and we need look at me, look at me, guys. I don't want you to see me. I want you to see Christ through me. That's like these people who are out here and say, send me money and send me gifts and let's all prophesy over you and all this. That is dangerous. That is so dangerous. It is opposite of that. When you see somebody who is living large and Joel Osteen-esque, it is such a red flag. Run away from that. That is so wrong. That is opposite of Jesus. How did Jesus come? How was he born? He could have chose to be born in a palace. He could have chose to be born with all kinds of kings around him. No, he was born in a manger. He was lowly. He was not somebody that you would chase after because of how good he looked. He did not come with any form of comeliness. Isaiah 53. It is so interesting to see the route he chose. And that is what we should try to be doing. Joel gives people hope. Joel Osteen, in my opinion, and the artist, is a massive false prophet. He is a prosperity, feel good now, send your money in and we'll pray for you. I don't even think he believes, pretty sure he doesn't believe that there's a hell. So you can look into that and take that for how you will. Yeah. What about Hillsong? Hillsong is very interesting. What was that guy's name? I actually looked into him like a couple months ago. Was that pastor? I think he called himself a pastor. Oh, can't remember his name. No. Yeah, Hillsong is okay, so I don't know his name. It doesn't really matter. But the dude was putting all kinds of pictures up on Instagram, and it was where his shorts were coming all the way down to where you can see all kinds of stuff, right? And this guy is a pastor, right? He's hanging out with celebrities. He's wearing $20,000 worth of clothing every time he walked outside of his house. He looked and wanted everybody to see him. And that is the opposite of Jesus, guys. That is what I want you to understand. There are people out there who say good things, but it is important to understand that there are people preaching a different Jesus. This is so important to understand. Paul says, if anybody comes to you preaching a different gospel, I think it's in Galatians, I'll read it to you so you can see. And this is important to understand because this was what was going on right when the church was born. So think about the church was under attack right when it was born, and it's still even more attacked, if not even more. Carl Lentz, thank you. Yeah, Carl Lentz. That's going to drive me nuts. But it's important to understand your enemy. He is going to try to get into religion and make it and twist it and churn things to make you go all different ways except for the gospel. And so what Paul says in the book of Galatians is in chapter 1, verse 6, it says this. He says, I marvel that you are turning away so soon from him who called you in the grace of Christ to a different gospel, which is not another. But there are some who trouble you and want to pervert the gospel of Christ. But even if we or an angel from heaven preach any other gospel to you than what we have preached to you, let him be accursed. Guys, this is important to understand. Joel Osteen, look into him. Don't take my word for it. I want you to do your own research. Acts 17:11 says, receive the word with all readiness, but search the scriptures daily to find out whether these things are so. You guys are listening to me on TikTok. You don't know me. You don't know my heart. You don't know any of these things. And you're hearing what I'm saying. But I want you to test me. I want you to test it. And that is what I want you to do with Joel Osteen. I want you to do with that Carl Lentz. I want you to throw them all up and look at them right next to Jesus being right there and say, this doesn't add up. These puzzle pieces aren't looking. He's not doing what I think Jesus would be doing. He's not acting how I think Jesus would be acting, even though he's saying good words like Jesus or God or love. It's important to understand that in the book of Matthew, there's going to people who, it says, many will say in that day, Lord, Lord, did we not do all of these things in your name? And he will say to them, depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire. I never knew you. He is talking to religious people here. He is talking to people who acknowledge Jesus. They are calling him Lord, Lord. They know who he is. And Jesus is looking at them. He's like, I never knew you. Guys, these preachers out there I'm not going to tell you what to think. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I just want you to be on guard. In my opinion, they are very, very good at what they do. But they are prosperity preachers. They are deceived. So take it how you will. Elevation worship. I haven't really dove into them. Kenneth Copeland, oh man, don't you get me started, Bridget. Malachi, why did Jesus die for me? Well, John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, because he so loved the world, and I'm a part of that. Yeah, he wants people to have their best life, prosperity, and I don't think he believes in hell. So that's important. Look that up. Let me know. I know you're teaching me about Jesus. Thanks. Just scrolling. Absolutely research. I can discern that you're good. Thanks, Gina. Founder of Hillsong Carl's church's father had a really bad. Yeah, Gina. Yep. Yeah, guys. Nobody's perfect. Everybody's got their nobody's perfect. I understand that, and so I'm not going at every church thinking you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. But the big names out there like Joel Osteen, Kevin Copeland, Carl Lentz, they're not Jesus. They're not. They're not imitating Jesus. They are. I don't even think they preach the gospel. I haven't. I know that a couple of them don't. I can't say all of them, but I want you to look into them. Don't. Okay, so it's a psychological thing, right? Like if people are attending, if there are 50,000 people that want to go to this church and line up across the street to be able to get inside, it's natural for people to want to do it. They even performed a test on this in people over in Vegas. What they did was they just set up those little red ropes, like how people form a line, like at the movie theater or something. They formed that in the middle of the street, and they had two people who were actors stand in line, and there was no reason to stand in line. And they just recorded these people, and they stood in line. After 30 minutes, there's like 30 people standing in line, and nobody knew what they were doing. And then the people who were in front, the actors, just started walking, and everybody just started following. And then they like jumped over something, and then everybody behind them started jumping, and they all did it because the people in front of them were doing it. My point is that you see people going to a church, and there's 5,000 people going to this church, and you're like, oh, it must be good. That is what our brains tell us, because if everybody's doing it, it must be good, right? You have good intentions. You want to go to a church, and you're like, oh, I'm trying to learn. But you need to understand you can be deceived going to these churches. You can go to these churches and be lulled into a false sense of security, getting a different gospel. This is what is going on in the world on a massive scale. It is so hard. The Bible says that broad is the way that leads to destruction, and narrow is the gate that leads to life, and few there are that find it. I want you to picture a 6-lane highway going south, and a little itty bitty sidewalk going north. The lanes going southbound. That is broad is the way that leads to destruction, and narrow is the gate that leads to life, and few there are that find it, guys. This is important to understand. It's heartbreaking. You paint all mega churches with the same brush. I'm not painting all of them. I don't think did I say all of them? Kenneth Copeland cutting hand on stage was not Jesus. Oh, I didn't even know he did that, Christopher. Yoicks. Yeah, that's not right at all. Yeah, judge with righteous judgment. I trust the Holy Spirit to guide me. Well, hopefully you're studying. You're studying the Bible in a very, very deep way. He cut his hand and drank it for communion. Oh my goodness. With discernment being a gift of the Spirit, can unbelievers still ask for it when looking for a church? Yeah, I think he's going to meet you where you're at. And if you search him, he's not going to hide from you. Is there a good Bible study? You can I love Jan and Paul Crouch as well. I don't know who those people are. Good Bible study. What are you talking about there? Is there a good Bible study? I'm sure there are. I like doing my own. Um, I I follow this. Well, I watch some. I like to learn like on YouTube. Like I push pause, I push play, push pause, push play when I want to look stuff up, and I chase things down, and then I push play when I'm ready, and then I keep doing that. That's how I like to learn. And then I go to church and then I ask questions to the pastor, right? And that's how I think we should do it. If you go to church and you show up and you don't have any questions, then that just means you haven't been diving into the word. Because if you open your book, your Bible right now, and you read one chapter, you're probably going to have all kinds of questions. But people don't do it, so people don't show up to church with questions, and so then they don't ask questions, and then they don't grow. So you're not growing unless you're reading. So I think reading is important. Love to read Proverbs and Psalms for wisdom. Read the word, people, absolutely. Does it say if the Holy Spirit removes himself from earth at any point during the tribulation? 2 Thessalonians talks on that. There's an order of operations. Don't want to mess it up. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, though, if you wanted to write it down or go to it yourself. Yeah, there's an order of operations in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. The first thing that's going to happen is there's going to be apostasy. Apostasy is like falling away. Then after that, the restrainer is removed. The restrainer is the Holy Spirit, but in the context here, the Holy Spirit indwells the church. So the way I interpret it is that the church is removed because we are what is holding back all the bad, the evil, right? The church, the bride of Christ, we are the ones pushing back against, because they want the floodgates to open with all the evil stuff, right? So that's like, if you look at it with political world, right? They want to bring in all this bad stuff and make it law, but then we knock it down to where they only get this much ground. But they got that much ground. So if you remove us, then they're going to be able to get this every single time, and it's just going to be the restrainer is removed. The Holy Spirit is a restrainer, but in this context, I believe that it's referring to the church. But after that, the man of sin will be revealed, and then the day of the Lord, it comes after that. Is the picture, brief synopsis. So what if pastors have money? Money's not bad. I guess I don't understand your question. What if pastors have money? Money is not evil. The love of money is evil. I don't know, Gina. God so answers my questions. What's that, Malachi? Troy Black. Sorry, Sammy. I don't know who that is. I am not familiar with that. I don't know too many people, honestly. The Bible is so powerful. The man of life. Yeah. Yeah. You want a psalm? My favorite psalm, Gina, is Psalm 22. Psalm 22 is absolutely amazing. Except for Joel Osteen. Yeah, Joel Osteen is bad news bears, Sammy. But you know what? That depends on your definition. It is, you can take that how you will. But my definition is, he does not preach the gospel, and that is where I stand on that. But it's okay if you want to have a different opinion. That's okay. Good Bible teachers today. Sunshine, I would highly recommend, depending on your level, if you want like easy to mediocre type studies, Adrian Rogers. He passed away a couple years ago, or more than a couple years ago, probably now like 10. Adrian Rogers, very solid. I recommend him all the time. And if you want something that is way too much, but still amazingly fundamentally sound and biblically backed up on way more than what you need, Chuck Missler is 100% my guy. Yeah, Adrian is awesome. Adrian is amazing. See you, Gina. Have a good night. Thanks for being here. What did and do you think of Billy and Franklin Graham? Oh, man. uh, um, yeah, open a can of worms. Uh, I'm just gonna, I can't, oh man, it's so interesting. So interesting. It is so interesting. You should unpack that and dive into it because I think you'll be surprised, especially with Franklin. You know, okay, so I don't care who you are, right? When you get to become big, when you when you get up there and people look at you and follow you and pay attention to you and you become a person that is to be adored or followed, you start to get prideful, and I don't care who you are. And I forget who it was, but there was a king. Who was it? There was a king way back, like 1,000 years ago, and he had one of his servants follow him. Was it? Oh man, was it Alexander? I don't know if it was Alexander. I don't think it was, but it was somebody way back, way, 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 long, long ago. And he had one of his servants follow him and whisper in his ear as they walked through the crowds, just saying, "You're only a man. You're only a man. You're only a man." And because he needed the reminder that he's nobody different, right? Like he's a guy in a different role, but just like me and you, I am nobody compared to you. Like I am not, I'm nobody. But when these people rise up and they get fame and everybody has popularity and now you're a celebrity and you're brought on TV and these talk shows and everybody wants to talk about you, like you get this big head and you lose sight of what you were there for, and people can get lost. And so I don't really know where everybody's at. That's not for me to say. But I do think people like the attention on themselves when really they should be pointing all fingers towards Jesus Christ and trying to win people and trying to tell people. Um, who is your favorite preacher? My dad. But outside, I would say Chuck Missler and Adrian Rogers, Savannah. Yeah, I don't know Joyce Meyer. I don't know who that is. I've heard that name before. Jimmy Swaggart fell in public eye, did he? Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of names. I recognize a lot of names, but I don't know much about them, so I'm sorry I can't speak too much on them. Billy Graham was a humble servant and never had a big head. Stop pointing fingers yourself. We'll look into it. Thanks for being here, by the way. My father was a Mason. Was that evil? I have no idea. I think just because somebody holds a title, you're getting down into the weeds on that one. There's all kinds of, people make all kinds of theories and throw them out there. I don't do that kind of stuff, but I'm assuming you've researched some of it, and that's why you're asking that kind of question. Or else if you didn't know any better, you probably wouldn't be asking that question unless you knew something. Everybody's in a, individual. So, as far as evil, the question that, we need to be asking is, I guess, to dumb that question down a little bit more, is he good? And the answer to that question is no. And the reason why I'm saying that is because nobody is good, right? Nobody is good but God. And so we need to understand that even if you look at me and you see me, like, assuming this is all hypothetical, but if you look at me and you think, oh man, he's got it going on, just know I don't. I don't have it going on. I am a hot mess. I am down here in this mud puddle just like you guys. We are trying to figure it out. And I am just trying to give you guys some of the information that I have, and I try to stay as biblical as I possibly can, and that's all I'm ever going to do. I can weigh on some of the other stuff going on in the world, but I always try to do it through a biblical lens. Am I always right? No, I'm not, but I try to give you what I can. Exactly, no one can judge but God. Well, that's not right. And the artist, it says to judge in righteous judgment. So for example, if I'm a Christian and if you're a Christian and I see you messing up, doing something that you shouldn't, I should go up to you with love and say, hey, brother, we got to get away from that. And here's why. So, love is the foundation there. Everybody always likes to stop about just like that one where it says nobody can judge not lest you be judged, but they forget to keep on reading. Or they never read to begin with, and they just heard somebody else say it, and they did just run with it, which is the majority of people. It's amazing. If people actually read, then they would be educated, and then they would be able to see things better. But John 7:24, Zechariah 8:16. A lot of loaded questions. Let's learn about God's word. All of us fall short in one way or the other. Yeah, I welcome questions. I think it's important to have dialogue, and to have this kind of stuff because people are learning from it. People are learning how to talk and how to treat people, and hopefully, we're all, like these people. I don't know if they're trying to get a rise out of me. It's not going to happen. Because I'm just looking at you like I love you. I just want to reach you and I want to tell you about Jesus. That's the whole point of me even having this TikTok thing, is to hopefully you see Christ through me. And I'm not doing near as much as what I should be doing, but I'm trying, and I hopefully this has been blessing to you guys. But this is what we're here for. Are you saying if people read, we would believe in religion? Believe in religion? No, but I would say that so religion is just it's not the right idea. You should follow Christ. The word religion just gives it a different, it gives it a bad kind of, it associates it with a negative kind of view, because now all of a sudden now we're in religion, right? Oh, religion. And now you get into this whole world of trouble and problems because, oh, religion this, religion that, created all kinds of this and all this and killed people and all this one. When you get into religion, that's what you get into. However, when you get to Christ and you follow and you look at what he is and what he did and who he is as a person and how he walked, talked, and acted and how he loved and how he did these things, I don't see how anybody who knows those kind of characteristics, how you could hate somebody like that. And so, no, what I'm saying is, Naxi, are you saying if people read, will you believe in religion? I'm saying if you would read, you would learn about somebody who absolutely loves you. And that is neat, because I don't deserve it, but he loves you. What, Carrie, 9 mil? 320. I like those. X Carrie, Sig. When you have a chance, look at the crowns on the dragon versus the beast. What's your thoughts? Um, 10 horns, 10 crowns. That's a great question. Can I get back to you? Because I'm going to look into that. Can't answer that off the top of my head. Um, so I'm going to look into that. And like, I don't have all the answers. Um, and I'll tell you that right up front. I don't have all the answers, but I do tell you what I know. You accept challenging questions. You blocked me before. Hi, Melissa. Um, no, I personally did not block you before, but thanks for being here again. You've come quite a few times, so I appreciate you coming back. What kind of questions you got? I feel like I answered a handful of your questions already. um, yeah, that is a great question. I'll try to look into that for you. Um, yeah, Sarah. I definitely don't know everything, but I like hearing a question that I don't know because now I get to go look into it and now I will learn. So that's fun. That's what's cool. And I ask questions all the time. So if you think that I am just sitting up here like on a pedestal and like I just look at me and I know better than you, like no, I ask questions all the time. But I think it's important to ask those kinds of questions. So that's a great question. Who actually asked that? Was that Reckless? Okay, Reckless. Can you message me that question just so I can remember that it was you, and then I will get back to you. Um, if you could wish for anything, what would you want? Hmm. Oof. Yep, you never directly answer my questions. Well, ask me a question and I will. Do you have kids? I do. Do you have kids, Melissa? Um, everyone should keep learning. Nobody has all the answers except God. Yeah, absolutely. The best students are teachers. That's right. I will always be a student. Wish for anything. Oh, that's a. I wish I. I don't know. Wisdom. All right. Yes, I have 4 kids. Oh, nice. I have 2. Everyone to go to heaven. That would be nice. I like your approach versus others. I'm not much into religion or the belief must hold on to Christ, but I like the positivity. Thanks, Nassie. I don't know if I'm saying your name right. Um, it is unfortunate because there are other people who are doing stuff who are doing it for the wrong reasons, and honestly, that's one of the reasons why I'm doing what I'm doing here. Because I was like, man, I would do that so different. And then I would scroll and then I would see somebody else and I'm like, oh, I would do that so different. And so now here I am doing it different. Nessie, okay, got you, man. Um, do you know that other religions worship Jesus? Um, what are you referring to, Melissa? Can you do you mind elaborating what other religions? I know that there are other Jesuses out there, um, like the Book of the Mormons, um, the Jehovah's Witness, for example. They worship a different Jesus, though, and that is why it's important. So that's why we need to train our brains to see things in a different way. And what I mean by that is if I say I love Jesus and you're a Christian, you're automatically going to associate your Jesus with my Jesus. But you need to understand that there are people out there who think that there's a different Jesus. And so, for example, if I said, hey, yo, Kobe came over to my house the other day, you're going to be like, no way. Well, that's a terrible analogy because he's no longer. But like Michael Jordan came over to my house, and you're gonna be like, no way. What was he like? What did he do? Did you play basketball with him? And I'd be like, no, no, he's 2 years old, and he's this little redhead. Like you're gonna be like, oh, I thought you were talking about the basketball player. So it's the same concept with Jesus. People are out there who preach Jesus, but it is a different Jesus. Their Jesus was an offspring of God, like that God's up there with wives up in heaven, and Jesus was an offspring, like he was born in heaven. That is not the Jesus I believe. So it's important to understand that kind of stuff. Yeah, oops. I judge others for real. Yeah, I think we're all kind of guilty of that. Have a good night, Nessie. Thanks for being here, man. Yeah, lowercase g changes everything. Meet you on your level, meet you where you at. Jesus is and has always been and always will be, boy. Why is Romans 6:23 the wages of sin is death not taken literally? It should. I mean, I take it literally because it is absolutely meant to be taken literally. The wages of sin. When you sin, what you earn or what you deserve is death, and so that is why Jesus had to die, because he understood that. So much judging and twisting. Just teach love of thy neighbor. Have a great night. Great night. You passed over my comment per usual. I did not see it. I'm scrolling up. Sorry, I was answering a question. Melissa, do you? Yeah, no, I didn't scroll over your comment. I answered your comment, Melissa. I answered this. Did you not hear my answer to it? So much sass in Melissa. I love it. Thanks for being here, Melissa. You scrolled over my comment per usual. I answered that comment. Did I? I real quit smoking. I did answer that, right? Or was there another comment that I didn't see? Wage equal payment. Yeah. I'm a smoker. If I get lung cancer and die, it would be my own fault. You know, we all have our own things here, but the thing is that the question that you should ask yourself as a self-reflection, right? Like, so we're all down here, we're all a hot mess. We're literally in a mud puddle, like quite literally. We're slimed. You walk outside, you turn on the TV, you're getting mud thrown on you all over the place. You can't get away from it. Do this, think that, act this way, all this kind of stuff, right? But my question for you guys here, since we're done with Revelation 12 and 13 for the night, but is to look at yourself and do a self-assessment, right? Like, see where you're at and ask yourself, is there growth? Is there growth in your life spiritually? Is there growth? Look at you from 2022, in September 2022, and look at you now. Is there growth spiritually? Or are you just here? Are you just where you're at? Are you just where you've been? If you were a tree and I'm walking through the tree and I walk by it, am I going to be able to see any kind of fruit on that tree? That's the kind of thing that we should be doing. This is the kind of stuff that we should be challenging ourselves. Like, okay, so when you look at the Bible, so, it talks about trials, fire, fire, with tested by fire, and gold and silver can withstand that, right? But wood, hay, and stubble, it'll be burned up. So the wood, hay, and stubble, that's the works that don't matter, right? That has nothing to do with furthering the kingdom of God. But the gold and silver, right? That stuff will withstand the fire. And so when you think about a silversmith, what they do is they burn the silver and they get it down to where it's a liquid. So it's a solid, and they burn it down into a liquid, and they keep stirring. And what they do, they keep stirring until all the impurities are out of it. And so you're just there, you're stirring. And do you know how they know when to stop stirring the silver? Is when they can look at it and they see a reflection of themselves. And that is what we need to do within the Bible. This is a mirror. When you are looking at it, you're looking at yourself. You should be looking and challenging yourself. There should be a divine tension going on within you. If you are a Christian, the Holy Spirit works within you, and he's moving and he's twisting and he's saying, do this and do this. Now you can quench it and say, no, go away, or I don't want to, or this or that. But that's you quenching it. Don't quench the Holy Spirit. So if you are a Christian, the Holy Spirit lives within you. He's trying to work in you. And you have free will to avoid it. You don't have to do it. But when you look at the Bible, and the more you read, the more you realize how much you needed saving to begin with. And being a silversmith, and you see your reflection, getting all of those impurities out, you keep stirring, you keep stirring, you keep stirring. That's what we should be doing. I'm scrolling up to see if I missed anything from Melissa. Did I miss? Oh gosh. Just talking. Maybe listen to Ryan actually. You didn't. She does it every time. Okay. I was gonna say, she's like, you avoided my question as per usual. I feel like I answered her question. Oops, guess that never sent. Oh, what didn't send? Oh, nope. The love of your neighbor doesn't get you to heaven. Oh, I see what you're saying there. I was told once that people that seem challenging. You did? Oh no. I am so sorry. Hi, Tina. I don't think I've seen you before. My name is Ryan, for you guys who are new here. Thanks for being here. I want you to know more than anything, we're here talking about the Bible, and we went through Revelation 12 and 13 tonight. We're going through it chapter by chapter, and I'm doing the best that I can, giving you guys what I got. And it's really neat studying into this stuff, and it's important to understand because, like, first off, there's a blessing that people are given when they study this book. And so that's really, really cool to just think about that. Like, blessed are those who read this book, right? In chapter 1, verse 30, it says that. But more importantly, I want you to know beyond a shadow of doubt on how you can know for sure that you can get to heaven. And that is putting your faith in Christ and Christ alone, believing that he died on the cross, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day. That is the gospel. The Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. And I want you to know that more than anything. We can disagree on some other stuff. We don't have to create a division among us if I think something differently than you. It is all about what he did. I want you to see Christ through me. I want you let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father who is in heaven. That is what I want you to see. And I hope you see that. And I want you to know how you can know for sure you can get to heaven more than anything else. That's why I created this whole TikTok thing, and that's why I'm here. So, but now somehow I got suckered into doing a study of Revelation. And here we are. Do you believe Matthew 7:21 is speaking of people that trusted their works and not Jesus? I don't know. I can glance at it, see what it says. Throwing a verse out there, we'll see. Oh, yeah. Trusted in their works and not Jesus. Yeah, Ethan, I think that'd be a great guess. People who were, because then when you go on to verse 22, it talks about people who were what does it say? Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in your name, cast out demons in your name, and done many wonders in your name, right? So there's the idea. Yeah, you're spot on there, Ethan. That's what I would say. They were trusting in themselves and not in Jesus. My husband loves the book. Yeah, let him know. Bring him on. I love it too. It is my favorite book. Are you in your car? Jennifer, I am in my truck. I am. Are you in your room? Um, what days do you go live? I go live about 2 or 3 times a week, and it's kind of random, really, but I typically go live around 11 p.m. Eastern time. So I'm a night shifter, so I'm always up. Living room, Jen? Okay. It's probably more comfortable where you're at. How many pillows are touching you right now? There's got to be at least two. Am I right? Tell me I'm right. I'm right. Ethan, when I say truck, I use that term loosely. It is a Chevy Tahoe. Nice to meet you too. Seems like we're taken up after the trumpets, but so many think it's soon. We're not there yet. Hi, Rachel. Had to read that. Taken up after the trumpets. Okay, Rachel. So you can understand where I'm coming from because I'm going to give you an answer on the way I interpret things, and I have a lot of good reasons to give that. But the people who think that we're taken up after the trumpets, um, kind of you're narrowing it down to people are believing that it is would be a mid tribulation rapture because there's pre-tribulation rapture, there's mid-tribulation rapture, and there's people who believe in a post-tribulation rapture. I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture, and I have all kinds of reasons for it. What you're referring to as far as the trumpets are concerned, the trumpets are during the tribulation. That's right around the halfway point. So what you're talking about, and I don't know just because you gave me one sentence to go off of, you're either referring to a mid-tribulation viewpoint or a post-tribulation viewpoint. And I can talk all day about why I believe in a pre-tribulation rapture. But in my interpretation of it, and this is going to be where I'm coming from, a pre-tribulation rapture, which means that the rapture is going to occur before the tribulation. The church is no longer mentioned after Revelation chapter 2 and 3. It's important to understand that. It's mentioned, I think, in Revelation 20 maybe, but we are no longer called the bride. We are called the wife. So the marriage has consummated at that point. And also when you read Revelation chapter 4 and chapter 5, you're introduced to these people who are called 24 elders. When you do some research on them, you learn that those 24 elders are kings and priests. Well, when you do some research on some kings and priests, you understand that they are a very distinct group of people. They are the church. And that is why I believe that we will be in heaven before the tribulation begins, because those 24 elders are in heaven before the seals are broken. The seals are broken in Revelation chapter 6, and so the 24 elders, or kings and priests, are in heaven in chapter 4 and chapter 5. So that's a good little way to look at it. But yeah, no, I believe, and just using logic, like if you just look at what you know about the Bible, right? So if you know that the church is referred to as the bride, can you see Jesus beating up the bride? No, because he's not going to pour out his wrath on the bride, but he could allow us to go through man persecution, like persecution of humankind, but it's not going to be God's wrath. There's a very distinct difference there. Also, when you look at Noah, right, he was sealed in the ark before the rain came. Now, if it was raining and then they ran into the ark, I would, be able to look at it differently. But he was sealed in the ark 7 days before the rain came. That's very important to understand. Also, when you look at Jericho, Rahab was in her room, and the spies told her to stay in her room, and everybody who is in her house would be saved. And then Jericho is completely fell down except for Rahab's house, and everybody inside her house was saved. So you see this common theme all the way out throughout Scripture. You see the seal of God on these 144,000 that are going through the tribulation, and at the end of the tribulation, there's still 144,000, which means he didn't lose any of them. So my point is that he's not going to beat, if you're sealed, he's not going to beat you up if you're a Christian. I don't know if I just went really too in depth on that, but that is I don't even know who asked that question. But if you have any questions, feel free to shoot me a message. You don't have to follow me. My messages are open to be received by anybody. So feel free to hit me up. Mikey, you won't do that anymore. It's not about, I need you to understand, Mikey, it's not about, you can't earn your salvation. I see you making some comments about stopping smoking and stuff like that, and that's good. That's fine, but it's not about you doing something good in order to earn your salvation. I need you to understand that. It is all about believing and putting your faith in Christ and Christ alone, what he did for you on the cross. Rachel, why you put my mind at ease and better my understanding in just a few minutes. Thank you. Oh, okay, Rachel, were you the one? Yeah, I could go for days on that kind of stuff. There's other things that talk about that kind of stuff, but that's just some highlights right there. But yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to shoot me a message. I'd love to talk about it. Your entire lives are on YouTube. I'm just now figuring that out. Yeah, Leah, my lives. I literally, guys, if you're interested in any of this and you want to go back and replay or see what I said or whatever, make fun of me or crop and make a meme, they are on YouTube, and you can do that. There's a link in my profile, and I guess they work because Leah just clicked on it. So, what about works? Fred, what's your question about works? Works. Okay, so the way I like to point at it, this is a way to break it down because this is how my mind works. Baseball diamond. You have a baseball diamond. This is how salvation works. So you have first base, second base, third base, and home plate, right? Like a baseball diamond, first base. So first base is understanding that Jesus is God's son, that he died on the cross for your sins, and believing that he rose again on the third day for you, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. It is believes. It doesn't say for whosoever believes and goes to church or and gets baptized or and gives money to the church or whatever. It doesn't say that. It says for whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. That is first base. It is understanding that it is Christ and Christ alone. A lot of people like putting first base as Christ and good works or Christ and these other things. No, it is understanding that it is Christ and Christ alone. That's it. He did it all. It is a free gift. That is first base. So we could stop right there. That's salvation. But let's continue. Second base would be baptism. Baptism does not save you. Baptism just lets everybody in your world know that you are now acknowledging publicly that I am a follower of Christ. Jesus got baptized, so I'm going to do it. I want to do what he did, right? So that is what he's doing. So now it's also accountability, because if you go to the same church as me and I see you get baptized and you profess your faith as a Christian, and I see you outside like a couple of weeks from now, and I'm like, what are you doing over there? You're messing up. You're falling into sin. I'm going to come at you and I'm going to be like, hey, we got to stop doing this, and I'm going to approach you with love, and it's got that accountability thing going on. So that's second base. Baptism does not save you. That's first base. First base is only one that saves you. So let's go to third base. Third base is good works. Good works do not save you. The Bible says, let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father who is in heaven. That is the goal. It's not you. It's so that they see Christ through you. That's the point. Does not save you. First base, Christ and Christ alone. That's how you get saved. Second base, baptism. Baptism doesn't save you. It lets everybody know that you are now a follower of Christ. Third base are your good works so that they see Christ through you. And home plate would be telling others about Jesus Christ. That's about it. That's how I break that down. Where in the Bible does it say 144,000? Revelation chapter 7. Yeah, Fred. Hopefully, I don't know if that answered your question. You just said 3 words, but hopefully that helped. Our works are as filthy rags, yet good works will be a product of grace. Um, what is it? 144,000 will be saved. Is that a Jehovah's Witness thing? Yeah, Jennifer, it's really interesting, the Jehovah's Witness. It's funny because they do believe that there's going to be 144,000 of them that inherit the kingdom, right? That's what they believe. However, when they go to a Jehovah's Witness convention, there's like 250,000 people that show up. So can you imagine the awkwardness where they're like, oh, there's only going to be 144,000 of us, but there's 250,000 of us here. Oh man. Oops. Yeah, they follow a different Jesus. As a nurse, I see critical patients on the vent receiving prayer, and I see tears rolling down cheeks. Yeah, I I'd be witnessing to those people all the time, Donna. I'd be like, you're locked in this room. You ain't going nowhere. You're getting Jesus. Oh man, gotta meet them where they're at. Can the disclosure of aliens interfere with organized religion? Uh, aliens is there are no little green men running around, but uh, there are demonic forces at work. I believe that's what's going on. The veil is getting very, very thin, and all of these things are, coming through, and people are waking up, and could be looked at as a sign of the time. Do you believe there are different levels of heaven? No, I do not, Christina. That is also a what is that? Is that a like a Mormon? Oh, so I can elaborate on that. There's something that there's different heavens within the Bible, right? First heaven, second heaven, and third heaven. There that is there. So I will say that yes, there is that, but you need to understand the context. What that's referring to is the first heaven is the birds, where the birds fly, right? Just in the sky here. The second heaven is where the sun, moon, and stars are. That's the second heaven. The third heaven is where God is. So that can be related. I don't know if that answers your question. I don't know if that's what you were referring to. But in that context, yeah, absolutely. I believe in the first, second, and third heaven. But in a different context where like you can be, like you're rewarded for, like you're better than me, so you get a different level of heaven. No, I don't believe that. Oh, that veil. That's right, Katie. Katie, I can't believe you're still here. 144,000 will be in heaven, rolling over the earth. I was married to a Jehovah's Witness. Crazy. Yeah, they are. They do not. They have a different Bible too. What is that? I think theirs is like the New World Translation, so NWT. Um, can I ask what you think the point of the new heaven or the new earth and new heaven would be? Not grasping that. The point of a new earth and new heaven? Um, I don't know. Um, the point. New heaven and a new earth. It's interesting because when you think about that, and I'm just spitballing here because I don't think I've been asked that question before, but a new heaven, right? It's an interesting thing because when you think about the heaven, maybe it has something to do because Satan was able to go there willingly. Um, and maybe this new heaven, there's going to absolutely be no sin there. Because it's interesting to consider Satan being in heaven, right? Like that means that there was sin. I don't, it's an interesting thing to consider. I'm not making any definitive statements here. I'm just literally speaking out loud. This is how my brain works. Satan goes before the Lord accusing the brethren. That means sin was there. That's crazy, right? That's not how you look at the heaven. So maybe this heaven is to be completely untainted. You are living in a fantasy world. I am I'm in Earth. Choo choo, rooter, sewer, and drain. Um, if someone doesn't believe in a savior, but believes and worships the source, creator, is that wrong? That's an interesting question, Grass. And I think that's going to be a case by case basis. And the reason why I say that is because there are people who are out in the middle of the jungle, these type of people, right? Like they don't have a Bible, or their language hasn't been translated. There hasn't been a language Bible translated in their language or whatever. But there are, and I've used this story before, but there are missionaries who went out into this one area, and I forget what it was, but it was deep in one of those jungle type situations, and they were trying to reach this tribe that lived out there, and the tribe killed them a couple times, but then they kept reaching out, and then they had this experience, like these tribal people saw, like they were about to burn these missionaries in their church that they built. They were going to burn them alive, and then they all surrounded the church while all the missionaries were inside, and then the people, the tribal people, they ran away. And so then the missionaries came out, and then they went to them again, even knowing that they could be killed because they already killed some of their people. And they said, why didn't you kill us? Why didn't you burn the church down? And the people told them, because of the two giant men holding flaming swords that were standing right outside the church. And this is an experience that happens in these kind of situations. I believe those things still happen today. So my point in bringing that up is that those people who never knew anything about the Bible, didn't see anything, were attacking these people who were coming at them, who were trying to give them God, trying to give them Jesus, and they were going to kill them, but they stopped because what they experienced, where they saw these giant things holding flaming swords, that's what they saw, and that's documented. You can look that up. It's really interesting. But then these people got to talk to them, and they referred. There's another story. These are two different stories, but there's another story where these one tribal people didn't know Jesus Christ, but they referred to him as the God of the thumb. And they refer to him as the God of the thumb because they recognize that there is a creator. And so it's interesting. I don't know these answers. I don't have all of these kind of things. But what I do know, and what I can tell you, is that God is a just God. Now, there's a difference between those people out in the jungle compared to somebody like you, because right now you have access to the Bible. You know all about Jesus Christ. You can read it. You can study it for yourself. So somebody who knows Jesus and denies him, that is a completely different thing, because that is knowing. These people out in the middle of the jungle who don't have these type of resources are going to be judged differently. It's the same kind of concept. There's also a verse in the Bible that says, to him who knows to do something and does not do it, to him it is sin. So, for example, if I know to do this and I don't do it, it's sin for me. But if you don't know, it's not sin for you, because in God knows, he's counting all of this stuff. He's a perfect judge. He is perfectly just and perfectly merciful, all in one. And that is a conundrum in itself. How can you be perfectly just and merciful all in the same time? Thanks, Grass. Pablo, welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, Katie, isn't that amazing? Those stories, I absolutely love hearing it. But that is, I always wondered the meaning of the 1,000-year reign, and Satan is loosed again for a time and then defeated. Just scrolling, man, you're jumping way ahead, man. We're not there yet. You gotta stay tuned. I'm just kidding. You always wondered the meaning of the 1,000-year reign. So the millennial kingdom. Okay, so it's referenced 6 different times. It says 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years. There are people out there who are like, oh, that's not a real 1,000 years. It is a real 1,000 years. Whenever the Bible repeats itself more than once, pay attention to it. And the millennial kingdom is going to be a very real thing. It is going to be an actual 1,000 years. So there's going to be 1,000 years where Satan is locked up, and it's going to be, there's still going to be sin during the millennial kingdom, but it's not going to be like how it is and how we know it to be right now. It's going to be a completely different thing. People are going to be born during the millennial kingdom, and they're going to see Jesus. They're going to walk with him. They're going to see him. They're going to see you and I. If you're a Christian, they're going to see us in our glorified form. It's going to be unbelievable. Now think about that. These people who are going to be born during this time, um, they're gonna think that that's a normal day. They're not gonna look at you and I and think, wow, amazing. They're gonna think just another day. But if you saw an angel right now or somebody in their glorified form, you would fall on your face, because that's what everybody else does in the Bible, right? Everybody fell down, consistently fell down. Um, so these people are going to be born during the millennial kingdom. They're going to hear the stories, our stories, your stories, everybody's stories. They're going to see Jesus, be able to talk to him, see all these miracles. And then those people are going to have kids, and then those people are going to have kids, and then those people are going to have kids, and then 1,000 years are going to be up, and then at the end of 1,000 years, Satan's going to get loose, and he's going to run around and deceive the people, the human beings. The church during that time will not be able to be deceived. It will be the people born during the millennial kingdom, and he's going to deceive many, and they're going to turn against Jesus, and it's crazy to think about people who are actually going to be able to see Jesus. And it's almost like he's going to do that, allow that, just to show how even if we had faith, even if we didn't, even if he took faith out of it, and even if it was sight, it's almost like he's doing that to let us know that we still would have rebelled, right? Like, because people right now, all the time, they say, oh, if Jesus is real, why wouldn't he show himself? The point here in the millennial kingdom is to show everybody that there are still going to be people who see Jesus in his glorified form, who see you and I in our glorified form, and they are still going to rebel. And these people who are like, if God is real, why doesn't he just show himself to me? It's like, okay, guys, first off, you need to acknowledge it's not about you. It's about him. And hopefully that makes sense. I just started rambling there. Christina, do you believe the Antichrist is here? I believe the Antichrist. So it's important to understand that there always needs to be somebody ready in that position, right? So because Satan doesn't know when the rapture is going to occur, right? So he always has to have somebody up ready. So he's got somebody right now. 20 years later, he'll have somebody else. 20 years later, he'll have somebody else. He always has somebody ready to fill that role, no matter where we're at. And so the answer is yes. Do you think the Antichrist is here? The answer is, the answer is no. The Antichrist is not here yet. That's not going to happen until during the tribulation. But the person, the human being who will become, is alive right now if the tribulation starts during our lifetime. Yeah. Hopefully I didn't make that confusing for you. Cat makes a lot of sense. Many Antichrist. Yeah, many Antichrist. Americans, we pretty much just settle on the one title Antichrist, but he has like 33 and so he's got like 50 some different names, different titles. Antichrist is one of them, but he's got many different names. You ramble, no way. Yeah, Deidre. Oh man, just keep on rambling. You believe pre-trib or post-trib rapture? I believe in pre-trib, Ethan. 100%. Could the NA be here and just haven't shown himself? Shane, so there's an order of operations for this kind of stuff to occur. So the Antichrist, right? Antichrist means in place of Christ, instead of Christ is what anti means, instead of Christ. And so what I want you to understand is there's an order. So the Antichrist there's not going to be one until after the rapture. So the rapture is the very next thing that's going to happen. So no matter what you see, it doesn't matter. In my opinion, the way I see things in the Bible, the next thing to happen prophetically is the rapture. And then after that, it's just all bad for those 7 years. And then the Antichrist will be revealed. Jan, thanks for being here. Great chat. Have a good night. I hope you sleep well. Ethan, pre-trib, 100%. Thank you for your rambling. You have encouraged me so much. Thank you. That encourages me, Tammy. It really does. I really appreciate hearing that kind of stuff. I'm sorry, what did he say? I scrolled by accident. Ethan, you're going to make me say it again? No, I'm just messing. Yeah, I'm pre-trib, 100%. The next thing that's going to happen on the prophetic timeline, for my interpretation, is going to be the rapture. The rapture is going to occur, the church is going up, and then after that, shortly thereafter the rapture, the tribulation will begin. Yeah, I know you're kidding, Deidre. I 100% know you're kidding. That's my belief too. Okay, cool. Temple being built. Yeah, the temple though, the only thing we know about the temple is that the temple needs to be standing before the tribulation. There's no prerequisite that needs to be fulfilled in order for the rapture to occur. There is a prerequisite for the second coming, which is in Hosea 5:15. But there's nothing that needs to occur right now in order for the rapture to happen. If God wanted to happen it right now, the temple being built needs to be standing before the tribulation begins. Though, Kimberly, have a great Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? Huh. I think we might not live to see the rapture. Pablo, you could be right. I think that I think we will. I think we'll see the rapture in my lifetime. That's what I tell people, but I could be wrong. What journals do you read? I don't know. What do you mean by journals, Mark? So we've fulfilled all else and ready to fly. Yeah. I mean, it seems the stage is absolutely set. Tips on studying. Yeah. Studying is the way I do it is so I study and follow along with a guy named Chuck Missler on YouTube, and he goes way too in depth for any normal human being. He just gives you way too much information, and it is when I say way too much, I'm saying way too much. But I like doing it on YouTube because I'll just sit there and I'll push play and I'll listen, I'll hear what he's saying, and then I'll push pause and I'll go look up and I'll chase down and I'll follow, and I'm just all over the place, and then I'll push play again. His videos are like an hour long, but it'll take me like 3 hours to go through it because I'm following all over the place, trying to read, trying to catch up, trying to understand what the heck he just said. That's what I do. So I would recommend if you're looking for somebody little bit less intense, I would look up and do that with Adrian Rogers. He's also on YouTube. Both of them have passed away and are currently with the Lord, which is unbelievable. Do you think this SDG summit is the peace treaty prophesied by Daniel? No. The reason is because, so that's Daniel 9:27. Daniel 9:27, there's going to be a covenant that is strengthened. Thanks, Bela. I appreciate that. Or Bella TV. So Daniel 9:27, there's going to be a covenant that is strengthened with many. And there's an order of events, right? Thank you. And the order of events is the rapture needs to happen first, and then that covenant will be strengthened. So if that is the peace treaty that you're talking about, the rapture needs to occur like right now or this week. And so that's why so many people are saying that, this is a high rapture watch type of date. You know what? And I hope they're right, because I hope we're going home. Like I want to go home so bad. Do I think that's going to happen? No. I think those dates are going to come and go, and I think people are going to get discouraged, and a lot of people are going to fall away, and they're going to question things, and then doubt is going to set in, and Satan's going to manipulate that doubt and all kinds of stuff, and it's going to be all kinds of stuff. So that's my take on it. Does the third temple have to be on the same site as the first two in prophecy? Yeah, actually, so Saudi Arabia is in peace talks with Israel right now, which is really interesting, and they're talking about giving the Jewish nation the land to the Dome of the Rock, which is where they need to build the temple. So it's really interesting. Adrian Rogers, right, Jen? He's the man. I think to myself, what a wonderful thing to see Jesus' face, the man who created you. Yeah, can you imagine? Oh my goodness. And then when you read Isaiah 52 and Isaiah 53, You're just gonna be, oh, hi, Lainey. It's gonna fall. You're just gonna melt. Just gonna melt. I just want. Can you please answer my question, Lady Melody? Um, I saw Adrian Rogers when Katrina happened. He died shortly after. Oh wow, what? That's awesome, Jen. Lady Melody, I'm looking for your comment. Um, I'm not seeing it, Lady Melody. Can you post it again, please? Sorry, I missed it. Um, is it bad to fear that the rapture is coming because I believe in Jesus? I gave my life to him. Mr. 94, it's interesting. There are people who are afraid, and I don't get it. Me personally, I am. The Bible says that we need to be waiting, right? We need to be looking for it. Um, and when you realize that it's described as a blessed hope, like there's nothing in there that I'm getting fearful for. I am I'm longing for it. So I think it might come down to where you're at spiritually. And I think that if you're fearful, I think it's just a byproduct of where you're at spiritually. I don't know you, you don't know me, I don't know you, but like, are you a child in the faith? Are you like a little, are you like, where are you at? Are you a 9-year-old? Are you a 15-year-old? Are you a 20-year-old? Are you a 30-year? Where are you in the faith? We need to mature in the faith. Do you believe heaven was made for us? Um, I've never been asked that question before. Heaven was made for us? I think no. I would say that Earth was made for us. Sorry, I had to think about that. This is just me spitballing. I would say Earth. First knee-jerk reaction. Earth was made for us, right? God made us. He created the world. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. But he gave us the earth. Adam had the title deed to the world, and then he forfeited it when he sinned. And so then that's why Jesus had to come and he had to reclaim that title deed, which was the scroll in Revelation 5. But it's important to understand that he created the world perfectly for us. Won't spoil any of my plans, right, Mark? Depression and anxiety, Ricky. The only thing I can tell you on that, man, is that there's a couple things like, I can give you a verse that says, be anxious for nothing, but in everything in prayer and supplication, let your requests be made known to the Lord. I can give you that kind of verse. But what it really comes down to, I think, is that you're getting, I would, I don't know for sure, there's obviously some medical stuff out there in some cases, but I think in a lot of cases, I think people are being attacked demonically in a sense, because we all are on some kind of level, right? Spiritual warfare, we're all in it. However, if you're suffering with depression and anxiety, I think you're getting hit in a certain kind of way and you're being oppressed. And so when you dive into, and I can't say it, I say it all the time, but I can't say it enough, if you literally submerge yourself in the Bible, I mean, you're gonna be so, you're gonna see things clear. Right now you have these drunk goggles on, you're looking around and you're falling over. That's just like what we're doing, right? I don't know if you guys ever put those drunk goggles on and then tried walking a straight line. Holy smokes. Impossible to do. But if you are focused on Christ and you just literally get tunnel vision on him, you'll do well. 1,000 years will be here on earth of peace. Yeah, 1,000 years will be on this earth. Yep. Yeah, Red Snapper. Hopefully, I don't know if that answered your question or not. Thanks, Red Snapper. I do my best. But guys, I'm gonna wrap up here. I want you guys to know more than anything before I go that the only way to heaven is by Jesus Christ. He led us sinless life. He died on the cross. He was buried and he rose again on the third day, and that is the gospel. And you can find that in 1 Corinthians 15. But the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. It is a simple, free gift. Just call upon the name of the Lord, and if you believe, he will dwell within you, and he will start rearranging some furniture, if you will, inside your life. It's absolutely a perfectly free gift. He loved you so much that he sent his only son. Can you imagine having a child and letting that child go outside, knowing that that child, your love, the child that you love so much, was going to be killed? Can you imagine? Because that's what he did for you and for me, and we don't deserve it, but that's how much he loves you. And so whenever you beat yourself down and like just, hang your head low, or woe is me, or whatever's going on in your world, just remember that you are worth it for the creator of the universe to lower himself to die on the cross for you. And that is absolutely amazing. If there is one thing that you were ever going to learn, that's what I want you to know. And understand that he's not willing that any should perish. He wants you to come to him. If you come to him, he's going to run to you. And it's the picture of the prodigal son, where the son comes home and the father doesn't just stand there with his arms crossed and just looking down and just saying, okay, here comes my son. No, that father ran to the son. And that's what he wants to do to you. So I hope you guys are encouraged by that. But if you guys have any questions, feel free to shoot me a message. I would love to talk to you. You don't have to follow me. I don't want you to feel obligated. Just shoot me a message. My messages are open for anybody and everybody, so feel free to do that. And thank you guys for being here. I am planning on going live again on Thursday night around 11. So if you guys want to hang out, we will go through Revelation 14 at least. And these videos, all these lives are on if you go in my profile and you click on my profile, you'll see a little YouTube link. I put all these YouTube lives and I just throw them up there so you can review them if you want to. But thank you guys so much for being here, and I appreciate you guys. I am in Ohio, Christina. But thanks for being here, guys. You guys have a good night. Stay safe.